We're home again. A long-awaited reunion where chaos and mayhem live hand in hand. It's time to drop back into Verdansk. Across 5 regions with 150 players. It's not all just for fun. There's also $1 million up for grabs. It's time to load up, load out, and drop in. Because this is the World Series of Warzone. Well, good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the World Series of Warzone North American Regional Finals. I'm going to be your host today. My name is Goj, and I've got 2 amazing analysts as per the usual. Welcome back to the booth, ladies. Dream Crazy and Smixy. Smixy, first and foremost, it is great to have you back. How you feeling?
I'm feeling so good. Today's going to be such a good day. We have so many phenomenal teams playing, and I cannot wait to watch them all.
Yeah, Dream, I mean, come on. It's North American Regional Finals. We're sending people to LAN. How excited are you?
Oh man, listen, we talk about North America maybe being the best region, right? But the competition this year in all regions has been looking pretty tight. 15 teams, of course, today move forward to global final. Goj, it's going to be a fun one.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but let's take a look back on last week. North American lower bracket round 2 was frankly a banger. These are the teams that were fighting for positions. They were fighting for a spot to make it to today. And it was a lot of trades back and forth, to be honest with you. One of the things that surprised me the most is that there was a lot of new folks that were trying to make a name for themselves. And sure, some of it went to script. We did have our top seeded team dominate the competition, but overall, Dream, a really fun competition. Talk to me about some of your favorite moments.
I mean, even this guy on your screen, it's Arbiter, right? He had like 31 eliminations, I believe, going into this, coming in through lowers. This squad was looking really, really good, locking things down. And even the snipes, right? We're going to be talking, of course, about some of the meta changes, but it was really interesting to see some of the sniper plays really change some of the gameplay, disrupting a lot of these teams, but even fighting, right? Truly Evil, Devise, Midi, we saw them secure a really big game, even utilizing streaks, Goj, as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of great streaks and there was a lot of great moments, and obviously there was a team at the top, but some fun fights. And looking back on moments like this where we're watching Team Mayapo come in and clean up a fight, play slow, and win their big map, it was really a fun competition because it was a play for top 25. It really only took one good map, Smixy. Like Mayapo's team, they were able to get one really strong map, and then they were way up there near the top of the leaderboard. Some of your favorite moments, Smix, I mean, we had some surprises from some of our favorite teams.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mayapo's team, I was kind of on their case during lower bracket round 2, and they really had that banger game. And I was like, this is what I've been waiting for. This is the moment that I knew that this team could do it. And they did.
Yeah, it really was fantastic. And ETC Thomas, obviously, here cleaning up the last game. They actually are the only team that won 2 maps overall in the competition, which, hey, winning a third of all the maps played is a big deal. And obviously, we'll be seeing them here today. But let's talk a little bit about how the overall series of World Series of Warzone works. It's a big, long format. We've been competing for a long time. A lot of open qualifiers, of course. Over 10,000 players qualified or played through, rather, our regional in-game open, with top 100 making it to groups. You can then see the breakdown: top 50 into upper bracket, bottom 50 into the lower round 1, and we move on our merry way. We did this lower round 2 last week, but we're here in the regional finals where the top 25 from lower round 2 and the top 25 from upper bracket have come to compete for a spot on LAN, and we've got LCQs in a couple of weeks time. So really cool competition. It's been going on for a long time, but this is the first time we get a chance to punch some tickets to LAN from North America. However, Dream, I want to go to you because these aren't the only folks that have tickets to LAN. We've already got 8 teams on LAN ready to rock and roll.
8 teams, and I will tell you this, community, we love to see expansion region. Of course, LATAM North, LATAM South, having 4 teams and 3 teams already qualified, but I want to shout out the APAC region, Teeny, Abwiz, and Bray, because they had a huge banger game in contention with Levi, Limax, and Ticos, who, again, qualifying 188.6 points, margins of making making it. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be joining these teams, but congratulations, the expansion regions who already qualified.
Yeah, these 8 teams are already on land. We're going to grab another 15 and throw them their way and work on another 15 for Europe tomorrow. But we have announced that it is going to be in the U.S. on October 1st. So tune in October 1st for the grand finals of the World Series of Warzone. The global final is going to be a banger, $1 million on the line with people from all over the world. It's going to be a ton of fun, but we got to get there first. So let's talk about how to get there and the teams that might be going there. On paper, top 15 making it to land today. However, we got to take a look at the kill leaders from the upper bracket. These are folks that obviously we've got our eyes on, and some big names on this list. We're going to talk about all of them: Tappa, Z-Smith, Aiden, Noobs, Raul, Almond, etc. But the player at the top, Diaz Biffle himself, my goodness, we got to talk about the Falcons. A top team going into today, and likely a top team on land if they can make it there, Dream.
The Falcons, I mean, of course, it's not the Falcons if we don't see them in the top 10, potentially even winning everything. I mean, yeah, sure. They got 5th place in upper bracket. Biffle did drop 38 kills. I mean, you look at Hisoka going to 14, but this squad right here, the returning champions, the 2-time champions, I mean, the Falcons, right? They've been looking so good just last night, you guys. We had a little fun tournament where there was match point. They got that in 3 games and then won 3 back-to-back games. Falcon looking in top form right now, you guys. Biffle, Shifty, Hisoka, the champions to beat. They're winning everything. And here today, well, Train Station probably gonna go uncontested as they just are cash kings over there.
Yeah, cash kings. I think they walked out of one map with like $90,000 in their pockets in game. A lot more than that in their pockets in real life with all the winnings they've had. A top team for sure, but not completely uncontestable in terms of the overall leaderboard, either today or even eventually on land. We got to talk about some of the other teams that can contest them. They are not infallible this year, and I want to go to a team that maybe some folks didn't expect to be near the top. Optic Gaming was a top 2 team in upper bracket. Smix, talk to me about this squad.
This team is one I genuinely believe in. I've said it online and I'll say it again. This can be a top team. They did play yesterday and they kind of struggled. I think they finished 45th in this tournament. And I do think that's because of the complete change of pace that they were forced to adapt to. They were contested on their drop. They were getting pushed by Zepti's team. And Zepti is in this tournament today. So we have to make sure that, you know, they're adapting and they're kind of fixing what they kind of went wrong yesterday.
Yeah, it's super interesting, and I wonder if the momentum from lower bracket round 2 changed that fight for the Zepti team, because if you look back at upper bracket, that's where Zepti's squad came from. They've played against all the competition that they're going to be playing against today, besides a couple key teams. They were able to jump from lower round 1 all the way up. So this team has experience with some of the squads on the map, but the big question is the momentum going to be on their side? The roller coaster that is this team from top to bottom to top to bottom, will they be at the top today, or at the very least, top 15? A great shout. Watch out for Optic Gaming. Surprised a lot of people at home. But Dream, another team. I mean, come on. Twisted Minds. They change up their roster a little bit this year, but they are still just as, if not more dominant, obviously coming out on top in the upper bracket.
First place, and can we talk about their map 6, which was a like 60-point game? They had 30 kills, which is insane. But Aiden, of course, joined alongside Almond this time, which replacing DJ Moss last year. They literally are always into the top 3. Aiden, I mean, I remember him saying he used to play piano to warm up his hands, but this guy's always warmed up. That was the Falcons right there, by the way, taking them out. So looking really dominant, the Twisted Mind squad, and of course Z-Smith. I think he was having some PC issues, but he's still nonetheless dropping a lot of eliminations. All these guys across the board, Coach, they're looking strong as hell.
I think they got all their issues figured out, and they are an issue on the map now. They are a problem. Watch out for this team. Obviously going to be in a hospital the entire tournament, and I don't think anybody really wants to contest them. We'll see if I'm proven wrong about that. And I think even the Falcons are thinking maybe we stay to the south side of the map so we don't have to touch them, at least not immediately. But overall, so really strong teams. Of course, we can't move on without mentioning Virtus Pro, another really good team. We're actually going to talk a little bit more about them later, but that Sage, Dongi, and Noob squad is one of the best teams out there right now. They've been winning a ton. It'll be fun to watch them today as well. But Spix, I want to go to you because it's time to talk a little bit about the meta. We had a longer conversation about this in lower bracket round 2 to kind of set up for that competition. But as we've watched more customs, talk to me about some of the things you're seeing.
Yeah. Obviously, we're seeing things like this Cypher that's super meta. We're seeing the LC10 dominant short range. We're seeing the GPR, the SWATs, and this really took control of the lower bracket round 2. I mean, the sniper came out. This really opened up plays for certain teams. This was a huge factor in certain teams making it really far in the lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, snipers are a actual key to success, I think, for a lot of teams. Some folks really relying on it to find mid-game kills, which, hey, those stack up. You're just playing for top 15. You get a couple kills here and there. All of a sudden, you're top 15 on the leaderboard without even a great map on your hands. So consistency, especially if you're hitting your shots, something to keep an eye out for. But speaking of keys, keys to success, Mix, you're a competitor at heart, and you have won a lot of tournaments as well. Talk to me about how some of our top teams are going to be winning either today or potentially on land. What's the keys to success for their gameplay?
You know what? I really think what differentiates like a lower team from an upper team is that they have control of their POI, right? They can loot their POI, they can get their advanced UAVs, they can get their loadout, and then it's really just about rotating out of there. Having that advanced UAV to rotate out of these areas is so key because you already know where you're going. You already know, hey, we want to go here. There's a team here. Let's take this fight, and then we're going to be in an advantageous position.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially if you win your POI, you're able to stack up on that cash, pick up your advanced UAVs. Huge boons to winning your POI. A great shout. Something to watch out for today because, folks, as a reminder, today, top 15 go to land. Top 15 earning their tickets to the global finals to play for $1 million. I mean, come on. How excited are you for it? It's going to be a ton of fun. And I think those that win their POI are going to be top 15. Something to watch out for. These early fights really dictating who makes it to land through regional finals. Of course, the bottom 35 teams are not completely out of this competitions, though. They will go to LCQs. They will still have a chance to earn their spot, but it is going to be much more tight at the top in order to make it to that global finals from LCQs. And I want to talk about some of the other top 25 teams, if you will, that came from the upper bracket. There are a lot of teams on this list that could all do fantastic today. And on paper, right, these are the 25 teams that came from upper bracket. On paper, the top 15 from this list should be the ones, but we all know it never goes according to the script. Certainly, you're going to see the Falcons, like we mentioned, Virtus Pro, Noobs, Dongi, and Sage likely there, but hey, it's Warzone. Anything can happen. I've got my eyes on Scythe, Big Man Anxiety, what they were able to do in Resurgence, and now translating over to Big Map. Still a top 15 team technically, so I think that team could absolutely do it today. I've got my eyes on them for sure. But Dream, we were talking a little bit about Team Swag and Nuke Squad. Talk to me about this roster because I swear they always find a way to make it to LAN.
This team was so exciting to watch, and kind of questioning coming and losing Sage, right? But you do in fact have Booyah, someone you're comfortable with, and well, 19th overall, right? They had a lot of struggles early game around the airport area, especially as they zoned out, right? We mentioned getting cash, getting the vehicles, and sometimes that didn't go their way. But Swag said game 2, we're getting our early game kills. We just need one banger game, and guess what? The zone pulled south towards Superstore, where, well, they got into a lot of advantageous positions where they were getting a lot of eliminations of players rotating out of Superstore, locking in Superstore dealership, and well, of course, we will catch them landing around kind of this airport area side. But I mean, encountering Five Fears, that was a team that they were contesting a lot, as well as Breadman and Omit Juju. Those snipers, as you can see, Swag had to go against those a lot. I think Adrian even got sniped out of a vehicle. So that last game that they were able to pull a big win, it was a second place, I believe, in that zone 6, where, well, it was Picnic, Sherio, and IQ that they encountered. They didn't win, but they got enough points just to edge him over. And hey, shout out Adrian, he had 10 kills that game as well.
Man, they could all shoot their guns, but Adrian is different. That kid is so dang talented at this game. I definitely think this is a team that will qualify for it. I've been saying this since the beginning. I really like the squad. They've got a ton of chemistry. I think the big question is, do they win that fight against Anxiety & Co., the team that I was just mentioning that I've got my eyes on? So maybe, Dream, you'll be watching Swag, and I'll be watching Anxiety's team, and we'll see who wins that fight. Early POI fights, they dictate everything. But Smix, I want to talk to you about a different team with totally different, maybe not even issues, because they really did so well in the upper bracket. Talk to me about Colony 2K and what they're going to do to win today.
Yeah, Colony's team didn't really have a lot of issues, but yesterday they kind of ran into some issues. So again, I just want to see how they adapt, what they do. They kind of land in that northwest side. So when the zone pulls really far away, I find that that's where they start to struggle. But they had a 6.3 average placement.
Yeah.
Again, Nick Cool is a solo YOLO winner. These guys know how to make it end game.
Yeah, I love that shot. This is almost the exact opposite of that Swag team, right? Average placement of 6.3, whereas I believe it was Swag's team with around an average placement of 22nd overall. And obviously you can tell where they lined up on the leaderboard. There's a reason for that success. They don't find a crazy amount of kills, but with an average placement of that high, 6.3 is insane. You're getting a crazy amount of multiplier points. It's a huge boon for them. And so I think my question for this team is, how many kills are they going to find today?
Yeah.
And are they going to win their POIs? And Smix, it's a great shout. I mean, talk to me about where this team usually lands and where they're going to play from, and we'll see, I guess, if that zone pulls to them or away from them.
Yeah, they just gotta hope that that zone pulls at that damn area, because they will take over for sure.
Yeah, I love that shot. I love seeing what we call the four corners game style, where we get a circle in every single corner of the map. One of those corners, of course, being Dam. I'm sure Colony's team will be excited about that one. But let's talk about some of the teams that came up in the lower bracket round 2, because we've got 25 teams that are all also trying to play for that top 15 position, obviously. And we've got the team at the top, which we will talk about. But I really was paying attention during the lower bracket to Scopes, Knight, and Rumble. This is a team that had a lot of ups and downs, that had some really good maps and some really bad maps. If they can stabilize, definitely watch out for that team. Same with ETC Thomas in a different way. That team, like I said at the top of the show, the only team to win 2 maps during our lower bracket. Those are the teams I'll be watching out for. But Dream, I want to go to you, because we do have to talk about Zepti, Willie Teed, and Otterides absolutely crushing it in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they crushed it. And I mean, they had a banger game, I believe, map 5 with 46.8 points. But really landing around that television station, the TV station area, right? Zoning out, getting a lot of eliminations. And it was really by way of the zone, right? A lot of zones pulling north side in the military area. But they were really, of course, winning their gunfights, baiting and trading effectively really well. But their end game moments too, it was really just like, all right, maybe coasting along 16th, 22nd, 10th, 12th, but they were able to pick up a lot of kills along the way. And well, for map 5, map 6, a 5th place and a 2nd place, that for sure secured the win. But just underneath them though, every game I feel like Goj in the lower round 2s was pretty close, because that the Ames 007 squad, Oasis and Basham as well, they were dropping a lot of eliminations. And well, taking a look at our elimination leaderboard overall, there's that Ames squad in 7th place.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of teams just dropping absolute banger maps, but look at Zepti at the top, obviously our top individual kill leader. This is from North American lower round 2. Zepti, our individual kill leader overall. ETC Thomas, with those 2 wins though, still a top 3 individual, but Willie Teed is 3rd overall as well. So that's 2 players inside the top 3. There's no question why they were at the top of the leaderboard. And I gotta tip my hat to this team too, because they had some rotations of death and they still made it happen, which really does showcase that they are that talented. But Smix, we wanted to talk about another team that was maybe a surprise to some folks at home, that they did so well. A top 5 team from lower bracket. Talk to me about Cedo, Skiliosis, and Sum.
Yeah, talk about a underdog team. And this is what I love about tournaments like this. I mean, people that you don't even expect to make it far do. And this team really showed out. Some made massive plays, he kind of also swayed the meta towards that sniper. I mean, take a look at this. He literally sniped somebody out of a car. It was awesome to see. And this team's rotations were impeccable during lower bracket round 2. So I'm really hoping to see a lot of this coming into the regional finals.
Yeah, a really good shout on this team. And like you had mentioned during your deep dive and analysis, a key to success for this team was their sniper usage. It really did change their fight, but they could play with these sniper supports. They can play with ground loot even and make it happen. Was really impressed and, like you said, surprising some folks. And I think if they've got the momentum from last week, I know they've been scrimming, they've been practicing, they've been working really hard, watching VODs. This is absolutely a team from lower round 2 that could make it to LAN in this regional finals and not rely on LCQ. Would love to see a good upset like this, and I'm really excited to watch this trio in particular continue to make a name for themselves on broadcast. We'll be watching out for them today and see if they're hitting their shots, because if they're hitting their sniper shots, I think Smix, you're 100% correct. They will absolutely make a difference on the map. But there's one more team I said we would talk about a little bit later, and Dream, I've got to throw it to you, my favorite segment, the Dream Team. Who are you biased towards? Who are you personally cheering on? Who is your Dream Team?
My Dream Team today, chat. Little biased, but I think this team can go the distance. I think this team can take it all, and it is none other that we mentioned earlier, Virtus Pro of Noobs, Dongi, and Sage, that global 2023 champion. But for Dongi, right, this is the superstar for me, but him dropping so many eliminations and scrims the other day, you guys, I mean, he had like 60 compared to next to like Shifty's like 40 something. The guy just drops numbers, and Noobs, I mean, his smarts in late game prowess has been amazing. These guys, you're going to catch them landing around Boneyard area, zoning out on the east side of the map, and well, they'll pick up a lot of eliminations early game. And the thing I want to see from them in their late game situations is just be able to close out. But I will say this, from their encounters, it was Noobs, that man on your screen, that was able solo by himself bring it from T28 to T6. This was their second highest placing in the upper bracket, and that was their map 3, 41.4 points. You will catch them slaying out, you will catch them knocking out that east side of the zone, and well, for Virtus Pro, I think this team can go the distance again. I just want to see them be able to close out.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun to watch out for Virtus Pro, the Dream Team, and some of the other teams we've highlighted, because it is a race for the top 15 to make it to LAN. But I know Virtus Pro is wanting to win today and continue to prove to everybody out there that they are the best team in this competition. I want to remind everybody about the prizing for World Series of Warzone in general. This prize breakdown is only for LAN. So if you're top 15 today and you make it to LAN, you're going to be playing for $1 million. Now, the top half of the lobby on LAN, yes, 50 teams on LAN. The top half will be making some cash, of course, with first place earning $300,000 as a trio. That's $100K a piece. That is a great payday for a LAN competition. Really excited about this $1 million prize pool over on LAN. But you got to get to LAN. You got to be top 15. So I want to remind you about the format and how it all works. Not everyone that doesn't get top 15 is out. If anything, I want to remind you that today, the bottom 35 are not out of this competition. They're going to be going to LCQs. You're not going to miss LCQs in a couple weeks. It is so fun to watch. It is hotly contested because only a couple teams make it out of LCQs. It's going to be top 5 out of LCQs out of a 50-team lobby. Crazy. And then we do bring back that wildcard winner. But again, today's competition is made up of the top 25 teams from upper bracket and the top 25 teams from lower round 2. So I want to go back to our upper brackets. We've got a little bit of time before our first lobby. And Smix, I want to throw it back at you as we take a look at these top 25 teams. We talked about some of the heavy hitters that everybody, kind of expects to make either LAN or at least do pretty decent today. But talk to me about a couple other teams that we haven't mentioned yet that you're like, hey, they've been playing really well and you're excited to watch them. I mean, obviously Communities could be one of those that could do well, or even AG Global maybe. Who you got your eyes on?
You know what? I have my eyes on that E700 OP Mark Tap versus Super Evan fight at the beginning of the game. Ooh. These two teams have been going at it at that Overlook building, and this is going to be such a fun fight to watch at the beginning. I mean, they kind of both went online and said, hey, if we keep challenging each other, neither one of us is going to qual. So it's going to be really fun to see, like, if they actually do qual.
That's actually such a good shout. That fight would be a ton of fun to watch, Dream.
I gotta piggyback off that because, like, you know, looking at this and like Spixie saying that, that's literally, I was gonna shout out Super Evan team just because of the fact that, listen, the Wolf of Warzone, that was another team alongside Team Swag that had a banger final map, getting into you know, the I think it was second place, and it's just crazy because it's planters, right? Like, you can hear Evan going, no, challenge these guys that, like, you know, obviously we know the COD spiel, their butt. But those guys, the interactions between those two, it's just so comical.
Yeah, well, it's a really good point, though. Back to our original conversation around drop spots, POIs. These fights determine everything. I mean, having to regain on Verdansk, we know how difficult it can be. If you lose your early fights, you're going to be in a regain blender, be down money, and have a severe disadvantage to teams like even the Falcons that are just walking scot-free through their POI trade station and picking everything up under the sun. They could buy the Verdansk map at the end of it. But let's take a look at our teams that came from the lower bracket, lower round 2, and talk a little bit more about some of these teams, because the fun conversation is that, yes, we have some of the fights that have already kind of been telegraphed. We saw them in the upper bracket, but some of these teams are re-meeting their competition from the upper bracket. These are the teams, most of them, that lost to the teams in the upper bracket. They got knocked down into lower bracket and then are back at it again to try to strike back at their competition. I mean, namely, we already talked about Zepti's team. Namely, they're going to be taking some early fights. But Spix, I want to go back to you. Any other teams you want to be paying attention to, either in the early or late game?
Arbiter's team was landing hospital during all the lower bracket rounds, so I'm really excited to see if they actually try to child Twisted Minds. So that's going to be another fun one to watch off the rip.
Yeah, that's a great shout as well. Dream, any from you? Because, again, I wonder if some of these teams, like Smithy is saying, maybe even change up their drop spots because of who lands there.
Yeah, I think, well, for one, I wanted to shout out NCT Crow and Puff because that was a team that like thought they didn't qualify, and there they are. So good to see how they're going to change up their game. But I really liked the interaction that Praise, Gun, and Vince had because they were like on that storage side, like out in that kind of like open area, and that was a team that actually took down Virtus Pro. And I mean, you even heard Dongi saying like, "Man, we're losing to guys with numbers in their name. Like, what is this?" But they disrupted them, and if you're challenging top teams like that, I'm just curious to see if they're going to have the confidence to do it again.
Yeah, that's another great breakdown. I love talking about these drop spots, and it is a lot of like question marks for the most part. We are able to watch a lot of scrims and tournament that happened yesterday, 10K, to see what these teams do because they have been mixing and matching. But this is the first time, maybe ever, technically, that all of these players have dropped in together with some of our lower bracket teams. So a lot to talk about, but it's getting ready. I think the first game's about to get started. So we've got to bring in our two amazing casters, Dandro, Spider Tiff, back for North America, and Dandro, Tiff, I want you to take it away and maybe give me a hot take because I love hearing hot takes from y'all.
Woo, a hot take. Goj knows my specialty. My hot take is that I think the Falcons might not be as free reigning as they've been this week, because I think a couple of our heavy hitting teams have them on watch and will be trying to clip their wings, make sure they cannot soar here today. But let's go, everybody. Game number 1's about to start. Tiff, how are you feeling here today? It's nice to be back in the booth with you.
It is one of the best places to be, and I couldn't be more excited to lock some teams into LAN here. And if they're going to get there, of course, over the 6 private lobbies that you're going to be witnessing today, let's go ahead and talk about that scoring. It's traditional World Series of Warzone, so you know it, you love it, 1 point per kill. And where you're really going to get your money's worth on those kills is that placement multiplier. First place nets you 2x, but we're really looking for a top 10 if you want to get into the top 15 by the end of these 6 games. 1.8x, 1.6x. Just don't fall out below like 35th place and you'll be all right.
Yeah, well, let's talk about it. Top 15, like you said, making their way towards a LAN in October. Bottom 35 have to fight their way through the LCQ. You broke it down beautifully, Tiff. It's going to be this push and pull between your eliminations and your placement multiplier. There's no better spot to get that started than drop number 1 here. Some of our teams will find some success. Others will falter. Let's see who is coming out on top here in the North America Regional Finals of drop number 1. And here we go. The desk broke it down beautifully. I'm looking at some of these contests hot off the drop here, Tiff, because we got a zone that's mostly in a circle and a plane line that is south to north. Everybody should be able to get to their drop spots.
Oh, 100%. But the thing that's got me concerned is when we start talking about the four corners of Verdansk, and a large majority is on that out of bounds area north of Dam. Dare I say we go to northwest Verdansk after this? But I like that we're kind of seeing just a couple of people on the outskirts. And of course, we have to keep our tabs on the Falcons. You were saying people were looking to clip their wings, but all I can see when I look at them is, where are my challengers?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the fun part about the Falcons, because realistically, when we kind of think about a macro view of where they land on the map, Tiff, they're surrounded by top teams, right? They have 100 Thieves over at Twins, not too far away. You have Twisted Minds at Hospital, just a little bit more towards your north. To your northwest, you have Virtus Pro landing Boneyard. And what do they like to do? They say, okay, bet. Let's go ahead. Let's just wipe out Prom and absolutely take over this side of the map. But it's not before they leave train station with just absolutely fat stacks of cash. Dream was talking about it earlier. You know, they just played an event yesterday and they absolutely closed out that event in 4 games. And they were just walking around almost every single map with $90,000 to their name. For a map that doesn't have a lot of money on it, they seemingly have managed to figure out how to just make it spawn out of thin air.
Yeah, I love that you break it down like that, because as you see them grab their loadout within just a few moments of being on the map, just over 2 minutes, they've got their loadout. Sure, it doesn't look like they have a ton of cash right now, but what Train Station does have is access to a ton of contracts where they can get the contract bonus and keep things moving. Speaking of moving, though, we got Wolf on our screen. Super Evan, Brawlic, Prospect. Look, Super Evan's been feeling himself in terms of that fragging potential lately. I've seen him in an entire tournament put up over 50 kills, so keep your eyes on them here today.
Hey, the Wolf is not one to mess with. This makes me was so hyped to see that fight break off directly off the rip. And for the time being, it did look like the Wolf had to back up towards the bank. Do not worry about it just yet. On the other side of the map, though, down here towards that TV station plaza, we have a couple of teams that are starting to battle on out. You can see Optic. They've managed to bring it to Team Enesty. They made it out of the lower round 2 here, Tiff, and I think they could bring down fan favorite Optic. This would be huge. Good shots on the first player, but I like what Oak Boy is doing. Slides on out, is there for the trade. Enesty is able to bring you on down, but Z-Laner, he's going to be able to go get the stick. Joe trying to be able to throw those shots down range. You've got the teammate back on up, trying to take advantage of this 3v2. LTV getting activated. Now, let's not be worried, though. Whiplash, number 48, he's not too far away. He could try and maybe play spoiler a little bit, and that's exactly what happens. He gets the damage on down. Joe gets knocked.
Definitely unfortunate for them. You can see how Z-Laner and Oak Boy, how they're going to have to be able to counteract this, but Oak Boy on the ground as well. So Z slides in to grab the res, and I love that Whiplash is just kind of holding tight there on the roof. The free cam kind of outlining where they are. So you can see this is going to give Enesty and Crow just a moment of time to kind of wait for their teammate to come back from the gulag before they decide to re-engage with this, which is smart, because this is the roster that, while they were performing well in some of the earlier rounds in World Series of Warzone, they just got into the NA Regional Finals by like a half a point.
Yeah, it was very, very close. And I was waiting for this fight over here towards airport as well. This is where that Nuke Squad team loves to land. They love to rotate on out of it, but they get picked apart by Juju, Believe, and Breadman. Great work there from those 3 to kind of wipe out those teams and be able just to take advantage of this area. You can see they were trying to do a recon towards these hangars side, give them a little bit of a kickstart on that contract multiplier, let them know where this zone is pulling. We'll kind of go ahead and tune back in with them maybe later. They'll give us some of that intel on where we are going. But I'm seeing in the kill feed, Tim, a lot of kills for that team E700 against Team Super Evan. And it looks like maybe the Battle of Overlook, for at least here in drop number 1, is going in the way of E700. And well, for Aiden from Twisted Minds, he's on the hunt towards Lotus 8.
Hey, we want to see that, right? Almond opens it up, grabs the knock onto Inno, and it's just going to allow Z, Smid, and Aiden to just keep on swarming, lead that charge, constantly putting that pressure forward. LC10 in hand. We're going to dive out of those blast traps. Such a nuisance to it, but look where Z, Smid has actually positioned himself. Parachutes on in on the other side of the building, and we're just delaying the inevitable. We're just hunting them down, kind of waiting to see what happens, but B-Mark looks like he was in the gulag, takes down Swag, so gonna be interesting to see how that one rolls.
And this is really fun too, because obviously Twisted Minds making their way over towards Promenade. We know that's where the Falcons like to rotate through. So if they manage to clean up a lot of those kills, you could be taking points off the board that Falcons are looking for. We'll have to take a little bit of a moment to check back in with that in a minute, because Kami, Omega, and Mob, they are absolutely frying right now. Mob's going to be the one to find Exify, but Spirit is there for the trade. You got to back on up. And this looks like Mob, he's the only one left alive. Can you take a fight here? Blast Trap is going to go ahead. You get the armor crack, turn your sights towards the stairs, but Blitzy is there for the activation. A nice little fight here in the farmland, but look who's not too far away that's trying to fly on in. It's Team Vombot. They're coming in from the skies, looking to try and activate against Squad 39.
And look, exactly where Vombot's positioned himself. He has a good angle straight into that upper window. So I love that Spirit down here on the low ground hits the smoke to try and take the chow, but loses sight on it, but still takes down Vombot. Okay, Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit and Blitzy just playing as a duo there. Absolutely perfect work just to isolate that one player. Brings Vombot down, but Devo and Myapo, they understand who they're fighting. They're not going to be afraid to try and maybe get a little bit active on this. Myapo's full sprinting at this building. If he's not careful, he might get found out from Spirit here on the roof. Couple of shots with that Cypher 91 will back him on up. A little bit worried about the wrap here. You can see teammate Exify has actually gone down to Kami in the gulag. So now you're just playing as a two. You're going to have the cash if you need to try and get the buyback. You're going to be able to do that, but you have to make your way out of this squad before you can make that happen. Fight's going in here around the outside is Blitzy just trying to maybe catch somebody. Myapo tries to go for the exit. A little bit of a do-si-do right now between these two duos.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing. We're just constantly keeping that pressure on them. Unfortunately, though, Spirit does get hung up as he goes to jump over that Blitzy. This is his time to disengage, but I don't know how far we'll get. You can see Team 10X lurking on the horizon, and you know they're looking for those smart, easy pickups, especially in that game number one, where people are still trying to figure out how this lobby is going to play out. Sure, a lot of our teams are playing just yesterday, but I don't think that's going to play out the same. And we're looking for our top 15. Let's see, though.
This is
gives up that information of where he is. I don't know if they're going to be able to seek him out. It's just going to be 10X grabbing an angle.
Yeah, 10X trying to go from the side. I mean, at least if you are Blitzy right now, you have Spirit in the sky trying to be that sort of budget UAV for you, giving you those live pings. Where can you go? 10X peeks his head up over the ridge. And well, Blitz is going to make you pay for it. LC10 in hand. We've seen this thing absolutely rip. And I think he has a good idea maybe where this teammate of 10X is going to be for the time being. You're just going to go ahead, push on forward. Elo Lamb, the teammate of 10X, is actually going to be able to find Myapo on this other side. So this team doing a great job of just kind of splitting and fighting these two different squads, trying to be able to bring them on down. And I think for the time being, Blitzy has maybe been found on out here in the gas station. You'll have a little bit of a moment of reprieve as gas has stopped, but Sukra above you has you in their sights. In the hills at Ring, though, we can see Twitty, Sway, Tappa trying to be able to push on forward and maybe win out this fight, gain control of this buy station, and spend some of this money in hand.
Tappa immediately punished, looking for that information. You can see here, Rocket investing in some sky nades, and I really do love the diversion and the chaos, because if anything, you're just going to push them back, and it does work. You see Twitty just immediately trying to regroup alongside his teammates, and keep an eye on where we are in the time, because we just have to keep on moving. Bozo still playing it very conservative, as if they're still here.
Yeah. And that's how you have to play these. We've seen time and time again, Tiff, where you think that you've just been able to kind of disengage from a fight. You've been able to reset, and very quickly you have a team just roll up on you in an LTV. It hop on out, and next thing you know, blink of an eye, your team is getting three-pieced and all sent to the gulag. So you have to be on high alert. And while, yes, we can see that that team has rotated on out, they don't have as much of those pleasantries. So they'll have to just go ahead, keep checking their backs. Orbsy down here towards the graveyard, just trying to keep a couple of these squads in sight. I did see Orbsy on the timeline earlier today, was just so excited to be participating here today. He said, you know, we didn't even expect to be here, but the fact that we even have a chance to qualify for LAN means so much for us. And I'm hoping that they can maybe find what they need to do here on a couple of these early maps to gain the momentum to be one of those top 15 teams that are going to be qualifying for LAN. For Nodes, yeah, legit. Looks like they're already finding themselves in a little bit of a sticky spot over by Stadium. Team 28, that's going to be get you some, has them in their sights. And I saw one of those sniper glints, Tiff, Are we going to see maybe our first shots of the day?
Oh, give me it. There's nothing better. And Smixy was highlighting all of the action surrounding that LR 7.62. And you got to think, when we got onto Verdansk, that was one of the first snipers that people just started breaking out. It hits like an absolute freight train. And you can see just how prevalent it has been here in World Series of Warzone. So we highlighted him at the top of the show, and I'm ready to see, especially if you want to live up to your name, get you some, like throw down those shots, rip off some heads. And I would love to see y'all stamp your ticket to LAN.
Yeah. So I'm playing on that left side, and Skiliosis, he's actually going to kind of pull some of that aggro towards him on the outer edge. So let them know one of these players is playing live, and Skiliosis is going to just go ahead and try and back on up with the team. Looks like him and Sum just playing as a duo here. You hop up there. You see a glint at range, so you know that they probably have some long-range capabilities as well, and I think this is the right call. You just go ahead and back it up, and it seems like for this other squad, they're going to go ahead and do the same. A little bit of respect here going on at Hospital, though. Twisted Minds, last time we saw them, they were down in Promenade. They flexed back to their initial drop spot, just trying to be able to hold this down, and they have Twitty in their sights. Sway and Tappa still alive as well. You're trying to back on up. You're trying to be able to get on out of here, and there you go. You grab the whip, scoop the squad, and try and make your way on out. But Sway, you have to try and stay alive here. Seat swap if you need to. Get the plates back on in, but you cannot get taken out by that team just trying to exit. You've been able to disengage for the time being, and at least stay alive for just a little bit longer.
Well, let's check in with them later, because right now it's the Falcons, and they are on the move, and Biffle barely makes it out of the gas there. Maybe 5 HP. Does have 1 kill, Soko on 3. So we're already taking a couple successful fights, but now it's all about moving forward. So I would love to jump on board with them and hear how the comms are going to work as Soko gets laid out.
Crack. I'm dead. Unless you have a gas mask, I have a gas mask.
No, I don't.
Gas mask. You guys are good. Just leave me, Shitty. I don't have a gas mask anymore.
You think you're dead again?
Yeah, I'm dead again. I'm gonna die.
Look at these guys in front of us, though. These guys are running back.
Fuck. Yeah, you guys are on the right.
Yeah, that was on Yui, that's why. That was on Yui. I'm shit, bro. Yeah, I'm dead too.
Fine.
Dare I say a fumble? Dare I say a fumble?
Wow.
And you don't see those happen live. You give them an inch. Usually they take a mile. Instead, they find themselves in the gulag here. Shifty, dancing around, wins it with ease against Hunticity. But Dandra, like I said, that is not normal.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of interesting that Shifty still tries to go for the res stick. I mean, you're still getting gate kept by Twisted Minds. It's a little bit of a tough situation, but I want to get back to it after this gulag here, because this is still very, very important. You can see Biffle is full dead. Shifty's able to win his, so Soka being able to win this gulag and get back on in is going to be huge. It's against Nick Cool. And Soka just kind of biding his time with an aims in hand. We'll take a little bit of damage from that thermite. Won't manage to connect with his. Backs on up. It's just looking through, but has an idea where Nick Cool is playing. A couple of pre-fires come on through. Will connect. Armor gets cracked. It's Flesh versus Flesh as the aims 85 rips out. But Tiff, you said it best. A bit of a blunder there from the Falcons to unfortunately not be able to rotate their way on in at a train. Bozo just kind of playing ahead of them. They get the full wipe, but it doesn't really matter. Soka, he's knocked. Shifty goes out into the gas, and then it's just a miscommunication there. Shifty trying to go for that res still. Very, very interesting play. And just like that, Twisted Minds, they hold out the Falcons, and they're going to be feeling very good about sending them to the gulag.
Yeah, I think you said it best. Like, we were curious why that was still committed to. I respect it. No friends left behind, but not the right play. Now a regain is enabling them to make sure that they can get a good position. And you look at it, we're roaming the map, and that next circle is absolutely packed. Actually, Shifty just goes down to team number 35. Multiple squads in the vicinity. It's going to be difficult for them to get their staple on the mark and find a power position similar to what we're used to seeing out of them. But granted, this is why it's a 6-game series.
Yeah, I mean, even if game number 1 doesn't go their way, we've seen the Falcons come back for more. But what it does tell me is that a lot of other teams are here to bring the passion, to bring the energy. Shifty tries to land back a Superstore, not realizing there's already 2 teams here kind of going ahead and fighting. Joked, he's still alive for this squad. For Big Man, Scythe, and Anxiety, they're going to hop in that vehicle and just try and rotate on into zone here out of Super. So Falcon's going to try and go ahead and regain. When we were on Shifty's POV, I did see it looked like they were able to get Soka back on in, and they were able to do that. Keep watching that kill feed, folks, because you were going to see some of our teams get eliminated, just like Get You Some did go down at the hands of a number of squads. And Soka, he goes down from anxiety. They were just finding this team at Superstore, and you rotate on out. You think you get your feet down at ice houses. No chance in hell. Shifty flying back on in. He's been able to stay alive, and he still has 5 kills to his name though, Tiff. So I think if this team can stabilize and just focus on getting their resources back on up, they have enough kills to start feeling good.
Well, we'll keep tabs on them. They don't have a ton of money here, but it's enough to keep kind of getting those buybacks should we need them. But it's not like the typical amount of cash that we see the Falcons with, where they can get the buybacks, they can grab a loadout, and they can keep on moving. For Twisted Minds, though, this is the squad that was gatekeeping them, and they have been taking all of the engagements here in map number 1, shaking some things out. You got that S8UL squad just on the other side of them, looking for an angle on Brax. I actually like what Allman does, kind of goes prone, still tries to take that angle. Doesn't have it just yet, but for the time being, we're just looking to locate Brax.
Yeah. Well, Twisted Minds, you can see they've already lost Aiden. Let's see how they're going to go ahead and take this fight against SAUL. Let's go for a listen-in with Twisted Minds.
Inner.
Yeah. Throwing a smoke on this window. Fuck with him. Wait to see if I can kill this guy top tank.
Pushing you.
One's outer front.
I cracked one inner.
Okay. I gotta bring
No
this
one's pink, no one's pink now. No one's pink. They're all on your building.
Yeah. They're on the stairs, ticking. I thermited again.
I think they're giving.
One's outer.
Oh,
They're all
they blew
outer.
up our trophy. They blew up our trophy.
Oh my god, he's on the window.
He got 30. He got 30.
I got the full, but I'm dead. I have big man and then pulled up. I'm already fighting.
A little bit of a dicey fight there for Twisted Minds, Tiff. I'm a little bit surprised that they're not able to come out with that one. Seemed like Patience was going to go their way, but for the time being, SAUL, you take out Twisted Minds, but the fight is not over yet.
It's definitely not. You heard the comm from Allman there towards the end. Big man pulled up. They lose ultimate high ground, and SAUL is going to have to contend with them. We keep on moving forward. But Allman, not going to be that. He's going to be losing in the gulag to reposition, so keep tabs on them. Hopefully, Twisted Minds can get the regain. For Breadman, Juju, Believe, this roster might be the real true underhorse of the World Series of Warzone NA Regional Finals. On paper, from a ton of different backgrounds, a lot of experience. And I was like, what is this team going to look like and how their performance will be? This makes me excited for it. Sure, they only have a couple of kills on the team thus far, but they've put themselves in a solid position. They still have to carve out through that southern side of the circle, but this fight will really dictate how they can clear it out.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing already. The smoke's coming on through, just trying to block some of these lines of sights as they move their way up towards this building. You got to play as all three, or Erickson and Tabakis. You're just trying to go ahead and back on up. Just distance yourself from this fight. I don't know if you're going to have any moment of peace, though, because I am seeing you have Jackal. You have the Don J, who aren't too far away from you on the top of this ridge line as well. Does look like Nano has been able to get back on in. So for these three already, if you're not careful, you could be getting flanked from a different side, but Believe he hits the hop up here to the top side. You see some of the shots coming on through. Top of the stairs, line him up, knock him down. Lives up to his name, because I can believe it. This squad is absolutely firing on all cylinders right now. Easy, nice little two-piece, and you're looking for that third.
That is the cohesion that I want to see. That is all of the progress that I expect from that roster. So keep on moving forward. Solidify here. Gonna be a tough situation, because I can just see you surrounded by the entire roster. Thomas, Delirious, and Xenix kind of looking to piece you apart. Thermites, though, trying to barricade the stairs. We've got a trophy system down below. It's gonna eat that smoke. Good, cutting off the angles. Dude, it's not gonna connect. If I'm telling you, we're just up here biding our time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try and take this fight together if you can. I mean, yeah, those thermites are going to go ahead and cook, but just go ahead. They're just kind of throwing a shoulder one by one. Thankfully, you see a Molotov finally come out from Phoenix, but it does kind of overthrow just a little bit. You just got to throw as all three right now. Push on up. Thank you. Finally, you're able to do it. Thomas going to be the one to find, solidify another team taken off the map. Tip, we are 2 squads away from entering into our 1.4 times multiplier. Back over here at Hotel. Look who's still alive. It's the Falcons. It's just Biffle and Shifty, but they can manage to get to maybe this buy station over here. It could be good, but they got to get through Team COD Immunity first. Intex, Huskers, Raul on the outside of this building. The smokes are getting invested. They're starting to move on forward, but do they clear this out? Huskers, he's the only player from this team who's kind of around here. Looks like they've doubled back with Shifty. Biffle trying to play the trades, and it's just not enough. They move on forward. Raul finds Shifty. Biffle, he has to try and play on the exit. He's running away. He's taking a lot of damage. Is he going to run into this player in the tent? He does. It's repositioned. Finding Biffle again with a little bit of help from DJ Moss. Falcons get wiped. I do think that is a 20th though, Tip. So 1.4 times multiplier secured for them. They had okay amount of kills. It's not a great game one, but it's at least enough to not let them get completely left behind.
Look, I'm telling you, 10 kills with a 4x multiplier, not half bad in the grand scheme of things. We're still looking for top 15. Will it be enough to kind of put you there? Maybe. For now, we'll keep on board with Tomix, Phoenix, Delirious, and they just want to keep on moving forward. The gas is coming in, and they are being gate kept, which is gonna be really fun to see what Scopes, Knight, and Rumble can do. Elsewhere, it looks like Virtus Pro is finding a ton of success as they seek to clear out their side. But here it goes. Delirious on the move in the vehicle, and let me just tell you, they crunch Rumble.
They are just trying to get on out of here. And you can see Optic, they're trying to play spoiler towards this rotation right now. And oh my gosh, Thomas, he's going to be able to find Scummin. AG Global out here on the side. Scummin raided, taken on down. Blink of an eye by Thomas and an LTV. And they are wiped. 2 squads away from top 10 squads here. 1.6 times multiplier will be active. Optic on the outside. They're just trying to look at maybe some of these players that are here. Rob Easy, he's over in a little bit of a building, sniper in hand as well. For Phoenix and Thomas, can they manage to play from this side? SAUL, they're still here as well. This is becoming a hotbed of activity very quickly.
The fact that I just saw the general get put up on the front of a vehicle like that and knocked out is horrifying. And that is the general coming back from the dead to lay him out with a vehicle explosion. Phoenix here banking off the fact that Thomas gets that self-res off. But look who's hunting them down, Dandro. It's going to be Optic, right? Sure, they might not have had the best performance yesterday, but they are coming in guns a-blazing. Joe finally laying out before getting traded by Thomas. These two are just inevitable at this point.
I mean, they have just gained the ire of so many teams. It's the double thermite on top of that LTV that just immediately explodes it before Z-Laner can really get active as well. And Oak, he's just trying to stay alive here. He's trying to watch this team at his back. He'll be able to catch Thomas, who unfortunately not gonna be able to stay alive to the gas. It's another one, so he'll get revenge for his 2 fallen teammates, but unfortunately for you, you lost both of them, and Phoenix is here. He's actually gonna be the one to get the kill onto Oak. It's that last tick of gas that looks like it. For Sonny, Rudy, Rob Easy, they've managed to still hold on to this building. You have flank J-Tech, DJ Moss. They're on the other side of COD Immunity there. And look where this zone is starting to pull, Tiff. Only a couple of teams remaining. And look who's the 4th squad. It's SAUL. They are in a prime position right now to take this high ground and look at all of these other squads.
You hear the streaks coming through, but tell me right now, whoever gets the circle pull is likely going to take the dub between COD Immunity or SAUL. And I think taking their high ground to really finish off the team just aside from them. You see DJ Moss now full, leaving them with a duo. Flanked, immediately picked off. The question is, where is J-Tech and can he survive? The thing is, we're already in a 1.8x multiplier. The only thing you're going to get that's better than this is that 2x. And you know who's been here since the very beginning in center zone? COD Immunity. Intex, Huskers, Raul have been doing everything that they could to get advanced in. Like, I'm talking recons, getting the information and brilliant rotates. And with Raul on 6, this is the game they need to start things off.
Could be definitely a huge map one for the community team. All they have to do is not scam here, Tiff. Unfortunately for them, you have S8UL on top of your building, so it's going to be whoever moves first. JTech, SEAL Team 6 on the outside, rocks. He's just trying to manage to stay alive, maybe to pop his head at the perfect moment for a clean third. But Robisi and co, they've managed to move their way up on this outside wall, slowly but surely. You said, Tiff, it's going to be all about where the circle pulls. Well, this is not great for anybody in this lobby right now. They have to all start making their way through wide open space towards this zone. I think for community, they might have a little bit of a jump on some of these teams playing from down low. S8UL, all they have to do is just hang on by a thread. You see JTech is at least able to find TBE Rudy to take them on out. That'll put this squad down into a duo before JTech gets found on out, but here it is, top 3.
3v2. Sunny and Rabizi is going to try to deny the rotations, but not before Ryda lays him on out. Sunny's just going to have to hold it out. But here comes Brax looking for the early rotation. Keep an eye on the players with the gas mask. They're going to make the biggest plays because Raul goes deep into the gas to try and clean things up. Can't make that happen because look who's out-rotated them. Intex now from the top ropes destroys them forward. And now for the last bit.
Trick though.
It's Trick.
Trick,
Against
he's up here. He's able to do it. It's against the Huskers. It's a 1v1. He's able to do it. Intex has managed to get the self-revive off. He's pushing in the smoke. Can you manage to find Tekka? He's able to do it. S8UL. We had a lot of questions about this team, Tiff, of when it came time for Big Mat, will we finally see the excellence that we expected? Well, when it comes to North American Regional Finals, S8UL, they deliver.
Look, Brax, loud on the timeline, loud in game, Trick clutching up like that is absolutely disgusting. And then you have Ryda at the helm. My God, S8UL. I would be screaming. Let's look back at the victory moment.
Couldn't get it. One shot. I can self. They're all on me. All on me. All on me. I heard it. You're good, Colin. You're good. One shot up on me. I knocked one.
I'm smoking myself in zone. Heard you. Let's fucking go. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, man. You're fucking shit, baby. Let's fucking go.
Woo! Those are the comms you like hearing from a winning team, Tiff. I love the calmness there in those final hectic moments where Brax just letting them know exactly where they should be looking, where all those final members of community are. Really forward thinking from this S8UL team to take this high ground.
Yeah, so you immediately know that they took the building just to the right of community and they parachute over and take their high ground. It's Rabizi and them. We knew the circle pool was pretty buns and they decided to go forward to play that fence line. And what does community do? They start kind of looking to put the pressure on them where Brax actually was like, I'm going to play that gas line, but look where Trick goes. We saw it in the victory moment. He goes, I'm going to smoke forward and play around this. And they consistently keep attacking from different angles. And at that moment where you see Huskers and Intex full send Brax, you're like, oh, this is over. No, Trick literally goes Super Saiyan and just ices up. My man goes dead silent, does what needs to be done, thanks to all the teammates giving that cool, concise call-outs.
A huge win for S8UL. I gotta give some credit to Trick, man. He's always been one of these players that's been in the mix year over year. This year, though, he's really been able, I feel like, to come into himself. He's finally becoming the Slayer that he should have been recognized for all of these years. Really fantastic plays from that S8UL roster. 32 points unofficially after game number 1, Tiff, is not a bad way to start your NA regional finals. I know they want to be on land so bad, and that is a great way to start to punch your ticket. Fantastic gameplay all the way through, but there's the desk. I want to see what they have to say, of course, about that game number 1, because there's a lot of moments there. I know Smixy is probably cheesing, ready to break down some of those rotations as well that I was noticing. I cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say about it.
Woo, buddy, it was spicy. My goodness, S8UL take home a banger. And I gotta say, I didn't know who was gonna win it until the final moment. The 3v3 community S8UL, a wild finish. Ladies, I've got to say we were yapping in the green room. I want to go to you first, McSee, just to talk a little bit about the ending there. Community finds himself in like a god position, dead center of zone, ready for anything.
Yeah, I mean, this team, I think they land military, and of course, sometimes you just get blessed with the zone pulls. So the zone obviously kind of ended somewhere close to where they land. So I think that's why they had really prime positioning. And again, never count out Huskers. Huskers is always there, always doing his thing, and he's always gonna make it to land.
Yeah, honestly, that is so true. They look so strong. They also had a good amount of kills as well. End up losing the 3v3, obviously, to SAUL, and we'll talk a little bit more about them in a second, because there were some banger early game fights, some on-screen, some off-screen. And Dream, I want to go to you to talk about some of these teams. I mean, in particular, we were asking about hot drops, and there certainly were some.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, shout out to Rated, Scutman, and Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg did have a disconnect that game, but still, up in this upper part of the hills, too, there was a lot of fights. We saw Tappa, Twitty, and Sway throwing it down, but the team that really disrupted Goj, the team that I shouted out earlier, Team Swag, right over by the airport side. A lot of these heavy-hitting teams went down early. Twisted Minds, Falcons even, our early gunfight contention over by the train side, where, well, we originally saw Picnic, Shirio, and IQ kind of like fighting them maybe a little bit too long, but rotating out even onto zone. It was just crazy fights all around.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen the Falcons in that big of a regame blender, but can I again just tip my hat to them? They make a bad game look good compared to some of these other teams. The fact that they were able to pick up the amount of kills that they were able to, even on the just giga regame blender, is incredibly impressive. I don't think you're going to see them that far down the leaderboard, but I got to say, ETC Thomas, they came to play. They made a couple big plays here in the latter half of this map, and then, of course, the final fight. Again, Community, I thought had the best position, and I thought it was a sell from SAUL, but Trick was in the right place at the perfect time with a ton of kills to boot and plays this flawlessly, picks up one, and then cleans up the second after the self-res. Doesn't let the gas take this one, gonna get every kill they can, and because of that, SAUL are your map 1 winners with a ton of points. A fantastic map, and actually, we've got Brax from SAUL here in the booth with us, so we want to interview our winner, my guy. Hey, you said it was gonna be a good tournament for you guys, starting out strong. How does it feel to win map 1?
It feels great. You know, obviously you want to set the tone early. Starting off hot, you know, keeps the momentum flowing, makes the rest of the tourney easier, especially if you have a great first game.
Yeah, and a great first game it was indeed, Brax. Like, first of all, Ozzy, congratulations. So kind of like finding yourself, you guys zoning on the southwest side of zone. I think you guys were holding out Virtus Pro. Talk to us about like how you guys got there, because originally you did land like way up by the military base side. What was going on?
So actually, we landed literally right where the game ended. So that's our landing spot. We got two recons early. And we knew it was like, there's no point in overextending, going out of position. We had the best spot. Obviously, in a lobby like this, kills are gonna come. There's no point in risking dying. And as the zone closed, obviously we had our money up, we got in advance, and we took our best fights, our opening fights, and we won them.
Yeah, I mean, good job. I saw as soon as the zone, I was like, oh my God, they have end zone. But in that last gunfight, when you chilled out and you ran out of ammo, did your heart just sink? Because that's what happened to me when I was watching. I was like, oh my God.
Honestly, no. I have Trick Empathy on my team, so I know we're good.
Facts. Shadow Trick Empathy.
Yeah, dude, again, congrats. We don't want to keep you for too long, but Brax, any final words for the broadcast? Any words to the competitors or the people at home watching you guys? Obviously a banger first map, but still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, just trying to put on a show for the SAUL fam, best org in this, and you know, got to keep the vibes up, got to keep going.
Heck yeah, shouting out the org, shouting out the teammates. Brax, great vibes, man, and obviously a great game 1. Looking forward to seeing what you can do in game 2. Maybe you'll get the zone pull again and be able to execute. Well done.
I sure hope so. I sure hope so.
Cheers. Cheers. That's Brax from SAUL, your game 1 winners. And obviously, albeit they got the zone pull, you still got to execute, Smix. I mean, talk to me about it. As a competitor, yes, when you have the zone pull, it becomes your responsibility to win the game. But it's a little bit harder said, or a little bit easier said than done, rather, especially when COD Community gets to that spot so quickly.
Yeah, this game was really theirs to lose, to be honest, so I'm really happy to see them win this one. But they really played it phenomenally. They held out all of the teams coming in, you know, from that airport side, really played it good, rotating back, third-partying all the fights going on in that end zone. It was beautiful to watch. Grabbing the roof of that little shack, it was a masterpiece.
Yeah, very well executed. And again, I think a lot of points on our leaderboard. So let's take a look at it and see where they're at. Are they going to be at the top? I assume they are, and they are, but not by a lot. Now, I said it in the chat. I said it in our green room. I knew VP was on a heater, and they certainly were being cut down early and still having 17 kills, actually only losing their gunfight against SAUL. A crazy stat. They are way up there as well. 1.4 points behind the team at the top. Dream, take me through the rest of this.
I mean, my eyes instantly go to the Optic squad that we were talking about. Smixy highlighted it perfectly. They were having a little bit of struggles last night, but hey, coming in here today at that TV station domination, looking pretty good, sitting in 9th, 11 kills. But of course, as we move down on the leaderboard, Goj, 11th place, that Robisi squad surprising most, but he was getting a lot of picks long range.
Yeah, no, a good shot. I mean, Rob Easy's team had a full team of 3. Frankly, I think they actually could have taken that fight against the other 2 full teams of 3 COD Community and SAUL if JTech hadn't spoiled it and taken down one of their players. Then they were in a blender. A couple scores coming in here, but obviously AG Global having an okay day. But again, our metric for success, top 15 here, Smix. So if this continues, our averages should be somewhere between 10 to 12, maybe a hair higher, pending the way the rest of these lobbies go. It's actually not that many points. You just got to have several decent games strung together. Consistency, the name of the game, Smix?
Absolutely. Winning your gulags, massive. And again, those placement points are going to come in clutch for a team. So, you know, get a couple kills, sit end zone, and just pray for the best at this point.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Brax said the same thing, and they just won the map. He said, we know the kills are going to come to us, but a quick look here at some of the teams that are outside the bubble as of current. Again, only 1 game in, but still worth shouting out. Team Colony 2K had a couple moments in the limelight on main stage, but all of a sudden couldn't get anything going after they lost their original fight. We saw the same Team IQ, Picnic, Shara IQ. They actually won some early engagements outside of Promenade, and then all of a sudden got in a regame blender and couldn't get anything going as well. So a lot of these teams still a lot to prove, but hey, any points on the leaderboard is better than none. Now, a team that we skipped over on the leaderboard, by the way, I don't know if you all saw it, but the Falcons are top 5 after maybe the worst map I've seen them play in a long time. And frankly, you know, I'll call it what it is. They're way better than me. A mistake on main stage, going for that res dream quickly. That moment was key, but the fact they were able to get all of those kills, crazy for them to be top 5. Dream, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. And as we do, you all need to prepare for game 2, folks, because it's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
Brax, not even worried. Says, I got Trink Empathy on my team. I wasn't worried about anything. That might be the coldest interview we've had here in Warzone in a hot minute. I can actually think since maybe the first World Series of Warzone TIFF, where Brax himself said EU sucks. He said it, not me. Don't hold the, don't shoot the messenger.
You did.
I
No,
remember,
I
was
was
it like
merely
2 years
quoting
ago? Look, I'm just going to take us back. Give us a little lore about Dandro. I believe it was 2 years ago in the Copper Box Arena. There was about, what, 2,000 London folk that decided to boo you live on stage. But I digress. It's more about the players today, and S8UL kicked things off with a banger.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. But hey, game number 2 getting ready to get started here, Tiff. And I love that Goj right before we went to that break mentioned the Falcons, said, hey, they're still top 5, and they did not have a good game, so we cannot overlook them, Tiff. Game number 2, it's another opportunity to try and get those points on the board. So here we go. Will we finally see somebody new usurp the throne, or will it be one of our favorites? Let's find out. Drop number 2, Tiff, and I gotta say, most of these teams should be happy as a clam because our zone is central and our plane line is clear. Maybe see some of those contests continue here. We watched Overlook be a hot contestful spot, as well as maybe some moments down in Promenade. But let's go ahead, let's take a look at it as we get ready to drop on in to map number 2.
Love that we're keeping tabs on the Virtus Pro squad. I mean, 17 kills in map number 1, not too shabby. I think that's pretty healthy when you think of it. Community, though, good starts for them. 100 Thieves, solid performance, 5th place, top 5. We didn't get to see too much of them in game number 1, but it's business as usual. You got to think, Skullface at one point in time won a solo YOLO. Gabe Kuhn touted as one of the rookie of the years when you kind of think about Dongy when it came to LAN performances of the past, and you throw Blast into the mix and you know it's going to be a good time. I've been really enjoying kind of seeing the growth of this trio, and especially their driving skills. If anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Skull. We're just gonna back it all up and hit the loot patterns here at Twins.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it that, you know, we were looking at it and we're going to see roughly a 10 or 11 point average on the day. We're going to be keeping our eyes on that. It's only game number 1. That average could change. So far for 100 Thieves, not a bad game 1, Tiff. 7th place. With it looks like about 12 kills as a squad, so not too bad at all. 19.2 points on the board. For this team, though, we watched them make some moves in these towards the end parts of that game number 1, and already looking to get active here at the Lumberyard yet again. Phoenix trying to pop on up, get some shots on in, but you've left one teammate on an island. Can they manage to stay alive? I don't know if they can, but look who is here. It's Ant, it's Fida. They are just trying to hold this team on back.
I'm telling you, something about these fights here in Lumberyard, you can see so many different angles. Would love to see them get Fida back up on their feet, and I believe they're trying to play for that, which is giving Thomas some time to hit the rotate. Love that we're prioritizing grabbing our fulls, because that's going to be so important to send them to that gulag early on. It's going to take time to kind of get through the gulag, get back into Verdansk, and help your teammates. And you can see they've already decided it's time to back off.
Yeah, what's interesting about this team too, Goj letting us know, actually in that last map, they landed Boneyard. They tried to chow VP off the rip, got absolutely slammed, sent to the gulag. And well, what happens here? They try to land Lumberyard, think nobody's going to be there. And well, they go up against a team that is very formidable and seemingly have the same demise. So not a great start to either of these first 2 games for that squad 43. Over here at Hospital, it seems like maybe a little bit of a shaky start for the Twisted Minds as well. They've already lost Z-Smith, it looks like. Go ahead, hit that buy station, get the buyback. Usually when we see Z-Smith down early on, it's because he's looking to get aggro, and you can see the squad 40 is nearby. Smix had some questions on whether we would see this contest happen, and it looks like, well, we are.
Yeah, you've got Team Realize on the other side, Obsidian, Arbiter. And one does take the ultimate high ground, but Aiden says, I'm gonna hunt him on out, slices the pie throughout the door, doesn't actually re-peek it, instead just jumps right off the ledge as he took too much damage. Z-Smith back on in it, ready to provide some support to Aiden. You can see Almond already up, laying the groundwork, and as they push together, that's how you do it. Take down Obsidian, send him away.
Yeah, great job from Aiden just to go ahead, back on up. He could have ego chowed that fight, probably would have won it, but doesn't take the unnecessary risk. says, nope, I'm going to go ahead, land down. While that's happening and that player's trying to push Aiden, Almond, he's going to be able to hit the zip, grab that high ground. It's going to allow Aiden to get back up on top. They just play it as a duo. A great sort of moment there from a veteran to be able to, instead of just trying to go ahead and maybe make that ego challenge to feel confident, it says, no, I need to play with my team. I like that we're seeing that evolution coming here out of
Stop! Rocket!
Back in the hills, though. We're starting to see some interesting choices, though, here, Tiff.
You kind of didn't really have any other play than that. You just had to hold your own. You saw Twitty, Sway. They just kind of swarmed in, circled him up, and cleaned house. But at least you were able to take one down before you got out of there. Well, watch Waldo. Colony 2K, Nickel in the gulag. This squad won that last chance qualifier, and we're looking so crazy. When you think about average placements, this team goes pretty high up there. So I love kind of seeing that they're still running it together. Unfortunately, Nickel loses to Tappa in the gulag, so we're gonna have to see Watch Waldo make a regain and get the buyback.
Well, we're starting to see some of the squads that we saw sort of in that farmland area in the last map. Starting to see why they were in that vicinity. 10x, Elo, Lam, and Sucra down here at the port, but Vombot, Devo, and Mayapo, they're not too far away from here either. We watched these teams loosely battle. It was Sucra kind of playing spoiler to a couple of those squads, and for the time being, looks like they have been able to push them on back and gain control of this buy station, which is very huge. This port kind of gets overlooked a lot because, well, you think there's not a lot of loot here. There's actually quite a bit, and you have this buy station as well. And, well, the zone isn't pulling you out of here just yet. Go ahead, just play a little bit patient, wait for this zone to pull, figure out where you want to go through. For JTech Flanked and DJ Moss, though, looks like they have their eyes on Thomas, Phoenix, and Delirious. And I wonder if this is a push on and down. No, this looks like this is the squad pushing on up to these three. And I like sort of the triangle kill box they're starting to set on up.
And I want this to be a quick fight because the thing about this area is you can see in the mini map, we are not going to be alone. Teams could be looking for some nice engagements, but JTech already trying to kind of lay that opening groundwork. But as soon as they start answering back flanked, that's kind of tough. I'm not sure if we were actually going to land that jump through, but we don't get it. Instead, we, you know, go through a burning ring of fire. Sure, flanked. You finally get the jump up here.
That would have been so clutch.
It would have, could have. But it's okay. We're going to find a different way to make it happen.
Part of my favorite moments of Codcaster because we know what this fight is about to happen, but that's a huge thermite coming in from flank. He hops into the other side, though, not realizing that Delirious is there. But thankfully, you have JTech playing in the off angle. He's been able to find one. Phoenix going to get that self-revive up on top. They get confirmation that Thomas is down low. They get the revive onto flanked. DJ Moss just trying to figure out where is this final player. Jumps on in through the window. It's not enough. JTech down. DJ Moss is down. Flanked, can he manage to survive? No, he cannot. A little bit of a misplay right there from that roster, but good job from Thomas and Co to keep it alive. AG Global still back into the mix. On the other side, just trying to take it to squad number 43. We watched them try to land over here at the lumberyard, and they got taken out by that Thomas squad very nice and early. Seemingly, they've been able to get their feet underneath them, only to have to go up against AG Global. So for the time being, it looks like a little bit of a standstill, and that's until Rated slides on down. Able to find one. Astro Boy Hero finds Nate Dogg, though, but just like that, Tiff, a blink of an eye. See you later, AG Global. Welcome to the party.
Line them up and knock them down. Back to the Falcons after going out earlier than they would have liked through constant regains in map number 1 and still managing to end up in the top 5. This is where we'd like to get mixy. You start here, you get your loadout. Surprisingly, they haven't been able to get a ton of cash like usual. Let's jump into a listen and see what's going on.
On the right.
Hold on, I'm getting
tagged. Everyone's out weak.
I'm getting Eagles on the right, kid. Hold on.
Yeah. Middle kid weak. Both stacked up right there.
Hold on, yeah. I'm getting Eagles. Somebody have Eagles. I knock one. Got the full. I got the one. Dead.
Nice.
Yeah. Turn.
That is solo. Kids hovering in the air quite low. Hovering quite low. 2 in the car at least. 2 in this car at least. That's kind of coming up to me. You want to lace that solo? Okay. Yeah, I'm shooting a kid in here. Look at this kid in here. 1. No play.
Oh my god, I'm shooting.
Yeah, I'll drop money. Should they take this money? Car.
This car's really hurt. Where's the money?
Yeah, I dropped the money like to my left, behind me. It's like right here somewhere.
I see it.
I'm grabbing this crown. Yo, we could fight this on the right too. We got a crown back at train too. We could do.
Yeah.
You get all this money real quick.
I'm gonna loot there. I'm gonna loot towards there.
We should loot back to train real quick. Grab this.
This car is like going back to train.
Yeah, we should go back to the train though. We should go back to the train.
That might be
Down
no.
there. Definitely go back to the train, bro.
Two things, Dandro. Two things. I'm shooting, and now they got their plan for their cash. They're looking to hit 2 crowns to make that work. I think they're laying out their kind of game plan for the end. As you see where that circle is shifting, the C is a lot of these squads are rotating well around Promenade.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that is sort of a sort of boon for them. They understand they can pick up this most wanted. It's going to do one of two things for them. They either get to do it uncontested for free, and it's just such easy cash for them, and they're going to be able to use that for those advanced UAVs we know that they love, or it's going to attract some teams towards them. And if there's a team on this map who would love for anybody to chow them, it's the Falcons. So being able to kind of have both of those boons go your way is great. But what I love, the other thing they do, Tiff, is something you mentioned. They already know where their next most wanted is. They already understand that they can kind of play back up towards train. They already cleared it on out. This is their POI. So let's go ahead. Let's finish this most wanted, get back to train, pick up another most wanted, because if you're looking at this mini map, you understand if there's a most wanted happening at train station, there's a solid 90% chance it's going to be the Falcons.
And you do not want to take that chow. And the Wolf here popping UAVs, looking to get information here, specifically on Team and Adrian and, well, Born and Maxime. So it looks like they're not going to have the best angle onto that as they find a rogue blast trap, but keep on moving, not taking too much damage. When a team just kind of gets up on a rooftop and you lose ultimate high ground, chances are it's just not one of those smart fights. You heard Brax in that interview. The kills will come. Focus on getting in towards that end game, prioritizing the position, and just letting it fly naturally.
No, and I think that's just what a lot of our top teams have figured out over the years, Tiff. It's not about just being able to kind of hit the ground running and just be able to fry out. It's about being able to put yourself in the best position possible to just find these kills on rotation. And that is the number one thing we see through our teams, which is why a spot like downtown can sometimes be very, very tough, because you might not always find people rotating on through. For Swag, though, he's already into the gulag. Very early on, we watched this team go down at the hangars at the hands of Breadman, Believe, and Juju. Seemingly maybe has found their way in here again. Not able to win the gulag. Comes on out. Just trying to stay alive. Swag's able to win his. So Booyah goes down. Swag wins his. Let's see. Maybe what can Adrian do? Because Adrian also was in that gulag as well. He's going to be waiting for his teammate, giving another opponent a little bit of friendly love there.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, he's just going to be fighting his teammate here in the gulag, so you know they've already got call-outs. Team Dishwasher's on the other side, and that's the power of those call-outs. Immediately hits the pre-fire. Adrian chows through the smoke with the Molotov, but has lost so much health. Chaz here with the reslide out. Yeah, I'm nervous for him, but at least we're gonna play the flag. Woo! Waits for him to chow it and cleans it up nicely. I love when I say I'm nervous for a guy in a gulag, and next thing you know, they just clutch up within a half a second.
I mean, listen, if there's anybody who's gonna do that, we know it's Lil A. Been shooting since the first World Series of Warzone.
Little A.
Super Evan looks like trying to get Mixie over here. Down in downtown. Shots through the smoke. This player is dodging them like they're Neo. Thankfully, Sneely, unfortunately not able to stay alive for just that much longer. Will get knocked, and, well, the full comes on through. Finally. Great work being able to bring down that player. And the thing I like about this fight, Tiff, they slide on out, they find their one, and they immediately back on up. They don't have to play from a different angle. See Solidify there on the roof as well, just trying to stay alive. You'll get some loot right now, and I don't know what the plan is for this squad on how you try and deal with Solidify, or do you maybe just back on up, continue rotation?
I was gonna say, we've seen this before. Think of game number 1. Solidify was just vibing. Second story. Next thing you know, gets full sent by an entire squad. So hopefully Solidify doesn't get full sent and can get his teammates back on in, but the Falcons still moving on through. Dolphin dive galore over the fence. Doesn't matter. Down, out, and Soka's on 6. As they look to rotate from that southern side of things, they don't have to go too far to get into that next circle, but one thing that they've been so good at since Urzikstan is controlling a side of the circle and taking fights on those rotations. So you look immediately towards train station, where you do have that Virtus Pro roster split between train station and hospital, likely one regaining. I'm sure they'll circle back on up, but you even have team 27, which you got to keep tabs on them. Bash them, right? Sure, they were fighting them earlier, and they're going to run into them again, but we just need to pad their stats. I would love to see someone stand up to the Falcons and take them out again.
Yeah, it's a really interesting rotation they have on in, because yeah, even if they do manage to find this solo of the last member of Lotus 8 and then be able to take down Team Basham that's there, you're completely right. Like, you still have, of course, Twitty not too far away, and just north of you, you have Twisted Minds at Hospital, who they might try and go over and manage to try and make something happen as well. So a weird rotation right there for the Falcons, and it looks like they might just be trying to back on off there. You can see for this team 27, they're just inside zone right now. They could turn their sights, get some of this high ground, and just maybe look to gatekeep Team Twitty if they wanted to. You have to be careful though. Like I mentioned, you got Twisted Minds right over there at Hospital. You can get looked down upon. You can get some of those team shots rolling if they catch you slacking. So make sure you got that head on a swivel. Out here though, in the farmlands, out in the fields, Attract's going to be able to find Devo, and you got one more player from that team. It's going to be Myapo, just trying to go ahead and run away. And Rated, well, he's landed at the tents as well. Potential right here for maybe Attract and Paul X to clean up a couple of squads.
I'm kind of worried. You mentioned Rated, but word on the street is Optic wiped AG Global full gulag, so they could be regaining in the distance. And if Paul X is going to keep on putting that... Oh, he's shooting.
Yeah.
Oh, he's shooting.
That's some OG Westar Paul X aim. That's what I like to see. Straight from the Challengers pit into the World Series of Warzone. You cannot overlook them.
We're feeling the passion here today for everyone looking to steal their tickets into the top 15. And you can see Desmond even going the distance and getting out just even further, but we'll carve it back on over. The Falcons have made their move, taking their next fight. Tappa, Twitty, Sway. But the first fight, Soka in the window.
Yeah, I like that the Falcons, we heard them talk earlier, they were going to grab that most wanted contract. They had another one at train station that they could do. So they're going to kind of set up for that fight. On the other side, looks like Twisted Minds, they're going to try and do a little bit of damage here against this squad that rotated on in. Almond, he's thinking about trying to get the hop up. He's able to find his way on in. Player goes ahead, throws a shoulder. Almond, he's good for a little bit of damage. He's going to back on up.
Oh.
Where are the teammates? Aiden, he's trying to watch that roof. Good shots across the way, but he's going to have to get back on down here, Tiff. And it's just looking like a little bit of a weird fight. It's a little desperate. As Smitty, he's playing from a different angle as well. I think you were hoping that maybe Almonds was going to find a nice little entry, but Z-Smith gets taken on down by Tricky Vibes. Another squad has moved on in towards the top of Hospital. It's a full on to Smitty, and for Aiden and Almond, they got to go ahead. They have to back up right now. Back-to-back games where things have gotten a little bit mixy for Twisted Minds, maybe from their over-aggression.
The thing is, it was overly aggressive, but they weren't actually committed to it. So split off like that leaves you vulnerable, but for Clown, you just got laid out in the stairway. So we'll check back just with them in a moment because there's still chaos going on over there. Nickel, Colony 2K2 left alive looking for cash to get Watch Waldo back, but they found issues. Little A, you mentioned him earlier, and here he is looking to clean this up. Trophy system, it's gonna be nice addition here. It's gonna keep you okay for now. You are in that next circle. You are the gatekeepers, but you're just kind of running them.
Yeah, Nick Cool just trying to maybe hold the line here for a little bit, see if anybody's going to push on through. You see the shots go in deep, rotating on in through Superstore. And the Falcons are just kind of riding through this zone on the bottom side of the map, Tiff. We did see a little bit of a scuffle against Virtus Pro, but a little bit of trades go out and they go ahead, they back on off. So you're going to have to rotate in through Hospital. This zone is ending in this wide open ridge that is going to be north of Hospital. We've seen this time and time again where basically I think it's a team that can control the ridge usually wins on out, but you can't get there too early because sometimes when you do that, just people understand that you're already up there and you have to just kind of be looking at a 360-degree angle and it's just impossible to watch all sides that's there. So if you are Twisted Minds, I think you're going to be feeling okay about trying to take this fight down below. And there you go. The teamwork starts to come on through. Oasis found on out. You see him go on down, and Aiden starts to fly on forward. Z-Smith plays from a different angle. A little bit of revenge from them as they clean up another squad here at Hospital. You still have Team Tricky Vibes not too far away. Who's looking to hold it on in, and well, Squad 6, they're pushing up from the south.
Down to a duo. When you think about this roster went deep into game number 1, knows how to make it to end game, but when you've got a multitude of squads surrounding you and just trying to move on in and cut you down back to the lobby, the fact that we're still alive, hiding in plain sight. They don't see me. We're good. It's big man. It's anxiety.
Just trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Scythe. Does he see the player inside? He does. Softy finally taken on out. Rabizi, he's taking a lot of damage. I'm trying to see from where. It looks like it's actually going to be from range from Delirious. Brings him on down. So for Anxiety, Scythe, and Big Man, they've been able to stabilize for the time being here on the airport side. But over at Hospital, look who is here. They've been able to take back the top. You find at least one other player's going to back on down towards the cargo. So while Twisted Minds, they control the top of Hospital, look who's trying to check on in for their appointment. It's the Falcons playing from down below on the other side. And well, Team Twitty, they're starting to make their way underneath as well. All of these squads realize that if you can manage to play out of this side of zone so late, you are going to catch so many squads on rotation to be able to bring them on down.
Think about the future, though. This is about to be incredibly unhinged. You have at least 8 squads looking to rotate into Hospital. So at least Twisted Minds did the right thing by getting on the rooftop, ripping people out of the sky. But we can also keep tabs on where everyone is rotating to and take down a lot of their resources that they want for that end game. Now, this is where it's going to hurt. Look where that circle pulls up dead center between the 2 major clusters of people. And there's not really a whole heck of a lot going on in the middle of it. There is one team, though, that is lurking, trying to staple their place early on, and that's Lotus 8.
Now, Lotus 8 just trying to be able to manage to hold down this early range, but while the Falcons are trying to rotate into Hospital, look who's managed to take a little bit of the high ground, looking down at them. Virtus Pro here on top, looking down at these teams. This is just a battle of the giants, it feels like. And still, well, look who's already hanging out on the other side of the map at Twins. 100 Thieves. This is their POI. They've probably been here all game long. And the fact that they are able to try and back down Team Nick Cool right now is absolutely massive. Not too far away from them. You can see it's Breadman, Juju, and Believe. They have control of another building as well. Huge fight starting to happen on both sides of this zone here, Tiff. Some teams trying to play this ridge line, others playing towards Hospital. The rest of the lobby trying to hang out around Twins.
A moment of calm before you think about it, right? Once this circle starts to close, we are in for it. All of these teams, I see them just burning their resources, trying to hit a move if they can. But like we saw with S8UL in map number 1, that end game pulled onto their drop spot. With 100 Thieves having that same luck, I would hate to see them burn it. But Virtus Pro looks to be staring straight down the barrel to Twisted Minds as everyone starts to collapse and the Falcons are at the dead center of the mess.
Yeah, this is just not even a third party. This is just an all-out brawl happening here at Hospital. Soka, he's been able to play from a little bit of a higher ground. Unfortunately for him, he gets found on out. Noobs and Dongi, they are reaping not only members of Falcons, but also members of Twisted Minds. We'll see you later. They go down in 18th, 1.4 times multiplier secured. But was it worth it though, Tiff? Because look who is still alive. It's just Biffle. No kills to his name. He has enough to get a buyback if he can manage to get to a buy station.
Look at
we gotta talk about these final zones. There's not going to be any on in, and well, one of the few M&K goats we have in this lobby. It's Twitty, sniper in hand, cuts down Biffle. Another quick exit for the Falcons. So we have to turn our attention back over to 100 Thieves.
You see it. We're taking multiple levels. Another exodus out of it. But Noobs, talk about sniping, just picks apart Oak Boy. You love to see him take that high ground. S8UL, meanwhile, takes down BBJ. And Noobs keeps it moving. Sage also with the sniper.
Oh
Come
my
on, Noobs.
God, where did this come from?
I don't know. He is channeling some next level, piecing it together like Exodia.
Oh my gosh.
Do it again.
Noobs absolutely going crazy with it. I mean, listen, if we're starting to see snipers become more into the meta, and especially in these big wide open zones, knowing that you have confidence, like you got somebody Eddie at your back who is just ripping people with this LR762, is absolutely crazy. And for Virtus Pro, Tiff, they have just so much area here on this map, and they've done the important thing. I was waiting to see if anybody was going to do this. It's bring a vehicle here with you up onto this ridge, because even if you can't use it for rotating, you can do exactly what Noobs is trying to do right now. Pull it up broadside, use as a little bit of cover, because you only have trees if you're trying to play this top side roof. So being able to bring some cover with you is huge. They're trying to back down Team Thomas in front of them, and you have a squad below you as well, and you're trying to push them down on in. Noobs just taking so much space right now, already sitting with 8 kills. And Tiff, we're into the top 10, 1.6 times multipliers here.
You hear buybacks coming on through. You got util boxes. Sure, you're burning resources, but you're going to be able to replenish it. And you even have self-reses and gas masks. This is how you work your way. Unfortunately, they didn't push back Lotus 8 into Team Thomas like they would have wanted, but they can keep on swinging through the smokes, keeping that pressure thanks to the vehicle that they brought over, like you mentioned. Also, we still have members of Optic alive and in the circle. You can see Jobo in the shack.
Just trying to manage to stay alive. Noobs has managed to pick back up the Cypher, so understanding that we're getting down to the final moments of this zone, you don't want to have that sniper in hand. Having a Cypher is going to be so much better. We see B-Mark go down to the hands of Intex, so COD Immunity, they're trying to hold out Lotus 8. You can see Phoenix, the solo, just playing from above. Trick from SAUL, he's here as well. But Lotus 8, they're able to surge on forward. They find Huskers and Intex. It's a little bit of a trade. Huskers from the grave, gonna get that knock, but more importantly, you've taken COD Immunity out of the map. SAUL just trying to manage to stay alive here. Ryda is still alive, could be Resable, could be there, but Virtus Pro looks like they are reaping from above. Phoenix, he's gonna activate, finds Noobs, finds Doggy. Sage,
Okay.
he's the only one alive here now from Virtus Pro. They had the rotation, they had everything they needed, and just like that, it's a solo from the top rope who cuts them on down, but Doggy able to help out Sage as well. It's a 2v2v1.
How many kills does Virtus Pro have at this point? 5 for Sage. You can see that we actually get Ryda back up on his feet. Trick clutched on up. Res is Ryda, but I think he knocks Sage. Oh my god, it's gonna be Dongy last up for Virtus Pro. Can we see a Trick level clutch?
Self comes on through, cooking the nade. You know exactly where SAUL is. You can't get too antsy though, because Prospect is just sitting here at the top. Doggy going to be able to bring down Trick. You hear the parachute come on out. Doggy starting to fly on forward, play through these smokes. Thankfully, you have the teammate there with you. Prospect dropped. You know it's only one more player. It's Ryda. Not gonna let you get the back-to-back today, old man. Not gonna let it happen. It is Virtus Pro in game number 2. And Tiff, I cannot wait to see the kills for that team, because every single one of those players was heating up in that map.
I saw double digits. I saw noobs sniping people. It was insane. Run back the victory moment.
Yeah. There's 2 in the tower. 2 in the tower.
Yes. We're missing a 2-man. Ramp on the ramp. Right here. I'm nading it. Throw a nade on it.
There's only one?
You don't,
It's
you don't have to run at it. You don't have to. He's on the left side. On the left side rock. Don't. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I died. No, I died. I'm good here. I can play your back. Yeah, don't stress it. He's selfing. I'm rezzing.
He's rezzing. On the ramp.
He does on the bottom left. He does bottom left.
Down. Renock.
Guys, look at me.
Jumped out of tower. Tower kid.
On the heady, right in front of us. He's sliding left. I'm getting shot from behind.
Crack 20. Dead.
Flash. Yes, I'm with you.
Right here. I'm ping. Oh, left. 20. Dead. Good fucking shit. Come on.
Let's go.
Come on. Good shit, boys. Let's
Do it all, kid.
You're
the fucking greatest, bro. Yo, Eddie, bro, you were fucking dominating there, bro. That fucking picked up like every single time you were shooting one, they were just dead.
Ooh, every time you were shooting them, they was just dead, and you cut to Eddie with the biggest smile on his face. And this is where it all started, Dandro.
I mean, listen, you end that map with 23 kills, Tiff, 46 points on the board. That is a way to kind of put yourself towards the top and put the rest of the lobby on notice. And its plays exactly like this. It's just keeping SAUL down on these rocks, not letting them have an opportunity to push on forward. And you kind of heard in some of the comms there in that listening where it was Prospect up here in the radio tower. He was just trying to get those shots down on range. I think he probably comes back from the gulag. He just uses some groundly weapons to get damage in where he can, but they are keeping Prospect up here. They know that he's up on top, and they just play this beautifully against SAUL. And then for Prospect, I like the play. He tries to make it happen, says, hey, while this fight's going on, if I can manage to grab some loot on the ground, maybe I have a chance to 1v2 here. But unfortunately for him, it's just Virtus Pro. It is the immediate turn when they hear the parachute, and they know Ryda's right below them. Clean it on up. Virtus Pro tip, we knew this was going to be a team to watch. Dream highlighted them at the top of the show, and I think she's going to have some fantastic things to say about that trio, especially it being her dream team. that was there. So let's go ahead. Let's bring the desk back on in and Dream. I want to hear all about Virtus Pro from that game because it was just lights out from beginning to end.
Trust us, the green room was cooking. We were freaking out, trying to do the math, and a great cast as per the usual. Dan Tiff, that was a hype one, and VP made it look easy, an absolute heater. But Dream, I think he's right. We got to talk about the Dream team. Virtus Pro absolutely crushed that map. Talk to me about that map in particular.
Well, overall, we have been seeing a lot of snipers, chat. And I mean, with that and the metas change up, I mean, we saw noobs having the sniper in hand. And of course, taking a look at some of the highlights of squads overall. And AG Global, right? This is a squad too, Goj, that we kind of have that northern part of zone as we kind of take a look at like some of the playing lines, right? Not a lot of teams in the northern parts, but a lot of teams fighting in the southern parts by downtown, of course, in that like prom area.
Yeah, it was so interesting because AG Global probably technically in terms of just square footage has the most room on the map. They have Corey by themselves and pretty much everything south of Corey all the way to Lumber. So they go to Lumber to take some fights and then just get caught in some really bad rotations because they have to go so far to get to the zone. And Smix, this is a fun map. I think for some of the teams, it did seem like everybody was going to have to go through Hospital. And so it felt like a Twisted Minds game. We were talking about that in the green room, is like Twisted Mind can just hold everybody.
Yeah, I just think what happened here was they just got overwhelmed. I mean, there was team after team after team pushing into them, and I just think eventually it was just too much. They did have one crucial mistake where they kind of gave up that high ground at Hospital and got flanked by this team, Tricky's team, and other than that, like, yeah, I think it was just being overwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, just so many teams from so many angles. You can only do so much. I will expect them to still be near the top of the leaderboard, though, after that map. They got a lot of kills across the board. Yeah, they were farming Hospital. And then when we started moving out of Hospital, that's where things got really mixy. And in particular, I want to talk about this Virtus Pro team and how they were able to set up. There was some crazy fights on the edge of map here. Big shout out to Paul. He was beaming. He had one crazy clip. And then we saw the Falcons go down early, Twitty holding this angle. But look at that ridge. Talk to me about this Virtus Pro team and what they were able to do to execute here in the final moments of the map.
Listen, what they did was so beautiful, and it started way early on in the game with their gunfight against Falcons at Train. They took over Train, they took over the buy station. Falcons was kind of in that promenade area, and they were forced to back off of Train. So Falcons had no advanced UAV to rotate in. VP had all the control in that area, and they were able to take over that ridge, and it really, really showed.
Yeah, that ridge was such a power position, not only for information, but also for Noobs apparently to be the best sniper in the game. I don't know where that came from, but he was hitting his shots, Smix. Really fun to watch, a great breakdown. And we expected Virtus Pro to do well, and it only took them 2 games to get fully heated up. I can only imagine they're at the top of the leaderboard, so we've got to talk to Dongi from Virtus Pro. Bring him into the booth, my guy. It's good to see you guys back on top. How did that game feel? What went right for you guys? What made it such a good game?
I mean, we had a very slow start, but you have slow starts in these lobbies. It's very hard to get initials. We were able to get Train, and then we took over that hill. We cleared out all of our right, and then we had everything for free. We just had height. We pushed down everybody we needed to push down, and we played that perfectly. We gave up a couple scams, but it happens. I mean, but we played that as perfectly as we could, and then, yeah, we ended up getting a lot of kills in game, and we got the dub.
Dongi, I mean, you guys are my dream team, like to literally close out a map. Watching your guys' games back last week, it seemed like in a couple of these fights, especially in the storage area, where there were like a couple of like pacing issues, specifically too with Sage. Not calling him out, but he definitely looked really good today in those final moments. Talk to me. What did you guys like talk about changing? Because we noticed Noobs again pulling out the sniper was key.
I mean, every player has their tendencies. It just took us a little bit to realize our tendencies as a team. We realized our weaknesses and we worked on it. I had to be a lot more vocal. I had to call out a lot more. You know what I mean? I had to be the one to lead the charge.
Love that, yeah.
And I'm trying my best to lead as best as I can. And we've been in the lab. We've been looking at everything. And yeah, Sage has been a very fast player. He's been in the back line. So I'm trying to let him off the leash a little bit and then call him back here and there when I have to.
I love that. Well, continue. Good luck in you guys moving forward.
Well, you're doing a great job leading, Dongy. But my question is, was that an intentional decision, that whole train thing, taking over the buy station and kind of bullying Falcons off of it? Was that intentional, or was it kind of like, hey, we're here, let's just take over the buy?
We saw that it's pulling up to the hill, and when it does that, you have to have a POI close to the hill so you can get up to the, the hill. We noticed that we knocked Falcons on the right, and we tried to play to push them out of the hill, and we had all that for free. We didn't have an advance, we didn't have a ton of info, but it kind of ended up working. We just took that hill, but taking train was definitely part of the plan once we saw it was free, 100%.
Heck yeah, man, very well executed and very well articulated as well. I love the fact that you've been IGLing and really making calls for the team, but also crushing it with obviously getting in the lab and making sure you guys are the team at the top. Can only expect a lot more from you guys. Good luck out there in the next couple games. Obviously, we're only 2 games in, but that was a banger 46-point game. You're going to be at the top of the leaderboard, likely getting close to already qualifying for LAN. I know that feels good. Good luck in the next game.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Virtus Pro, yeah, it was exactly what we talked about, Smixy. Great breakdown. They perfect execution of everything that they were given. And I think just like we talked about with SAUL, by the way, congrats to them for also making top 3 again. SAUL going to be near the top of the leaderboard. But Smix, I mean, just like we expected, it was kind of like, hey, we are given something, we have to execute on it. Like anytime you get a gift in Warzone, you've got to make full use of it, or it's going to be a big frustration later and you got to get back in the lab.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, I mean, we kind of talked about it already, but Noob's making those plays with the sniper again, coming in clutch. This weapon is so valuable in the right hand. So I'm really glad to see like such highlights coming out of this.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad we talked about it at the top of the show, and then Eddie said, yeah, let me show you what Smix is talking about. It's so cool. But Dream, yeah, what else did we see from that lobby? I think, again, Falcons go down a little early, SAUL make it towards the end. Also, Prospect making it to top 3, playing almost spoiler on top of that tower was pretty sick, and obviously a big regain for them.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, this battle between OP Mark and Super Evan at Planters in downtown is absolutely hilarious. So, hey, 1 for OP Mark, 1 for Super Evan. Who's going to win at map 3? But, Goach, I think we have the standings ready because we know, well, of course, who's on the top with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, what was a close margin for a couple teams at the top, now not very much. That's like a 25-point margin between Virtus Pro and SAUL, but still giant score lines. Community holding on to a top 5 position as well. And ETC Thomas, come on, lower bracket team with 2 wins there in the top 5. Falcons do maintain a top 5 position even after another chalked map. Smixy, take me through the last couple names here. Right on the bubble, Rob Easy still top 15.
Yeah, EG Global, 16th place. I mean, I know the first map was kind of rough for them because they had that DC, but it's really necessary for them to have a really great map right here to switch that momentum for them.
Yeah, I wonder if they rotate a Corey a little bit faster, but a lot of teams on the bubble. Twisted Minds also 17th, by the way. Not a crazy map for them, but it's time to bring in our casters for our next game. We're moving quick. The players are ready to go, and I'm certainly excited to watch Dandra or Tiff take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, buddy. I mean, listen, we are cooking on these lobbies right now, and I can't say I am upset about it because the way these players are getting in and out of game, I think it's representing the heat that's happening in game, Tiff. I love what we heard from Dongy there in that interview, letting Sage off the leash a little bit. I think that definitely contributed a lot to their success.
I love that he said that, right? It's all about being in the lab, looking for weaknesses and minimizing them. Sure, you're gonna have mistakes, sure, you're gonna have unfavorable pools, but being able to just maximize the consistency and the success of the team. So knowing what you have to do and adapting to it is such a mature thing that you don't actually hear oftentimes with some of our competitive trios. So I love what I'm seeing out of Virtus Pro.
Hey, well, we see a couple of those top teams on that second page. Teams like Twisted Minds, 100 Thieves, AG Global have struggled a little bit. They're still qualifying for LAN right now, Tiff, but if they keep playing like they are, who knows? Game number 3, it's an opportunity to really kick up the pace for you to get yourself back on into this lobby, because for some of our teams, they have found their pace, Tiff, and they are starting to sprint away with it. Teams like ETC Thomas, I've been really impressed with. Virtus Pro obviously feeling good, and Falcons, well, they're continuing to still find success even when they are cut on down early. So game number 3, this is going to be a banger. I can feel it in my bones. Let's drop on in. Well, Tiff, I guess Verdansk today said, I've been a little too nice to you through games 1 and game 2. It's going to throw up its arms and say, are you not entertained? As our zone is just going to completely pull to the entire western side of the map. If you're any of these teams who love these POIs, you're feeling very good right now.
Yes, but also no, because I was curious if teams were going to adapt and just say, you know what, I'm going to forgo Quarry. I'm going to forgo Lumber. I'm just going to full send. And you know, Smixy sitting there on the analyst desk, like, I know exactly where we're headed. For Cloudies, if his team doesn't clutch on up against Blitzy, who's rogue in a vehicle, you're going straight to the gulag, and that's not where you want to land.
Hey, look at Nobu. He's doing a great job of just dodging all of this fight going on through. He dodged the LTV, as at least able to pick up 1 kill before they're able to get the scoop. Not even a scoop, just uses the LTV to push that player over to the house. Yeah, he's still down. Xify is still down. Blitzy just going to have to do it. And Nobu, he is just full sprinting. The res comes on out. They're going to try and get the LTV. He finds Blitzy out of it. Still managing to find him. Not for the first time, but the second. Nobu cleans him on up. He says, I'm going to grab this broom here out of this closet. Let me just sweep this left to right. Oh my gosh. Nobu Spartan, you can never count him out.
Woke up and chose violence. Same with everyone looking to chow Twisted Minds at hospital. Have you not learned? Have you not learned?
I don't think they have, Tiff, because they're still back here and still giving an opportunity right now for Twisted Minds to get some of these early kills and just hold down this area. And Twisted Minds probably looking at this lobby right now, Tiff, realizing we can actually stay here for a little bit of time. We want to try and catch a lot of these squads who are going to be forced out of this northeastern side of the map to be able to push on in. So you see Almond just slowly but surely making his way through the hospital. Can you find an opening blood here? Z-Spin and Aiden, they're going to kind of play as a 2. Comes on out. Oh my God, Almond absolutely will rip you apart the second you throw a shoulder. And that's going to be the opportunity that Twisted Minds is looking for to activate here, Tiff. You find one, you're looking for the other 2. Slides on out. There you go. One last player. Arbiter just tries to stay alive. And look at that. It is just some friendly brotherly love with bullets coming out to let them know, hey, look at the side of the hospital. Look what it says there. It says Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they just took him to school. It's all right. Wanted to like check in with our Optic boys because they were battling against that NSD roster. And honestly, NSD looking pretty good, holding their own. Jowo now trying to, this feels very much like a hard game, I just want to say. Anytime you have a player just kind of laying down prone, trying to surprise you, well, Jowo got that heartbeat monitor in the back pocket. Crow gonna crouch walk on over. Oh, the peek comes through. Jowo reads it. The slide comes in. Why? What?
Yeah.
The Movement King just got moved.
Yeah, the Movement King maybe used a little bit too much movement on that one, Tiff.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge.
just a smidge. A little bit of an overheat there from Mr. Joseph WSOW himself. So other 2 members of Optic, they'll just have to stay alive. Great ability to stay calm under pressure, though, from that team. Unfortunately, NSD does get found by Destroy. You have another squad rolling on up. So while you manage to hang on, guess what? It's just not going to be for long. Zepti gets taken on out as well. They start moving their way on in. This is just an absolute party. Destroy slides on through. Crow tries to maybe look at lobby, but nobody's home. Slides back on out in the back, and it's just Grimy and Destroy running through as a 2. Squad 50, all gonna get sent to the gulag just like that. And look who's just trying to help at distance with a sniper in his hand. He's the OG sniper of snipers here from Verdansk. Well, it's Gary, unrational, just trying to look over the boys, try and help out.
We are looking over them from deep. Let's be real. Gary is in his own world, but the fact that you can cover that much distance with the sniper, that just goes to show you why we're seeing so much of their prevalence here on Verdansk. Very important, but Grimy just fueling up before they get into that next fight here. Moving, schmoovin'. I did see in the minimap a team just kind of towards their left, which, as I think about it, you do still have Twisted Minds lurking at Hospital. I don't think they need to move for now. You establish that high ground and you wait for the exodus out of the eastern side of Verdansk.
I think that's a great call. You know, there's going to be so many teams that are trying to be able to make that movement. For Picnic, Sharo, and IQ, it seems like they're realizing that they have to try and maybe make their way a little bit deeper into the zone. So ZNLTV brings them all the way down here. It's getting lit up by squad 14, so they're going to lose that LTV on rotation, but you've done what you can. Flanked JTech and DJ Moss, they've opted to now play through this southern side of the map as well. Last time we saw them, it was towards the northern side, so maybe seeing this zone, they opt for maybe a secondary POI that they have in their back pocket. Wouldn't be surprised. Flanked JTech and DJ, very, very, very smart players. They are going to have the reps that they need on in. So they've seen this rotation happen from this squad. They know that they're not too far away from here. The question becomes, do any of these teams start to move first, or is it just about gaining the land mass that you need to try and hold it on in?
I think that's a very solid question. And when you start popping those UAVs and advanced UAVs and looking for rotations based upon that, I think a lot of our teams are looking for those early rotates, kind of shoring up at a POI. And honestly, train station free. Optic Boys still running into some issues here. Paul, Eggs, Desmond, Attract. We've seen just how ferocious they can be if anyone gets around this stadium realm. And now Desmond and Attract are just chasing Oak Boy. And he's running, dude. He's been topping frag leaderboards throughout some of the tournaments and has been looking really good. But this is tough when you have to kind of play in a disengaged position.
Yeah. Reminder, folks, that's also on 200 ping, playing from Hawaii at that. So
wait, Oak Boy's in Hawaii?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's playing from the islands, baby.
Okay.
He's just doing his best to stay alive here, Tiff. You can see the teammate floating in from above, trying to be able to give him a little bit of overlook. Pops up, tries to go ahead, tries to fry Bling CJ, but it's just not going to be enough. He's taking too much damage from attracting them, and while he tries to maybe stand and fight against Blink CJ, it's just not enough. I'm looking at the kill feed, though. We just watched Team IQ, Picnic, and Sharo make that rotation to that house, and well, very quickly are they eliminated off the map as the Falcons have moved on over to the southern side.
They descended out of Promenade to take their next victim. We'll check in with them later, because for now, it's Juju, Bredman, Believe, heartbeat monitoring, trying to get closer. You can see Funzy, the peak coming through. We're just being super patient. But look who answers first. This is what happens when you look at your phone while walking. But Juju, we clutched this. God, it's so good to see Juju in final form again. It's been a minute since I have seen Juju go crazy.
Hey, it was last year. He was telling me, he says, I just need to be let off my leash, dude. He's like, I need good IGLs who can just tell me where to go, where to shoot my gun, and I'll be top of the boards. And hey, I couldn't ask for two better people who are going to be able to tell you exactly where to look than necessarily Believe in Breadman. But here's that fight that we're seeing down here on the bottom side of the map. And look who's rotated all the way down. It's Twisted Minds. Ooh. Trying to take an early engagement against the Falcons. Trophy system getting dropped from Shifty. That should hopefully block a lot of this utility that's getting thrown on in. You see the Falcons start to maybe disperse, try and play from some different angles, but Twisted Minds are going to continue in their LTV, continue starting to drive away, not trying to take this engagement just yet. And I like this play here, Tiff. It's Twisted Minds understanding that where this zone is going, we need to play towards this basically complete bottom left side of the map, because it's just going to keep pulling more and more and more. It's going to pull us over to that racetrack POI that we like to see here down here at the bottom. So the faster they can get on over there and hold it on in, the better chance they have of trying to catch some of these kills on rotation.
Now, we had a circle similar to this in lower round 2, and look who's already rotated over there. It's going to be Lotus 8, kind of trying to put their presence early on and deny people from that like very deep rotation. So Twisted Minds, you can see where they are. They're going to be the red number 1 by the hills. Falcons are 5, looking to take a fight there and kind of clean out the eastern side just south of Promenade. But this is where I have the biggest issue, Dandro. It's all the teams that are outside the circle falling upon each other.
Yeah, you're starting to see some of these fights just basically collapse on in, and it's exactly what we see with Super Evan taking this fight against Team Yo Legit. But just while that's happening, another squad has started to maneuver their way on in, trying to maybe get in part of the action. It's going to be Scripta, Hunticity, and Raygun. Can they make their way on through? You can see already some of those players getting dropped left and right. Prospect is going to be able to find Ray Skis. Hunticity still alive. It's basically 2 teams left as solos right now, and you have a squad moving on forward, going to try and get you on down. Prospect has the movement, but it's just not going to be enough. Santi and Maeve, they push on forward, find Prospect, and if they keep pushing on, they could find even one more. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Okay, hit it.
I wish. You know who did hit it? Some against DJ Moss. Optic Boys, I see a squad wipe, and that's not good, but you know who took him down is Attract. Still making our way, though. I love a lot of our squads, before they kind of get into a fight, they're preemptively throwing down that trophy system. It is so important with how many players are just nade stacking.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is why when we saw that change come on through, you know, very early on, that you can now buy trophy systems, I was like, this is so huge because of how prevalent I knew they were going to be in comp. And we're starting to see Biffle maybe put the perk choices to work a little bit. He's going to try and go ahead and hack that trophy system. Don't know if he was successful or not, but you can see Twitty tap a sway, trying to hold on here, and a Twitty not looking at the right angle is Shifty. Gonna go ahead, absolutely rip him on down, and Biffle just slides on out, gets the cleanup. They now have a realization this is going to be a 2v3. You're seeing Tappa with that most wanted flag on his back, so they realize if they can manage to take this player on down, this is huge. Falcons just trying to reap the lobby for the time being. And it's just slowly but surely, do they take this fight? Shifty, he hits the hop-up, finds Tappa, Sway slides on out, tries to find one more, is going to find Biffle, but guess what? That's not going to be the player with the most wanted contract. So he'll be able to complete it, and just look at that cash tip.
You love to see it. This is what we're used to seeing with the Falcons, but what I'm not used to seeing with S8UL today is the fact that they're full dead, out in 44th place. So will it open up the leaderboard for someone else to jump to the top? Possibly. We're looking to change up in the top 3. Bling CJ, solidify Sneely. First time we're really getting a good look at this roster on your screen. All up, all ready to fight.
Bling CJ solidifying Sneely, just looking on this outside of Storage Town. We've seen them in a number of tournaments just hold down this POI when you have teams like Gentlemates who like to land at the airport and rotate their way on up. This has been the squad that's always been a thorn in their side, and it looks like they're continuing some of that idea here in North America. But for Raiden, he's moved up, Tiff. It's a thermite to the LTV. He finds Solidify it. Bling CJ taken on down, and Sneely has to try and run away. But Sneely's about to just run into 2 completely separate teams if he is not careful. Can you double back through the maze that is Storage Town and manage to stay alive? That might be your best play.
Yeah, honestly. And as we're looking at Storage Town, it's the teams that are making their way out of it. Team Clown, right? Jackal, Don J, and Clown. They're trying to swarm around. You can see that's going to be roster number 46, Rocket, Twistar, and Zona. And every time we've touched base with them in this NA regional finals, they have been getting into these early mixy fights. And, well, as you see that, you got Cloudies here, right? Nobu Spartan, not in Verdansk. We're looking for a regain. We just have $250 in a dream as we kind of coast through the open areas of Verdansk.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, we're seeing them complete that rotation they were looking at. Falcons on the bottom towards the hills. It looks like they're going to go ahead and try and hold Team 10 right now. That's going to be Team 10X. If they can manage to do that, that would be huge. They're going to be able to hit that buy station, get their 3rd player back on through. A lot of these teams playing towards this edge. I'm looking at that north side of zone, Tiff, and we have about 8 different squads trying to play from that same side. And this is usually what we see happen. It's everybody playing from a heavy side of zone. And all of a sudden, when we watch the teams that are remaining, we will go from something like 29th, and it will just blink of an eye, almost cut in half, it feels like, down to 15 or so. So we're going to be keeping our eyes onto that, because for Yo Legit Nodes, Kiravad, they've managed to sort of stabilize, and they are mirroring a team in front of them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be largely attributed to how this circle is such a wild pool. Love seeing good moves from AG Global, as I feel like Yo Legit is just a few seconds back. The thing is OP Marked going to turn around and decide to kind of put the pressure onto them? Because you can see they've stopped. They found a good position where they're like, all right, we can fight from here. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Not feeling good about seeing Community wiped by the Falcons, considering they were in the top 3 as well on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's really interesting too, that basically the Falcons completely dodged that fight with Team 10X, and they managed to rotate on up and find Community. Really crazy that they're able to basically completely skip a team in order to find another one. Now they have to fight their way on in, where there's a number of squads down towards Promenade that we've been able to see. For Colony 2K, Nick Cool and Watch Waldo, they're just trying to stay alive. They have some players in their sights though. Nick Cool, we know how prevalent he can be with a sniper. He's at least able to get a crack right there. No follow-up from the teammates though. You can see Team 18 on that outside. They're just gonna decide, do we want to take this fight, or do we back on up? Looks like Colony, they're just gonna rotate back, try and hang out with the team, maybe go for a high ground. Scythe Anxiety and Big Man just trying to stay alive here.
Only 1 kill. This is tough as you kind of sift through this area, because this is going to be one of the most further north teams when it comes to this. You have a lot of squads still looking to rotate through this POI. Team Solidify still hasn't made it over here. They're going to rotate into this area. You also have some teams that came from that lower round 2. We've talked about Rob Easy. They made it deep into game number 1. They want to get into the mix. Night Rumble, good angles here. That Thermite though has to push him down.
Yeah, there's like 4 teams in this area that are all sort of looking at each other, just trying to figure out who's going to be the one to move on first. 100 Thieves going to be one of those teams that's just looking to maybe play a step ahead of these 2 squads. Real strong opportunity for them to play spoiler right now. But for Night, Rumble XL, and Scopes, I mean, you just are stuck between a rock and a hard place. That hard place being named 100 Thieves directly in front of you. Night going to be the one to start making some moves on first. But Gabe doing a great job of using those thermites to back you on up. And look who it is. It's Breadman to Juju and Believe from the left side. They're going to actually be the ones to come on forward. They clean up Knight's squad, but now they're going to be on the receiving end of 100 Thieves. Gabe doing a great job just kind of trying to use this natural ground as a heady. You find Breadman to take him on out, and it's Nick Cool from deep. A cluster strike finds Breadman. Blast goes on down. Skullface, he's knocked as well. Can you get the res? You can. Juju taken on down by the hand of a Blast. 100 Thieves doing a great job of gatekeeping those teams, but they watch a lot of those kills, Tiff, just slip through their fingers.
See, that's okay, because at the end of the day, it should come once they hit that rotation. We'll keep on looking for them as we move on over to AG Global. Now, you heard the desk in between games start referencing this roster and how they have to kind of make a play to get into the top 15. We need a banger game. Sure, game number 1 wasn't their best bet, kind of running it down as a duo. Scumming on 2 right now, and you start to kind of get sandwiched, right? Look who's moving in just ahead of them. And if they don't clean up one of these rosters, the other is likely going to continue on and hit the third party. But you know who's opening it up? It's going to be Big Man. Scumming down and out. How is Rated and Nate Dogg going to answer back on this one?
Yeah, you have Team Solidify, who is just hot on your heels, trying to also take the same building that Nate Dogg is trying to stay alive in. Looks like they've opted to maybe play a little bit of that wall. Nate Dogg hears some of these shots, is looking. This could be a big mistake, young man, and it is.
No!
Aggressive to hit the top of the wall, Tiff. And you see, the second that Nate Dogg shows his face, that entire squad just absolutely lights it on up. Huge work right there. That's gonna maybe open up this rotation into Boneyard a little bit right now for Blink, CJ, Solidify, and Sneely. They only got 1 team ahead of them. That's gonna be that Big Man squad that we know and love. So while they're sitting there, we can see a couple of teams down in Promenade. They're going ahead, they're trying to fight. There's probably 4 or 5 teams trying to all rotate their way on through. And just like that, we kind of come back on over to Future Has Game Fallen. That's Almighty TJ. They have Community down below them. They have squad number 9 and trying to make some movement through their building as well. Just trying to make sure they keep both of these teams in check.
Good thing they had Gulag, because we saw that full reset come through early, and I love that they're back up in it. Now look at the rotation from this initial building that Foulnets and Future Has Game is on. They've got snipers. They're keeping that pressure forward. They actually pick up and knock on one of the Falcons' biffle. But the best thing about what the Falcons are able to do is even though they get knocks, right? They're going to get back up. They're going to have money for resources, and they're just playing that long game by holding it down on the south side. For this roster on your screen, well, it is a 3-way battle, and COD Immunity is looking for action as they get into the bathroom. They're taking down Grimy. Destroy answers back and doesn't want any pressure. They've got to make it towards the end. We're not even in the top 20.
Husker is trying to be able to do his best to weave in and out of this building. Somehow able to still keep his life. You can see already Future Has Game. They've moved in here down on the bottom. And Cedo, Skolosis, they're trying to play spoiler to this as well. It's a couple of solos in nearby. This Polaris in the middle of the hallway, just completely blocking off one of your moments of ability to get on out of this building right now. And Husker's 12K to his name. Tiff, if he can get to a buy station, a double buyback, very, very possible. But he has to lay in wait. Desmond, a track directly in front of him. Great shots already. But he has drawn the attention of those two. If he throws a shoulder, it's not going to be enough. He has a smoke. He manages to get behind the mound.
How are we alive? That is a mere pixel on our screen. And instead, Desmond trying to get the plates back on a track. They can't peek because you do have the opposing team holding this angle. Huskers is only safe for mere seconds, and we have to move 24 seconds. The timer is ticking down. And this is one of those moments where it's like, we're just trying to live to get the best multiplayer possible, and we are situated at a 1.4x.
Yeah, you have it. You still have to wait for 10 more teams to drop for you to get to the next one, being that 1.6. And Huskers, he's unfortunately found himself a safe haven for now, but they are on the fast side of zone, Tiff. So the second this gas starts pulling, you have to start running. And that's exactly what Huskers is trying to do. He's seen a track here. A track has no idea. You have the sniper in hand. You pull out the marksman rifle. It's quick taps yet again. Autorai is going to help with being able to bring down Paul X. Huskers going to be able to find some more out into the gas, continuing to move on forward. Does he hear the self-revive go off? Does he realize there's somebody in this vehicle behind him? I don't know if he does. He does not. It's repositioned with a pistol and a stun and a dream, keeping it alive for their squad, but it's just too much here in the gas. Gets found on out by Zepti, he's a solo as well. I lie, he's not a solo. Autorise is still here, but this is just everybody trying to hang on by the skin of their teeth here, Tiff, on this edge of zone with very minimal cover.
I love that it's always that blatant roster. Thomas, Phoenix, Delirious, constantly in the mix as they rotate in, likely going to clean up some things, and well, 100 Thieves down and out. I talk about blatant. We summon Virtus Pro because they're not going to hit a rotate, and Virtus Pro picks up 3 more kills. As we move on to the northern side here, the Battle of the Hills commences, and it's Sunny just trying to play these angles. Almighty, TJ, Foulnets, they've moved on in, but this is where we're going to have to figure out which team survives from the north to take on Virtus Pro from the east.
Yeah, and this team right now, they kind of have to make this decision. Do we rotate to the right to try and take the fight against Squad 36, or do we have to go to the left? Look at Team 36 here, Tiff. They are immediately starting to fly on over. They hear all these smokes going on out. They realize that probably a lot of this lobby is going to be on this side of zone, and look who it is. It's Lotus 8. They've put a lot of this squad in their sights. B-Mark, Magoo, they start shooting. They rip down 2. It's just Captain Rob Easy is the last one alive, and I don't know if he's going to have the opportunity to stay alive for long. He's on the other side of the LTV. He's just trying to get some cover to move, and well, he gets a free point here, and that's going to put us into the 1.8 times multiplier.
Do not lay down near a vehicle. It equals death. Implosions galore. Shifty, the solo from Falcons, gets active as soon as he hits top 5. You know what he does? He starts whittling down at Virtus Pro. Dongy, we just talked to him after game number 2. He's out of the lobby, and so are the Falcons. Virtus Pro may be a duo, but they are here to run it back if they can.
Yeah, but they're on just a terrible position, I gotta say, Tiff. They're trying to play from the low ground up to the high. Future Out's game, he gets found out by Lotus 8, who is that top side. So Virtus Pro, if they can manage to swindle this into a 2v3, this would be impressive. Cluster raining down on top, though. Deals a lot of damage. Sage, he takes some. He moves on up. He's trying to find out where are some of these players, but it's just going to be too much. You can see Lotus 8, they do exactly what you need to do in this moment. They've split on up. They've drawn a line across this map. Virtus Pro, it has to be Sage and Noobs working together to shoot the same player right now as you are just popping your head up and around. Zone will finally go on through, but Noobs, he comes up. He finds Magoo Tiff. And he has an idea of where that player is. Can you get the full? It's going to be nades up towards the top. And Virtus Pro, this might be their opportunity to start pushing forward.
Look, they've awoken. We're talking minimal resources for Virtus Pro. The fact that they've already turned this into a 2v2 and they keep encroaching forward slowly but surely, using whatever they can. Noobs on 11 is just finessing the side of this loadout for coverage, just trying to rip B-Mark away from behind that tree. And you know who has to move? It's Virtus Pro. And they've got to set that line for rotations. They throw the smoke. Is it a diversion to draw the attention away? You're right, from Sage. He grabs B-Mark and he keeps the pressure forward straight onto Inno.
He's trying to do his best. He's not able to get any of the tags onto Inno, but he does the important part. But unfortunately, Noobs has gone down. Sage, he needs this plate refresh desperately. He's going to be able to find it, and he gets the zone pull tip. Inno playing on this outside, slides on out. Smokes are there. Sage, he just needs the final bullets to try and bring down Inno. Can he manage to do it? You got to back on up. Let the health regen it.
He does it.
No, he chows it. Virtus Pro back-to-back in game number 2. Game number 3. It was a 2v3 to end it, Tiff. We should have never doubted them. They clutch on up, bring down Lotus 8, and take our 3rd map.
This is why you let Sage off the leash. Run it back for the victory.
Okay, I'm not trying to give up, but...
You have a gassy, make a gassy play, make a gassy play. Good luck, yes. No, you had...
Wait for me.
No, I know.
Almost there.
I'm waiting.
You gotta give me lives,
Yeah. He's over there.
Right, right in the middle. Yeah, in front of you now. Blue. Flame back, he's hurt. I can't see him.
Last guy.
What?
Just like, heal.
Chilling.
Come on.
I was chilling. I just couldn't see him at all.
Come on. No, you're good. Come on.
This guy John's getting up.
I know, he's getting rowdy. Fucking loser.
He's getting rowdy? He's getting rowdy!
Brother, we're roasting the manager after you just clutched a 50-point game and went back-to-back. Most important with that, Tiff, listen to the comms of Sage. He's like, yeah, I know I had it. I just couldn't see him. Like, it's just so chill. We're freaking out at this moment. Yeah. And Sage is just so cool, calm, and collected. And that's what we've known to come and love from him. But it's just this moment. You heard it there. Donkey, he's making the call out. This team is all on the same page, Tiff. It's just Sage. This is really the winning moment, right? It's Sage with no plates, but a little bit of gas mask where he's able to come on out, get that opening onto B-Mark, and then just set themselves up for the win.
I love that you say it's, it's Sage with the gas melee and a little bit of whatever it was. Regardless, all I heard was a little bit of passion, a lot of passion, because they are just ready to prove who is next up in terms of taking down the Falcons. They had 76.6 points after map number 2. They throw down a 50-point game. You think about kind of what that global finals is going to look like in terms of Call of Duty match point. Well, I think we breached 120 after 3 games.
I think we have. Falcons do it yesterday. Virtus Pro do it today. Some of these squads, Tiff, are just absolutely lights out right now. And something that just goes to show, for some of our teams, it's just their day. And for Virtus Pro to go back-to-back with a 23-kill win in map number 2 and a 25-kill win in map number 3, that is the type of stuff you need if you are going to try and bring down the Falcons. Let's get the desk back on in here, though, because I know that we were absolutely excited that entire map, but we have a nice little chat in the background, and Go just losing his mind. So take it away, my man, because I need to hear what you guys have to say about that map.
Brother, what the? I mean, are you kidding me? What an insane play to end it all. Incredible map. VP goes unbelievable. I was literally speechless, just spamming into the chat in all caps that entire time. I mean, Dream, talk to me about that map in its entirety. Obviously, we know how it ended, but how it started, a couple early fights that definitely changed the tide for some of the teams that we didn't see in the final fights.
As soon as we saw the zone pulling east side towards storage, I was saying like, hey, this is a VP game again. Hey, Falcons did it last night. Can they do it tonight? But the engagements and the importance of open zone on that storage ridge by racetrack, like LTVs, snipers, super important. But yeah. I was screaming, thank God I had my camera off as I was smashing the shawarma wrap. I tell you what, I was not expecting VP to come out on top of that. But these early engagements, Twisted Minds being one of them, always in this engagement with Obsidian and Arbiter, right? Losing it, shooting bodies from Z-Smith and Almond, but they were having a little bit of troubles rotating so far, as we saw so many teams in the early, like northern part of zone have to rotate way far down.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the early stories too. SAUL, they get wiped with 0 kills and like 44th overall. Community finds a couple early kills as well, but they get traded out decently early. Like some of our top teams are nowhere to be found near the end game. Twisted Mind's a big one. Obviously, Smix, you and I were talking about this as well, that that Arbiter team just keeps trying to contest them, and I think the shooting of bodies was maybe a bit more than friendly banter. It was a little bit of like, get out of this POI. This is not for you. But Smix, talk to me about this circle as it kept pulling east. You go, uh-oh, it's going racetrack. Talk to me about a couple of these teams that rotated early.
We saw this end zone, this exact end zone actually, in lower bracket round 2, which is why I think that Inno and them rotated so early, because they were playing in that match. So I think they recognized, hey, this is ending here, let's go. I think they were here second zone. So they were posted up early and they were ready for this.
Yeah, they got there so early, way out there on the side of the hill in second zone. And then VP, I mean, insane plays across the board. The fact that Sage made that wrap at the gas mouse, I thought was a great call from Dan and Smix, obviously. I mean, a 50-point game, but can we just shout out how good these guys are? They've been in the lab. Any final thoughts on this VP roster?
I am just super impressed. They took whatever they did yesterday and then times it by like 10. So it's been really awesome to see.
Yeah, they've jumped up to well over 100 points at this point. So we've got to talk to another member of Virtus Pro. After going back to back, we got my GOAT Noobs, Eddie himself. Dude, we're talking 50? 50 points. How you feeling after game 3?
We're feeling amazing. I mean, everything's clicking at the moment, so feeling good.
Hey, Eddie, congratulations. Back-to-back wins. You guys know you're my dream team. So talk to us, like, going into this week, we heard that Sage, he's off of his leash. Today, though, you're looking like you're off your leash with that sniper. Talk to us about it, because we saw you actually switch in the late game moments. Is that, like, the key for you today here?
At the moment, I wasn't even thinking about picking it up, but it just felt right in the moment to grab it, and it ended up working out.
Love that.
Yeah, well, good plays overall out of all of you boys. And I want to know, at what point were you like, oh my God, we're going to win this?
Man, probably right at the very end when we knew it was a 3v or 2v2 between me and Sage and the other two. We kind of knew where they were at, so we kind of just ISO'd the guy on the left, and after we killed him, I knew we had it in the bag at that moment.
Dude, I didn't know it until you got the final kill. A great play, great execution. Any other final words for the broadcast? We want to see if you guys can go back to back to back, I guess. I mean, I'm not saying you 100% have booked your tickets to LAN already, but I mean, come on, you're crushing it. Any final words for the broadcast? Anybody you want to shout out?
Man, just want to shout out my teammates for being the GOATs.
Hey, you guys have put in the work, well earned. Job's not done. Go finish this thing right. Obviously, you're going to be way out ahead as we take a look at the standings. I appreciate you, noobs. Good luck in the next one.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, Virtus Pro. Gonna be on top, no question about it. And there's a look at it, 126.6 points. Noobs, a man of few words, a man of not obligatory emotions, but you can tell he is definitely excited about that last one, Smix, even despite the calm, cool, and collected nature that he has.
Oh yeah, this guy, you know, might not show his emotions all that much, but that is like ecstatic for him.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. I'd be ecstatic too if I was up 50 points on the Falcons. 50, count them. It'll take you a while. 50 points over the Falcons there in second place. The Falcons, who have had a crazy day-to-day, continual regain blenders. It doesn't matter. They have so many kills. I want to go to you, Dream here. Obviously, the leaderboard, aside from top two, now very close with SAUL with a 0-point game, I believe, still in third. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's really coming down to these eliminations. I mean, it's just crazy for the Falcons, right? A little bit mixy, but nonetheless looking really good. But like the drop off from even from the Falcons, I mean, we're in the 20s, like high 20s basically. So yeah, it's pretty crazy on the stat line just how high that bar is set. But taking a look at this page number 2, even if that cutoff is 15th, like I mean, even teams underneath that, right? Breadman, Believe, Juju, winning those airport engagements, BBJ, we will see, like we do see them kind of making it close to like the 5th, 6th zone, but for some of these squads, it's just so dang close. I mean, point 2 from qualification in that 6th.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I think if you take a look at the top 2, everybody's like, oh my gosh, crazy points, but we gotta go down to this bubble. This is where we're living for the rest of this tournament. We're halfway through, and this is truly what matters. Top 15 are making LAN, and so that 15th place bubble is what we're paying attention to. Obviously, Twisted Minds, this almost feels wrong to me. I know it's not, but it just feels like something's happening with this team. They're winning Hospital, but they can't get out of Hospital. They're stuck in this quagmire of Hospital, and as they try to leave, they're getting cut down. Only 20 kills, and obviously, as you can tell, their total score 26.6 means they basically have no placement, not a ton of multipliers to boot. They just can't get out into the later zones. I wonder if they need to rotate early. Another big surprise there, Zepti, Willie T to autorize. Watch out for that team in 23rd currently. Braulik, the Wolf prospect. Saw a lot of really good teams that are technically not making LAN as of current. But of course, we're halfway through, and I think the big question in my mind is, hey, do we change it up? This is the classic question we ask. I know these teams are going to be thinking about that. They're going to be talking about that during our proverbial halftime. So we're going to take a halftime here in the booth. We're going to take a very short break and come back for game 4. You're not going to want to miss it. Can VP go back to back to back? Only time will tell.
Man, for a man of such little emotions, I can even feel from here that Noobs is having a fantastic day. 120 plus points after 3 games, Tiff, is absolutely wild. What's also even crazier to me is that the Falcons, while having 3 what we might say mediocre games, are still basically 20 points ahead. All of the competition currently sitting in second. This leaderboard getting into game number 4 is looking fantastic. Let's take a little bit of a look at it. Let's go ahead. Let's react, break it down. What are you noticing?
Look, I think that you shouting out the Falcons, Shifty kind of getting into that top 5 in game number 3 to net themselves the 1.8x multiplier is why, because they have 48 kills, 76.4 points, and just kind of maximizing their multiplier is letting them do the work. Sure, they might not be super prominent in those end games, but just let them cook. All right, we're still working. They'll wake up when it comes to that Call of Duty Warzone match point. But Virtus Pro, let's say this was LAN at this point. My God, we are in for an absolute treat. SAUL Sure, the Dust broke it down, a 0-point game, still up in the top 3, but we're really looking towards the bubble. AG Global, despite having a throwaway game in map number 1, are just skirting the line with 33 points. Someone is going to get evicted down to that last chance qualifier by maybe a half a point, because you've got Solidify, Twitty, Mr. Irrelevant, Colony 2K. Look how close all these rosters are. Even Juju, Bredman, Believe, who we saw absolutely slamming kids because they're only in 19th place.
Yeah, from like 11th down to 20th, we're talking about less than a 10-point difference that's there, right? So it's definitely a lot of room to maneuver. All it takes is one good game from one of those teams to potentially kind of give them the insurance that they're looking for to be in that top 15. When we take a look at this side, though, a couple of teams I'm curious to see down here. We mentioned it, Twisted Minds in 21st. Very, very curious. If there is one of those teams that can have a huge game, though, we know that they can do it. But to see teams like, you know, Team Brolic, Team Desmond, Flank, Team Zepti, like these are players who have been around here forever and just seemingly cannot get it started today. We're currently pretty much on pace right now, Tiff, for about an 11-point average per game. And for some of these teams, they are just not coming close to that. Would love to see them a little bit more. Because reminder, folks, if you're just joining us here on the regional finals for the World Series of Warzone, these are our finals, and the top 15 squads will advance to that global finals LAN in America, and the bottom 35, well, they're going to have to go to the last chance qualifiers to play against some of those teams from lower round 2, where there's only a few spots remaining, including one from the team from that wild card map. So you do not want to have to go to the LCQ, and you definitely don't want to have to be a team like Nick Cool, Watch Waldo, and Colony 2K last year, who won that wild card map just to make it to LAN. Do it here, get the job done, be part of that top 15.
Look, I love that. Or be crazy, win the wild card map, go to LAN, win the solo YOLO. I mean, we don't have the solo YOLO this year, but that still was one crazy run. Let's go ahead and look at some of the highlights from map number 3, Dandro, because we've seen some really sick fights, and quite frankly, starting off with Nobu Spartan and a pistol, my God.
Yeah, we probably should have known this map was about to be crazy when this is what we started with. Was Nobu Spartan just playing this concrete barrier, and then I don't know what's going on. If you're Blitzy and Exify, you just watch Blitzy get taken on out in the LTV and you decide to hop in it as well, and then we see this fight hot off the rip. We knew this contest was going to happen, and it's just Twisted Minds. You know, they might not be doing great on the leaderboard overall, but they are looking beautifully. And well, it was Z Smith and Allman just, you know, sending some warning shots maybe to that team saying, hey, maybe don't chalice at our POI. Hospital is ours. Hospitals has been Allman since 2020. Okay, that's been his home. You are never going to take him out of it, and I think they're showing that here today as well. And this was a nice little fight where we saw COD Munity. They kind of get into scuffle, and well, it basically ends with Huskers finding himself with a mound of dirt, and it becomes his new best friend.
This is my mound of dirt. I love it here. And then Huskers goes on this tangent. We take down a tract, first opening things up with a sniper. That's just been such a boon to a lot of our fights. And we think that he's going to make a regain here, but there's so many people in that fight that you just see Solo taking down Solo. And I love that when we saw the initial zone, Smixy on the desk was talking about how this zone came up in lower round 2, and she's absolutely right. Lotus 8 decides pretty much within like 5 minutes of the map. Oh my God, I forgot about Rob Easy. That happened on main. That happened on main.
It does happen.
It's so... It makes me smile. Almost as noobs in that interview, right? Especially when they said, I knew we were going to win when we hit that 2v2. And this is Sage after one of the wildest gas plays on no plates.
I mean, listen, Sage is making gas plays like this since basically he started competing, right? So to see him be able to continuing on that and being able to clutch up here in game number 3, Tiff, is absolutely crazy. Back-to-back for Virtus Pro, folks. 23 kills in game number 2, 25 in game number 3. That's how they were able to get to be top of that leaderboard that was there. So as a reminder, if you're just joining us here at the halfway mark and you're curious, how are we getting some of these points? Well, you're getting 1 point per elimination, and then it's a sliding scale based on where you end up at the end of the lobby, right? So you're going to get, of course, 2 times the points for that win, 1.8 for second through fifth, so on and so forth. We're just getting everybody into that lobby here for game number 4, everybody. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back with the World Series of Warzone Regional North American Finals in a hot second. Sounds
we
like
may
we
be
got
halfway through. Wait.
Hey.
Dandro, I look to my left, I look to my right. What are we doing? I see work hard and be nice to people. And you know what? That is my motto. That is my motto. I was going to be nice. You can work hard.
Oh, wow. You know what? You just had a child. I'll allow it. It's a-okay.
Hey, yo.
Game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We got everybody in. We are hopping on in. Tiff, what I was going to ask you before we fumbled our words together was, if we're coming in here and it is game number 4 and you're one of those teams who is just in that middle of the pack, what do you got to do here to try and maybe reset what's been going on?
You know, you've asked me this once, and it was back on Fortune's Keep. And you know what I said? Win your ones, get good forehead. No, but for real, you really need to do that, because if you are going to go into a lot of these early engagements, what this does to you is it draws out the time it takes for you to get your cash up and get your loadouts. It kind of messes up the flow for the entirety of a map. And I'm starting to wonder if that's what's happening over with Twisted Minds at Hospital. They're having that contest. Sure, they're winning it, but it starts delaying you, because by the time you finish that fight, you start getting those contracts done. The Falcons, uncontested at Train, have already completed 2 recons, a bounty. They've got their loadout. They've rotated into your house and your family's house.
Well, okay, we were just about getting ready to hop on into that game number 4. Tiff laid out what you need to do if you're trying to do better in this game number 4. So we're going to go ahead and go back to another quick little break. And I assure you this time, when we come back, we will be hopping on into some gameplay. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, here we go, Tiff. Game number 4, getting ready to get started. I asked you what teams needed to do if they were mid-pack to maybe have some success. You gave me some great options of do some of those contracts, find some of those kills. Do you think we're going to see anybody be able to actually turn it around here in game number 4?
Oh, 100%. Just because the first 3 games really didn't go your way doesn't mean that's how your series has to end up. Lock it together on the back half of this. You have 3 more chances to make sure that you don't have to drop down into hell on earth. That is the last chance qualifier.
Well, let's figure it out. Can they do it? You want to avoid that last chance qualifier, and game number 4 could be your chance to do it. Let's drop on into map number 4. Just kidding. I lied. Here we are. We are back. Want to make sure that we have these lobbies be nice and set for our competitors, because you've seen the leaderboard. You see how close it is around that cutoff 15 spot. We want to make sure we can get everybody in these lobbies and that they are feeling good for all of our competitors. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the standings here, Tiff, just yet again, if you're now just joining us. Get an idea of where we are sitting after our first 3 games on the day. We've talked a lot about Virtus Pro. Goj made a great point in the back. He says there's really no way these guys don't qualify. They could literally not play 3 games and they would be a-okay, and I agree with him. But let's talk about some of these other teams in the mix here at the top who maybe we haven't been able to shine a light on.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant way to start. Blatant right there in 7th place. Thomas, Phoenix, and Delirious. How good have they been looking? We see a lot of action throughout the course of our games here on broadcast, thanks to Codcaster, but they've been in the mix and they're doing a really nice job. Sure, they got 26 kills, which if you look at the margin, the only team that's kind of around that same realm that's higher than them is that S8UL roster that won map number 1 and took home 32 points. So they've been kind of coasting off the success of that. I also do want to highlight Team Tenix just ahead of them. Sucre, LLM, and Tenix themselves. 34 kills across 3 games. So we're averaging just over 11 kills per game, which is pretty solid considering when you talk about that 15th cutoff to manage making it to the global finals. You want to score over 11, you're doing it just based off kills alone. But when you look towards the bubble, Dandro, this is where I'm starting to it's getting hot over here, okay? We are way too close for comfort for all of these rosters.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me is when I look at the amount of kills for teams like Team Clown, Unrational, AG Global, they all have just as much of some of those teams up near the top, right? So to me, that kind of goes to show that it's a placement problem, right? They're finding a good amount of kills. They're doing a great job of being able to do that, but they're just not able to convert that into placements, okay? So it's very sort of concerning to see them there. Now, the good news is, Tiff, is that placements are the easy thing to fix in this sort of equation that we have of the placement multiplier, right? So for a lot of teams, getting the kills is the hard part. You know, being able to maybe kind of play a position and find yourself towards the end part of a game is a little bit easier. So we all know that these are very storied competitors that we see here basically in 12th through 15th. They all know what it takes to be able to find better placement. I would love to be able to see them do that just a little bit more. A squad I think that we also have to shout out though for their ability to be able to play well. We've seen them in some of these end game scenarios, but they're just on the outside looking in. It's going to be Future Has Game, Fallnuts, Amadi, TJ, and also Twitty, Tappa, and Sway. Twitty, Tappa, and Sway, Tiff, they're getting active on the map. They are finding themselves in fights against some of the top dogs, some of the top teams, and they are not going down quietly.
I've been having fun watching Twitty's journey in general. Like, you think back to kind of what the past year has looked for him. The first time I ever saw Twitty was doing kind of those win streaks alongside Bredman and Lola, and has just kind of gotten into that competitive scene and has just been kind of on the up and up. So would love to see them lock their ticket into the global finals here today, but it's going to take a lot. And for these teams that are in this kind of 21st through 30th place on the standings, Twisted Minds, like, I know this is a roster that can drop like a 30 to 40 point game. and they can turn it all around. It's really insane to see them sitting in 21st, but we talked about kind of the delay based on the contest at Hospital. Is that having an effect on their overall game? Well, hopefully they can turn it around here in the last 3 games. But Brawlic, right? 24th place. Team Flanked, 26th. Flanked, dude, think of LAN last year over in Vegas. Dude was crushing it. Has some roster changes. We know DJ Moss is fantastic, and J-Tech, man, they've had some powerful moments in a ton of these tournaments kind of leading into the NA regional finals. So I would love to see them turn it around as well.
Yeah, I feel like for Team Flank, we just have seen them in so many different areas of the map. It feels like they maybe super haven't figured out their POI and how they want to go ahead and play out of it. Because in one game, they're landing on one side of the map. The next game, it's the complete opposite over up in Lumber, right? So it's just interesting to see them have those 2 different sides. We see them in that last game. They're sort of down there on the southeastern side of the map, just trying to maybe play on the opposite side of Port. And it just feels like, to me, it's like maybe we're relying too much on where the zone is pulling to determine where do they want to try and rotate on into. So a little bit of a tough spot there. And when we look at the bottom here, Tiff, reminder, nobody goes home here today. It's just about whether you make it to LAN today or you get sent to the LCQ. Couple of big names that I would hate to see drop on down to that LCQ here. Team IQ being one of them. Obviously, we got to talk about them. It's this Nukes team. Booyah, Adrian, and Swag. Only getting 10 kills across these first 3 maps is a very, very uncharacteristic of them. That is for sure.
It is, and honestly, seeing Team NSD right underneath them is interesting as well, because this is the roster that barely made it into the NA regional finals. And over the course of the first 3 games, we've seen them getting mixy and taking some really solid fights and turning things around that definitely didn't look that it would have been an advantageous fight for them. So I would love to see them kind of stand on business and lock it in to get their ticket to finals.
All right, I love that, Tiff. Let's go ahead. We are going to just take a very small break, friends, get back into that game number 4 and get the action started. So we'll be right back in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can see we got players jumping out of the plane. We are dropping on in. We've done and dusted 3 games, Tiff, and I think it's about time we play 3 more. Let's get it started with a northwestern slightly zone and a northeast to southwest plane.
Look, I love it. I was looking through some of the timeline and seeing how some of our competitors were feeling about a lot of things right now. And I saw a ton of recon contracts across all of the POI. So everyone wants to get the information, get everything situated. And Nobu Spartan here with Cloudies. I don't know, he might, because Cloudies is down, Ak is down, and Spartan has a pistol in hand. My man in an LTV taking people down. What is this? Mon Dieu.
I mean, it's such a great job of at least realizing that, like, hey, I'm going to try and clean up at least these 2 knocks I have. That player gets out of there, but you at least basically make it tough for them just to kind of be able to feel good about being able to win that fight. So yes, somebody gets away from you, but you're Nobu Spartan, you get 2 little knocks off rip. I mean, we see how close this leaderboard is. And for a squad like this, I mean, if they can just get a couple of those kills, and then being able to maybe make a little bit deeper in the placement, that could mean a lot. But it looks like for Realized Arbiter and Obsidian here, Tiff, they got the message in that last game from Twisted Minds, and they've decided to maybe go bring it to Team Blatant. But look at this, where one team leaves, another enters. Team 38, that's Finesse, Yakash, and Classified. They're now going to be the ones to try and bring it to Twisted Minds.
See, and this is why I think a lot of things get delayed, because when you're constantly fighting for just space on your initial drop spot, it's how do you play your own game? You can see them sharing money, and if you want to go for that helicopter, look who's got your height, right? Finesse and Co are on top of ultimate high ground and are gonna parachute down and may actually decide to chow for this, but you can see Finesse kind of just parachute across the way. So we are just kind of delaying the inevitable, but it's probably about to break out soon. Almond hits the zip, grabs the initial crack and lays him out relatively easily.
Yeah, good shots there. Aiden does go down at the hands of Cash, and you can see already that Cash is just making the great escape. Gonna drop down off the roof, meet back up with the teammate down below. And do they decide to kind of replay this, or are they just gonna try and get out where they can? Last map, this Team 38 landed TV station, and it did not go well. And then it feels like before that, we're being told that they were landing Promenade, Tiff, and getting farmed by the Falcons. So not looking too great for that squad. For Blitzy and Exify, we watched them go down very early in the last game. A little bit of a different tune here in map 4.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to pop in the side by side and just get out of farmland. So this is one of those POIs that can be tough to loot because all of these little houses and shacks are just spread thin. But we were talking about this roster in particular, about where they've kind of landed on the leaderboard. But we're down to a duo here in map number 4, and we're still cleaning house over in Port. So you've got to make the most of what you've got. But if we've already thrown down, what, like 2 kills on the board, just play the zone, let him come to you, and focus on up.
Well, Orbsy finding themselves in a fight against Breadman, Juju, and Believe. See some shots go in across the way. You have a player above you. Where's Orbsy going to try and play this? Look who's coming in straight through the front door saying, hello, anybody home? Yes, there is. Breadman finds a fantastic opening. You have Joked on the outside, though, who's just trying to be able to stay alive. You see the thermite come on through, but it's a stubble swing out from Breadman and Believe to cut you on down. And they will go ahead. They are going to control this gas station house. And you see Juju take down Born in the gulag. So not a bad way to kickstart this and get some early kills for this trio that they're a little bit lower on the leaderboard than I think we would like. I believe currently sitting at 17th coming into this map, but I think with this game here in game number 4 could be different. But look at this, Tiff. Gabe, he's just full sprinting on through, and look who's below him. It's Shifty. The Falcons have moved on up to challenge 100 Thieves.
We know that they oftentimes will move into Twins and take this engagement against 100 Thieves. And they've already sent Gabe, they've sent Blast to the gulag, and, well, Skull perched on top of Twins. Soka, Skynade. He's got to guard this, but look at how they're approaching this. Shifty taking the long route, hitting the staircase. Biffle on the other side. It's only a matter of time But if you got a sniper in hand, you're gonna have to hit every single shot. But here comes the first point of contact. And I love that we're able to clip Soka as he goes up the zip and he jumps on down right on top of Skull's face. Goomba smashes him straight to the gulag.
Oh my God, what a great play from Soka there. It's not easy to drop down from this outside of the stairwell to then kind of easily find your way just basically down 1 or 2 levels to make sure you don't get into like have to pull my shoot range. The fact that Soka is able just to chase him down the stairs like that, crazy. 100 Thieves, they've been doing pretty okay today. I believe they are sitting in your top 15, but man, Falcons just pushing the envelope to you and bringing you on down. It's just not enough. You gotta wonder, Tiff, do Falcons realize, or they're just like, yeah, hey, we're feeling pretty good about qualifying, looking at this leaderboard coming in after 3 games. Do we start getting aggressive on 100 Thieves and try and make them play through the LCQ? That would be foul, but also not necessarily, I wouldn't say that's not something the Falcons wouldn't try and make happen.
I mean, they know exactly where they are. They oftentimes run into them around that same time in a competitive map. So I could see them making that calm and doing that. 100 Thieves on an LCQ run would be difficult, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to get into a top 5 position. But it's just so questionable for Picnic, Shero, and IQ. We don't want to see them drop down either, but when you make pushes like that, just trying to close the gap on a squad number 27, you set the trap, right? You've activated my trap card, and IQ from behind drops aims.
Great opening there. Playing on the outside as well. Shero just going to kind of lay in wait here. You have Bashman Oasis pretty early, so good chance that heartbeat shows you where these players are. No loadouts getting picked up just yet, I don't think. As you were just patiently waiting. Can your teammates going over? Can they help out in any way, shape, or form? There any confirmation? Optic already full wiped in 48th here in game number 4.
That's tough, but when you see Oak Boy tweeting about a tsunami warning, things are tough IRL, tough in game, but they'll turn it around. I have faith.
Oh, and there we see Picnic. He does manage to find Oasis in the kill feed, so it looks like they did finally activate off of that fight. And I'm just watching Gabe go down to fall nets in the kill feed as well. Looks like Falcon's starting to get active. A number of teams just bringing it early. Biffle's able to pick up some for our team's Ice House is here, is just kind of going ahead, staring it down across the way. And this zone is pulling us to the northeast, Tiff. Maybe going all the way up towards Quarry or military base. We've seen a couple of
Community
zones
loving
and
this.
over here. Yeah, Community are feeling fantastic. I mean, they have all of Millie to themselves. They can rotate over to Quarry if they really wanted to. Like, they hold a lot here. They don't got to move at all.
No, Team Colony 2K, they're over there on that western side of things. The teams that are going to have difficulties here are the ones from the south. I'm talking Falcons. I'm talking Twisted Minds. So things that you have to watch out for, though. Falcons, the first thing they're going to do is look to get their cash up. Are you talking about 100 Thieves? Is that what that was?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on from that. It's not good for 100 Thieves here to get full wiped in map number 4. But for other teams that are looking to get in the top 15 and secure their spot, they're feeling a heck of a lot better.
No, for sure. I mean, in this Thomas squad, that's definitely one you have to wait. Or DJ Mouse, J-Tech, and Flanked. We were watching Flanked. He had some, was lamenting the fact that some of these zones that we had in our lobbies, he was getting full recon contracts given to their team and really wanted to see them. But it seems like they're already feeling pretty okay playing on this side of the map. You're able to swing on out. You find Desmond. The knock is there. Molotov. Wonder's a little bit short, but DJ, he goes onto the outside. He tries to find an angle, but Paul X will cut you down. Can J-Tech finish what DJ tried to start? Plays out on the stairs, takes a lot of damage. Paul X pulls up from the other side, though. This is a turn right now onto Team Flanked. Desmond attract Paul X. They were just getting absolutely lasered by Flanked. They are able to regroup. They reset the fight underneath the bridge, and they turn around, and it's just a series of 1v1 fights from DJ and J-Tech, and they're just not able to stay alive. flank, hops in the vehicle, gets on out of Dodge. The problem here, Tiff, is he doesn't really have a lot of space that he can maybe drive on out to.
Also true, but this space, they need to wipe them. They really do, but they don't have to. If they had a vehicle here, they could just rotate out and above them and kind of thread up through quarry. But until then, it's all about just kind of getting the information up. You can see Desmond does have that UAV in the back pocket. A lot of our squads love to rotate off advanced UAVs, which we'll just have to see if that's what they're gonna do. But I love that I call to a vehicle, and I love that I call to a rotation for that. And you know, Sway, Tappa, Twitty, giving me what I asked for.
Bringing it on over. You have S8UL, not too far away either. We've seen this fight kind of brew a number of times. Brax making this read that there's a team not too far away from them here at the bank. Thermites dropping in from the top. You're seeing some damage come on through. And I don't know where you go from here. If you are Twitty, Sway, and Tappa, you've brought over all of the attention from S8UL. They realize, hey, we don't have to really move from our POI. You rolled up on us. We have the high ground. We can look down here at top green, which is realistically the only power position you could get on over here. And I don't know if we can get a check in with the Falcons here, but I think I'm already seeing two of them taken on out. I see Shifty, I think, win a gulag. So he might be the only one alive right now for that team.
For now, I'm curious. I love that we've got the blast traps down. And you're right, Soka in the gulag.
Okay.
3 kills so far. Let's see who he's got. Oh my god, he's got Z-Smith. Twisted Minds, come on.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge gulag for either of these sides right now. You see the smoke come out. Smitty tries to get that nade up over the top. It's a slow peek, and Soka, he said it about Biffle. He says, that's my L1R1. That's all he needs to do for me. Well, maybe taking a page out of Diaz Biffle's book, just holds the iron in the gulag, coming on back. So Soka doing a great job being able to get his feet underneath him over here towards the twin side. Hopefully he realizes that there's some other teams around this area. It's not going to be completely safe for him and his team to land here. Starting to see some members from this team Wax start moving their way on forward. And they might catch Shifty or Soka if they're not careful.
I think he just grabbed a Landra here, but he's rotating through Superstore. But I love that we're getting this check-in here with Thomas, Phoenix, and Delirious. Big man wipes nukes. That's a big wipe, considering that squad is still on the bubble.
Shots on the other side. Okay, we see Kizzy being able to bring down Devo.
Trixie, they're kind of just south of that 15th place on the leaderboard, so may have issues here, but could use a big game. But you've got Mayapo lurking below you. And I do love that you highlight Kizzy because he's just out there taking angles, which is giving Whiplash and Trixie the kind of go ahead to full send over towards there. Still moving, has Biffle in it. Is this the buyback? The Falcons are back to 3. Regain is here, and well, they got plenty of cash to kind of make the most of it. You can already see them sharing, looking to kind of get everything moving. The thing is, Twistar here is inside Superstore, but look at the Wolf. We cut on over, he's down, he's fulled, and Brolic needs to clutch on up, but they get wiped.
Wow. By Team Yo Legit, what a great job for them just be able to push on in and find that. For the Falcons, though, it's still just playing alongside this Superstore area, trying to stay alive. Shifty shots come on out, and look at this. Twistar, he's able to find Shifty. Soka tries to maybe find some of the kills. On a player coming out of the window. You see the sniper glint. You start firing. A crack backs that player on down, and that's going to be enough for Soka to push on forward. He wants to catch this team. He does not want to let them be able to get out of here for free. But it looks like for the time being, they have a little bit of respect, because they're just going to go ahead, rotate on out. Maybe try and push their way through this airport side. You still have a couple of teams in front of you on the way. Look what's happening over here towards the ice house's side. We have a couple of teams looking to battle it on out. Santi, Mayhems, and Mave trying to battle it. Rumble, Scopes, Knight. Looks like they're the team on the opposite end of this who are just starting to push on forward. A nice fight between these two teams brewing, but these aren't the only squads in the area. You have about 3 other teams who are trying to rotate in behind them.
I love that they're trying to kind of put their stamp on this area, because I think it's worth holding it down and rotating from here. But Rumble and Scope are just constantly berating them with all this pressure from the Thermites. Mans, you're kind of just locked here, right? Unless you can take a crazy angle. Maeve, it would be really lovely if we could connect some of those sniper shots, but you're just taking a lot of damage because they're expecting you to do that. They're looking to cut you off and deny you an easy opening.
Yeah, there's just so many people on this side right now. You're trying to do your best. A little bit short on the Thermite. Going for the hop up. Maeve maybe gets a little bit too aggro. Taken on out. Mayhems gets dropped on the inside. Santi's going to be the only one up here, but you speak your name into existence as well. You unfortunately just throw your head outside of a window, Tiff, and Clown and Don J absolutely make you pay for it. Oh my gosh.
This is a roster that's been kind of going up against Community up in the north, and they've been really just battling back and forth. So I feel like now that we're setting our sights on another roster to kind of start to smash them in, you can see we just want to corral Jackal, Don J, and Clown together, but we're keeping our eyes on Waldo in particular. But it looks like you know exactly what play is coming forth, but are you preparing for their third that's out towards your right?
Clown, Jackal, Don J. You got Nick Cool in front of you. This is a squad that we were very excited to see. They've had some really fantastic moments over the last month or so. They were sort of a newer roster getting put together. Some chemistry between some of them, like Don J and Clown. They've played together a bunch. Jackal's played with Clown a ton, so you know, I love that they're able to come on through and just be 3 gritty players that's there. Meanwhile, up towards tents, we can see Desmond, Attract, and Paul X. They've made their way up here towards the tents. You have Team OP marked right below you. It's gonna kind of be who wants to activate here first.
Oh, they're looking for it. And we get it, dude. The fact that we don't grab the knock is crazy, but I love that we're able to throw that much damage down. Reposition, doing just what his namesake is, but we're not going to get that retail for free.
Yeah, just trying to figure out how do they want to play this. Blink, CJ, Sneely, Solidify. They're on the outside, just trying to play ahead of this team a little bit right now. They could decide to maybe try and come on over a little bit of the third party, but we see Paul X jump off the roof. He's been able to get out of here for now, rejoin back on up with the team.
Ooh.
OP Mark.
Okay, Paul.
A little bit of a throw shoulder there. Listen, if there's anything we got to give Paul X respect for, it's shooting straight. This guy's been in the league, okay? You don't make it to the CDL not only once, but a couple of times if you can't shoot your gun straight. Maybe one of the most underrated ARs we had. But it looks like for now, this is the right call. Try and use this bankment to your left just to block line of sight. You can see they're looking across. They realize that legit has to be not too far away.
Wait, what just happened? I know VP are locked in on the leaderboard. We're doing great, but I know we were just talking about Clown and Don J, and I look up to the kill leader, the kill side, and we see VP full wiped, down, out, IQ, Picnic, Shiro, kind of still trying to carve this way up to Rumble and Scopes, the fight that needs to break out that hasn't yet.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been kind of looking alongside the entire time there, but I'm glad that you called that out. You can see it was a squad wipe. It looked like Dongi still had Gulag at least, so Not a full wipe off the map, but at least you sent them to the gulag. For AG Global. There's some south side here. Rated knows that you have Inno locked in behind this barrel, but you don't need to throw a shoulder too much. Go ahead, back on up, regroup with the team, but you have squad 9 right in front of you that is just going to do their best to gatekeep you on in. That's Unrational, Grimy, and Destroy. They are just looking to maybe reap some of these teams on the push through, but I'm just watching this kill feed, Tiff, and we had like 90 people in this zone not too long ago, and now we are dropping down to roughly 60. You can see the loadouts just flying in from the sky.
This is insane. We are dropping. We're down to 66. I saw Noobs win a gulag against Paul X, so we're making moves here, and for AG Global, we need a big one. Check in with the map to see kind of how things are shaking out. Look where Twisted Minds has positioned themselves. We get ahead of the circle. We get ahead of the rotation. We have space in coverage, but knowing that we are on the side with the large majority of the teams left in the lobby, everyone's going to play for that building. And how are you going to hold them all off?
I mean, yeah, for AG Global right now, it's just kind of trying to double check that you can play ahead of some of these teams. You can even see away there that Grimy, Destroy, and Unrational, they're kind of trying to do the same. You're worried about this Lotus 8 roster.
Ooh.
So they've kind of just been here the entire game, Tiff. You know that they love to drop here. There's kind of look. Magoo exposed himself a little bit too long. He's actually taken down by Grimy, and I'm looking at that kill feed, Tiff, and there's a huge fight going on between Whiplash and Solidify. Trades back and forth. It's going to end with Whiplash getting taken on out.
Okay.
We just have
Flames
more
getting mixy. So is Destroy. Okay. Kirabat down. Grimy, 1 HP in a dream. Hits the plates back on. Wants to help out with his roster. Destroy and them have to all stay up. Grimy falls. Hopefully we see him. No, full dead. Has to get the buyback. Destroy has the cash, but we're not going to be able to deal with that just now. We have to contend with multiple rosters. And it's Inno. Inno on top.
Hey, Donjay, Jackal, Clown, they're still alive. They're still on all cylinders. Jackal currently sitting on 5 right now as they find Basham. So this could be a very good game from them. We do get confirmation that S8UL full dead in top 20. So it's a 1.4 times multiplier. Not maybe really what they wanted, but it's been a solid day for them so far. We can see Clown just trying to hit some of these shots at range. There you go. You spot a player deep. You get at least a little bit of the armor tag. And can you use this enhanced optic as an opportunity to get an idea of what's going on? Bombon and Devo looking to maybe try and hold out some of these players. Twisted Minds, they found themselves here, Tiff. Only one more team needs to go down for them to find themselves under the 1.6 times multiplier. But they are on the edge of gas. Team 17 is going to be right behind them. I do see Virtus Pro go down in the 1.4 multiplier, though. But they've been able to do it. They push on forward. All of it, it's a barrel stuff. Almighty TJ and Future Has Game is here. And it looks like they're able to at least find one. Future, he stays alive just long enough to take out Twisted Minds. And just like that, it's going to be Spirit and Breadman work together to bring them on down. But in a blink of an eye, Breadman, Juju, Believe also wiped on out of this. We have just deleted this lobby out of nowhere. We only need one more team to go down to be into the top 5.
Look, we're going to make it happen. We want that 1.8x multiplier, especially AG Global mounting a comeback. They sight their sights onto Spirit. Down, out, 1.8x secured. But Scummin' now out of the lobby. Rated and Nate Dogg kind of have to clutch this up. You got Codmunity, you got Team Flanked. Oh. We got to land these. We've got to connect these right now because look who is behind you.
Yeah, they're going to hear these shots rolling out, Tiff. This is DJ Moss, J-Tech, and Flank, Team 14. They are just above you on the rock, and I like the split here. DJ just playing towards the right a little bit. He's going to be able to kind of hold down that other side of the rock for this roster. look at this. You're gonna have to make a gas play if you are this team. Clown holding down from beneath. Can you make any plays happen out into the gas? No, it gets red. Nate Dogg gets found. Donjay and a Jackal are found. DJ Moss, Flanked, and J-Tech go absolutely huge. They needed one good game to put themselves back on into the mix, and this could be it, Tiff, because they have the high ground. They are just looking at everyone below you. It took us a while to get into map number 4, but that could have been the break they needed. Flanked, DJ Moss, and J-Tech take game number 4.
The best part about all of that, as we're filtering through their POVs on the high ground towards that end game, is I'm seeing double-digit kills. Run it back.
Yep. Directly under you guys still. Directly under you guys.
Same tree. One up to the tree on that tree. We played it up.
Maybe.
Yo. Yeah.
All right, so we're clear on our side. We're clear on our floor.
Right, nice.
They're right below me. I hear him. Literally right below me. Left knock.
Left. Yep. Okay, full. Yeah.
Weak right under me.
And the gas here.
I'm chilling.
Below me.
Deep left in the gas. Let's get.
Fucking shit, baby. Bro, holy fuck, man. Come on, baby. We fucking needed that game, baby. Come on, man. Good fucking shit, bro. Oh, man. Good shit, boys. Bro. Good shit. Yep.
Sir.
I gotta take the screenshot, though.
It's like that now.
Yep. Come on, bro. We fucking needed that game, bro. Good shit, bro. What a nice fucking regame.
Fucking dude, that was really cold too, bro.
Whew. I like the energy. I like the passion I hear out of them, Tiff. 38 points on the leaderboard. We said it. They said it. They knew exactly how much that meant to them. That's a huge game for that squad.
You just hear the size of relief, right? Because you have to be in the top 15 to go straight to global LAN finals, and 38 points, the regain, the juicer that we needed. It started here. Watch Waldo, kind of last standing here, just above Jackal, Donjay, and Clown. And sure, they try to rotate into this, but like, look, what they don't do, right, is they end up going onto the low ground and playing directly under flanked right here, because even though they have height, they don't have ultimate height. And even though you're safe for the time being from the angles that Flanked and DJ Moss have, what this does is allows them to clean up the entirety of the lobby. They've got pressure on AG Global. They've got pressure on Raul and Community just across the way. So we just rack up an insane amount of kills in endgame. God, good luck. I mean, that should be enough to get you off the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should definitely be the start of some momentum for them. All they need is just 2 more pretty solid games, and they should be feeling good. But hey, 38 points. That's one way to definitely do it. I love what DJ was calling out there, just being able to call out some of those teams that maybe they were overlooking. Great communication, great teamwork. It's been a bit since we've said hello to them, so let's get the desk back on in here. Goj, Cream, and Smix. Help me break down all that action, because finally we see a team that isn't named Virtus Pro take a map.
Yeah, and honestly, it was a very different map than we were expecting. Great calls, Dan, Tiff. This was the battle of the bubble in map 4. My goodness, I think of the 5 final remaining teams, only Community really wasn't on the bubble that did make it to top 5. A crazy one. Dream, I want to go to you. Talk to me a little bit about that map in general. Obviously a different zone, which means we saw some different teams in the end circle.
Yeah, as you'd mentioned, the bubble teams needing to 100% win those opening engagements, as we saw, especially like a team like Twisted Minds, right? What, going into this 21st or something like that, playing a little bit on the back burner, playing a little bit more, I guess mixy, would you say? But for FaZe, even in the beginning, this huge opening engagement against Attract, Paul X, and Desmond, this was a big one as they were holding that northern part of zone to take the win.
Yeah, well, they really needed to win that gunfight. It set them up for success later into the game. And obviously, Smix, as we got deeper into this map, some of the folks that land on the south side had a long way to go to get all the way up to the north side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of what we saw, all of those teams died rotating in. This zone pull was pretty brutal for everybody on the south side of the map. I think the only team that had a really successful rotation was Twisted Minds. I mean, they rode dead center zone by the hotel, and yeah, they kind of saw a little bit more success than what they've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, this is where they get cut down. I love that we get a shot to look at them, but you will see, watch that number in the top middle right when they go down here. An unfortunate fight. They just couldn't quite get an angle on their opponents. They got caught first. They get cut down. They end up going down in 10th. So they do get the multipliers, which is nice for them. That is a much better map than we were expecting from them. They're probably still going to be on the bubble, but maybe in a little bit better position on the bubble. And then, of course, the final fights, the battle of the bubble. The rest of these teams, COD Munity, the exception to that rule, but the rest of these teams, AG Global, Flank's team, Jackal's team, Colony 2K's team, all of these teams needed to be top 5, and they needed these final kills. AG Global almost had a chalked game, even though it pulsed basically to their POI. And then, of course, at the end of the day, Flank's team with the high ground does get the victory. But Dream, we were just chuckling in the back because of some crazy moments on that map. But before we get to that, we do have the man, the myth, the legend, Flanked. I called him the golden third for the last 3 years, and he is still finding his way to potentially to global finals. Flanked, I know you guys needed that one. Talk me about it. How you feeling? Is there more relief or excitement for the next map?
Honestly, a little bit more relief. I feel like we were struggling a bit in the beginning. We had a great first game. The next 2 maps, I feel like we were playing scared for some reason, which I don't know, but we figured it out. Everybody's been sleeping on us, and it seems hopefully we start firing now. Looking good after that one.
Yeah.
Looking good indeed, Flanked. A win you guys definitely needed. So for those who may not know you all in your squad, obviously you guys qualified for EWC. I'm sure Clumsy's probably jumping up and down for you guys. Kind of with DJ coming into the mix, talk to us about like your team chemistry and like what that is like swapping out players.
So the reason we actually put in DJ is Clumsy just wanted to do content on Rebirth. There's nothing about like, nothing bad about Clumsy. Clumsy's great at big map. He just didn't want to. He just wanted to do content, focus on his own thing. And we picked up DJ just more so to have a second voice for me on Verdansk, because I feel like on Verdansk it's a very unforgiving map. It's very hard to regain, and I feel like DJ really filled that in to be like a slower player, let me push up a little bit more, and then JTech, obviously, I'm playing with him on both maps, so the chemistry's great. And yeah, phase up.
Let's go.
Chemistry is great indeed. I'm really, really glad to see you guys. I mean, you are my ex-World Series of Warzone teammate, so obviously I want to see you do really, really good. But you guys have been really struggling with your off-rip gunfights. Like, what do you think is going wrong there, and what do you think you're going to change going forward?
I think we're just playing scared. I don't know what was going on, but I feel like we were just playing scared in the second and third map, and kind of just are running it down now. It's looking good.
Yeah. Hey, a great win, Flanked. Thank you so much, man. You absolutely crushed it, and you have jumped up the leaderboard very dramatically from what I am hearing. So congrats. Any final shout-outs before we send you off to prepare for the next game?
Hey, shout out FaZe, shout out Clumsy, JTech, the EWC team, shout out DJ. Yeah, hopefully we can keep this rolling.
Cheers. Heck yeah, man. Great teammates, great team. Looking forward to seeing what you guys can do in the latter parts of this tournament. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. That was Mr. Flanked himself. It's good to see him in better spirits, and well, he should be. Good grief. I don't know if he knows this yet, but we knew the leaderboard was tight in the bubble, and apparently one good map while you're in the bubble pushes you all the way up to top 5. Good golly, Miss Molly. It is very close on this leaderboard, though. Currently tied with COD Munity, who also made it to top 5. Dream, take me through the rest of this thing, because all of a sudden, S8UL can't get anything going. They're slowly but surely dropping down this leaderboard. No one is safe besides maybe the top team.
Still holding on S8UL, obviously, but I mean, the biggest shock to me, obviously, is that #1 squad, right? Twisted Minds just having so much trouble from Hospital, as we do take a look at page 2, sitting in 17th place. So putting them on the back burner, do I think that they're not going to qualify, Goj? I mean, it's a possibility with this scoreline. I mean, just minor points, I mean, between these second page teams and the bubble teams, like 0.1, 0.4. This is just so close.
It's really close. And Smixy, I mean, again, it's not just Twisted Minds. Another top team that we just kind of skipped over there, moving at this next list, 100 Thieves, also not past the bubble. They can't get anything going either.
So many teams right now that I was expecting to qual kind of with ease are kind of struggling right now. And I mean, we have Desmond, over here in what, 23rd? We have Twitty's team, 22nd. So many teams that I was expecting to be pretty high on the leaderboard right now that are really, really struggling.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, even some of our other squads from the lower bracket, Zepti, Willie T to Autorise, they're technically kind of holding seed. They're about where they left off in the upper bracket. Man, something's got to change for some of these two teams that are right there on the bubble, 15, 16, 14. All of them are close. We got to head to game, though. Dandro, Tiff, get back in here. It's time for the last third of this tournament. And I gotta say, a lot of surprises on the leaderboard, but that's Warzone. Did we really expect it to go to script? Absolutely not.
It never goes to script, Goj. We never have good script writers, and it makes me a little upset because I would love to know exactly what's going to happen. I want to know who's qualifying. We got to sit here and absolutely watch these heater games that happen game over game, especially in that last one with Flanked being able to come out on top and manage to leapfrog their way into 5th. I was not surprised to see them over the bubble, Tiff, but to see them in 5th, that did surprise me.
That just goes to show you the points disparity and how everyone's kind of sponging at the top. Those two back-to-back wins by Virtus Pro really soaked up a lot of the points that were available to a large majority of those teams and kind of denied people to get their footing. Now that we're kind of in the back half of the series with only 2 more chances to lock it in for the Global LAN Finals, you can really see that one good game can change your path here, change that fate, right? We also saw Breadman's squad in 8th place. So let it be one of those things where you just lock it in here for the last 2 games.
This is all you need to do. It's game 5. It's game 6. Your last 2 opportunities to come online. We've seen some squads start to find their footing. Others have started to slide. Their chance to qualify slipping through their fingers. Let's get on into it, Tiff. Drop 5. Well, grab your pitchforks, grab your horse reins, whatever else they use on farmlands, because that's where we're going here, Tiff. It's to the eastern side as our plane will rip across more of the southern side of the map. For any of our teams that love landing up towards Dam military base, might be a little bit tough, but I'm already seeing our top left there, Realize, Arbiter, they're getting into the mix. And for Twisted Minds, the teams we need to keep our eyes on. Looks like they maybe might have Hospital for free. Finally, they have bullied everyone else away.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want if you are Twisted Minds and you really want to secure yourself a stable position on the leaderboard. Time is now to turn it around. When you think about where they came from when it came to the upper bracket, they were at the top. And we need to see kind of final form again, and for Knight with some ground loot, just dropping everyone around him. Nobu Spartan gets Mixie with pistols off rip. Well, Knight says, I got a sniper.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to pull any fancy maneuvers this time, Mr. Nobu Spartan. You got to stand with your gun. You got to have some finesse. But Knight with the sniper in hand maybe overpeaks just a little bit. Takes a lot of damage. Has to back on up, regroup with the squad.
Ooh, okay. Squad 33, Squad 44, kind of in a standoff. Whiplash across the way. That Optic roster. A lot of people thinking about Oakley Boy right now, given his current circumstances, and he's still playing it out, showing just how much passion he has for qualifying with the boys.
Hashtag whatever it takes, you know what I'm saying?
Honestly, he's really the definition of that right now.
He really is.
Living through a tsunami warning. Just, I was like, I tweeted, I was like, I think it's time to take that PC to high ground.
So A-okay. I mean, for Optic though, I mean, it's, you know, they went out very early in that last game. I wonder if this is why, if they have somebody just deciding to push them off rib. You can see Kizzy, Tricky Vibes, and Whiplash. They're not too far away. We watched in game number 1 Whiplash get a little active as well, just trying to make their way on in.
It's more of like a real conservative fight. We've seen Jowo constantly have this heartbeat sensor in his back pocket, and sometimes I've seen a lot of players, I'm not gonna say this is Joe in particular, but you're constantly investing in bringing up the heartbeat sensor that you almost kind of get lost in it. And the next thing you know, they're just like straight in your face.
You can see here, Team 25, they're rolling up on this squad we watched earlier. Yo, legit nodes. Kirivad. They've now started to take some shots against Scopes, Rumble XL. And again, it's just a lot of these teams just kind of rolling up on each other. We're waiting for these fights to break on out. I mean, Knight has this FAR and a sniper in hand. It's a very awkward sort of fight to try and take Rumble. Get some good shots with the SOG. He's going to slide back on through. Can you manage to find a different angle? You catch one on the inside, but your ankles get twisted just a little bit too much. Scopes trying to be able to play for the trade here. Is at least able to find one. Backs on up, but they are flying on forward, trying to be able to find you. Scopes looking to play from a different angle. Knight gets cleaned on up down below, and yeah, it's just going to be Scopes now in this fight. Tries to find some of those shots. Thermite will block the push up from the stairs, but he might just try and get on top of this roof tiff and maybe make the great escape.
Oh no, he drops back down, hits the chow, and gets destroyed. But when you've got another team already rotating in for the third party, here's your game 4 winners. And they're just trying to take this fight. They're smart, right? Just kind of sitting on top of them. It's Thomas down below, though. You know, when you've got that roster up against you in an early fight, it can go so either way.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing right now. It's just DJ and Flanked just trying to play on different sides of this. A little bit of a high-low activation while J-Tech just plays from range. And Flanked is just begging anybody to try and push on out here, but these two, they might just try and decide to maybe get on the same level from a different side. You can see they're looking to meet up with J-Tech down there, and Flanked is going to drop to the low ground so nobody can hopefully try and get an angle on him. I like that they're maybe just going to not even worry about this team, it looks like. And for these three, they are posted up. We got double deployable covers. We got headies for days. I think it's a smart idea for Flanked and Co. to just try and get on out of there. We're at TV station Optic. They've rotated on up. Looks like maybe Oakboy is somewhere else, but for Z-Laner and Jowo, they do have a squad underneath them, and they could try maybe find some of these early kills.
Just a lot of patience, right? We're constantly looking at them, just kind of rotating and just looking to kind of shore some things up, especially when you've got Oakboy back from an angle. They're really trying to kind of activate here by setting up an insane fight and then kind of just dropping down all at the same time. You can only imagine that their comms are just very much like, hey, just let me get into position. Let me know when you've got an angle.
I mean, you are kind of sandwiching a couple of these squads right now.
Ooh. The thing is, you gotta give it to Willie T. Like, they're really not giving an opening to this Optic roster, as they are basically just being hunted down, but a team that has to get aggro. AG Global finally got into the deep end of that last game, but we want to see more out of them. We want them to really be well inside that top 5, just like what we saw with that FaZe roster and Flanked in particular after speaking to them. They were playing scared and they were able to turn things around, but we want to see the same thing for AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are very capable of doing it too. That's the thing. Like, that's a team that we could also see drop a 20 bomb and a win, put 40 points on the board and feel very, very solid anyway. For right now, they kind of were near that area that we just watched Flanked DJ Mouse and J-Tech play around in. You can see Thomas not too far away. But it looks like maybe this is the opportunity for them just to hop in the LTV, scoop up the squad, and get on out of here. It looks like that is going to be the idea for now. You got a trophy system on board. You'll be able to make sure you don't take any of those rogue thermites coming your way. And well, I'm looking at the kill feed, Tiff, and I'm seeing Squad 15 solidify. They're going to be sent to the Gulag very early on here today as well. That's off of a fight between Virtus Pro and some others.
That's tough considering they're in 18th place. So that is a true bubble roster. Hopefully they can still get back in it. Hopefully they have gulags. Until then, we turn back towards the Falcons, who have decided to shake things up, land in different places in Chow teams that they potentially want to send to that last chance qualifier and really assert their dominance.
Ooh, I'm seeing in the kill feed, 100 Thieves, they're actually getting in a fight against SAUL. And there's actually a lot of people around them over towards that stadium side as well. These three. Just trying to stay alive. Still back over here. Oakboy, Joe, and Z-Laner. The TV station. I mean, this fight's been brewing for a while, Tiff, and it looks like finally Oakboy's going to be the one to be the tip of the spear. Flies on forward, finds some shots. You're doing great. You slide on out, you find Autorize, but Zepti and Willie T, they actually knock both Oakboy and Jowo. Fools come on through. It's just going to be Z. Some great early shots. Can you manage to find them? No, the kilo. It's just not going to be enough at that range. Has to back on up, hit the zip. Maybe get to the high ground. Can you catch them pushing you?
Oh. We just don't have player advantage. And the only thing we can really count on is hopefully that Jowo and Oakboy return back from the gulag and can kind of get back in the mix. But now we're just kind of stuck up here. And you've got Willie Teed and Zepti that are like, all right, we're chilling. We've got numbers. We just got to find the angle. And with Z peeking over the high ground like that, Zepti's spotted. But look what it's opening Willie to do. Right behind him, but Z turns.
But can he manage to reset the fight, Tiff? Zepti has made his way on top. Does Z-Laner know this? He seemingly has an idea. The slide is out! Z! Man, it feels like every day we're watching Z break down a new team. He's still got it in him, baby. Oakboy immediately into the gulag against Willie Teed. This would be an extra special one to get. Grenade right out of the feet. Couple shots with the Jackal PDW give you the armor crack. You're waiting for the audio cue. Can you manage to find them? Couple pre-shots coming on through the other side, and it's the final bullet. That's all you need to land. And Jowo in the gulag, well, not able to win his. But at least Oakboy wins his and Z-Laner secures UTV station.
They have plenty of cash. Jowo will be back in no time. So I love that we're able to see that. However, if Oakboy's landed back in to grab his stuff and he's getting peppered, that means we have danger nearby. Looks like a team rotating across the way. In that heli, gonna keep on moving. Now, this is all gonna come down to the teams that were able to complete a ton of recons to put themselves in their best positioning. But we've got to worry about those rotates. And as we turn to the Falcons, still at Twins, still dealing with team dishwashers. It's Chaz, it's Polar, it's Matthew. We saw them in the lower round 2. They were taking some deep runs in games, and now they're a thorn in the Falcon side.
Yeah, the Falcons just trying to be able to get on out of here. Shifty, he makes the hop and somehow has been able to disengage. He has his most wanted flag on top of him, so even if you lost Soka, it's not a huge deal, but he needs to stay alive. I mean, any of these kills would be great to sort of bring down that timer if he did need to. Soka's actually playing ahead of them. Biffle self-revive. Great shots coming on through, though, from Shifty. There's 2. And oh my God, it's just some lace up between Shifty and Soka to cut down the dishwashers. Grab the rags, boys. You might need to head on back and suds up.
Suds up, dang. Shifty Biffle, though, they're on the rotate. They're making moves. We got a long way to go, but you don't have a ton of people that are going to be in your way. Of course, you do see Twisted Minds getting mixy there with Brawlic, and they're still in that downtown area, heading east. Zepti, Autorize, Willie Teed. Basically, we saw them last taking on the Optic Boys, and now look where we found. Delirious, Thomas, they've been here since Team Flanked and FaZe were sitting on them, and now, you know, a new challenger arises.
I mean, that is kind of the fun part about Lumber, is it's a giant POI. Even if you are one team that lands there, it's still a lot of opportunity for people to come on in. Here we can see SAUL starting to get a little bit active against AG Global. Nate Dogg has some shots onto Trick, a couple of pre-fires going on through, and I like this. Drop some blast traps right at their feet, saying, Trick, if you want to get active, you want to start moving your way around here, hey, we're gonna have to take some time, clear out some of our ordnance. that we're going to go ahead and use. But for the time being, it looks like Nate Dogg is actually just going to go ahead. You see the smokes come on out. We'll cover him up and back on up. So not feeling super great about that fight. And I don't blame them when you have Team Thomas right on the other side at your back.
Ooh. Yeah, gonna be a tough one. I think S8UL in the mix, back to Twisted Minds. They've been lighting it up in the kill feed, and now we finally get to jump on board. Almond on 2, and we're starting to swing in. We dive on back through the smokes. We're just trying to figure out where we want to find ourselves. IQ down, IQ out. And are we gonna see them swing on this player together? Don't even need the power of friendship. We're just gonna piece them out.
Yeah, a great fight right there from Twisted Minds in order to snag that one. You can see that's all the way at downtown. A long way to go and through that big ravine, Tiff, and that is what has me worried, because look at how many squads are between them and the zone for them to be able to get there. So we have a lot of teams on this outer edge. Still have a long way to go, but we already see some of these teams starting to post up in lumber, realizing this is where it's going to go. So we can see for AG Global, this is their POI. They love landing around here. Not too bad. Scummin gonna go ahead, be able to invest the cash, get rated back on in, and just back on up for the time being. So this team could play spoiler to a couple different squads if they really wanted to, but looks like for the time being, get rated back on in and just secure some of this building.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely great. We've also got teams like Mr. Irrelevant. You've got Futurist Game, Foundnets, Almighty TJ. They're all the way kind of on that outer bounds line, kind of staring down the barrel of Falcons in positioning when we pulled up that map. So keep kind of the fact that we have teams all over. And AG Global, while they look like they're in a stellar position, they are going to actually be surrounded. So Nate Dogg with a sniper needs to keep his head on a swivel, because there's a good chance he can find a ton of openings here.
Huge, but you miss the shot, you get punished for it. So you now have an idea where some of these players are, and you're just trying to maybe hold out some of your back with these blast traps. And I see Squad 34 getting wiped by Virtus Pro, and that's down here at the port. They have a long way to go, Tiff, but looks like they're just going to run into potentially one team on their rotation on in. And it's going to be OP marked. Tapulator and E700, who are just going to be on the edge of zone at Farmland. So for Virtus Pro, it's do they try and maybe ride the line up a little bit of the ravine? If they do that, they might get found out by Twisted Minds. They try and push on in, they're going to have a couple other squads they have to go ahead and take. For 100 Thieves, though, looks like it's all about taking the LTV to the high road and maybe just rotating into zone early.
Yeah, you're gonna need to, especially when you've got Team Colony 2K that were kind of at your back. So getting some distance in between you and them is fantastic. But the thing is, everyone's already moved into lumber at least 5 minutes ago. So fighting for space, the ragdoll? Nobu, you good? I think I just saw karma from all the pistol whips that we saw early on.
I think so as well. Kappa and Twitty, though, they're able to stay alive here. They're doing a great job, but you're starting to see how much action is about to burst out here at Lumber, Tiff. I mean, this building alone has 3 different teams. I don't think Thomas has moved at all.
Nah, they're comfy.
We've checked in here in a couple zones. We were getting to the end of zone number 3, and already we're starting to see them be in there in the kill feed. Almighty TJ bring down Swag yet again, and well, it looks like that team is getting wiped as well. A little bit of an overall standings on our top right. If you're just joining us and want to check on in where your favorite team is potentially playing, and one team that we would love to see make their way into this top 15, it's going to be Twisted Minds, which looks like they have right now, Tiff. Actually, I think I just saw enough points, so it's been a great game for them so far. I'm seeing Smitty with 5. I'm getting a quick little check on the other teammates as well to see maybe what their total is sitting at in this game number 5.
For now, I mean, they've got B Gamers in their sight just across the way, and this is going to be a stellar hold. The issue with this one is when you see that kind of circle pop for them, they know they've got to keep on rotating. So pick up these kills and carry on. Aiden with 4, so we know they're on 9, but the pressure will be coming through between 2 different teams. Timing is going to be critical. I'm
trying to look at maybe who was the team that was causing them some of that little bit of a lockdown. It looks like it's probably 5 fears, so they're going to be shooting down at them. B Gamer's going to rotate on out. Twisted Minds now. Where do you start to move? Being told they have 12 total already here, Tiff. So not feeling too bad. You can actually see they've moved their way up to 9th. So a great job for them to enter the conversation. We still have a lot of teams left alive as well. So if they're currently sitting on 12, hey, focus on getting that placement. Rotate into zone if you can, if you are Twisted Minds. We have 24 teams left in this lobby. You've only secured a 1.2x. They have to get to that 1.8. If there's anything we know about that squad, they're not going to get to the 1.8 without finding a couple more kills along the way.
I love that we got to check in there with Team E700 OP marked and Tap. They've got some good positioning, but Virtus Pro, we talked about the difficulties they were going to have with rotations, but we've made it into a decent multiplier, 1.2. So we're starting to climb it up. We've got a ton of kills, but honestly, between Big Man, between BBJ, I don't know if we get out of here.
I don't know if you do either. You can see Sage has the self-revive. He's going to pop it and immediately start the res onto Dongi. Hopefully Noobs, does he have any more smokes? No, he doesn't. So it's all just about trying to pepper these players at range, back them on down. It looks like they are successful in being able to do that. You got 5 fears right ahead of you, though, and Breadman believe in Juju. Can you come on in? Looks like it was maybe some sort of third party that came through. Or Twisted Minds, well, it took a long way for them to get here, but they've found themselves just on the outside of zone. Can they take down Team Nicole? Maybe find themselves some space.
Oh, yeah, because Nicole's looking for a flanked. Aiden reads it, shreds the plates right off him, hits the reassess, and just wants to take this one clean, right? Because we've already lost out on Almond. He doesn't get fooled here, but it would be nice to be able to preserve him because that buyback is not necessarily going to come through. He may have dropped down. Actually, I think he had a self-res and was able to get it off, and Aiden now takes out the rest of them. Goodbye, Team Colony 2K. Now we can focus forward where we saw that FaZe roster, who was also kind of looking to make moves onto Community.
Now, just north of where that Twisted Minds fight was happening, you actually see Community taking on FaZe. Flank just coming off a win in map number 4. Would love to be able to go back-to-back or even just have great games, but for Virtus Pro, it is getting mixy because Twisted Minds, they understand where you are, and it is just bullets lighting up this train car, trying to do your best to stay alive. And it looks like they've been able to stabilize for the time being. Still got to get into zone, though. If you are Twisted Minds, gas at your back, have to start pushing on forward. You want to make sure, though, that nobody's looking at this left. A little bit of a wallbang check. On the fence side, you might have an opportunity to get into some of these buildings, but I like the patience that we're seeing from Virtus Pro right now.
Looking for a potential third win on the day. They want 50% of our 6-game series, and well, Twisted Minds wants their first 2x multiplier as well. It's going to be tough, but I think that if they can clear out Virtus Pro here, it would be the opening that they need. You can see Dongi is fooled, but we lose out on Almond down in the process. It's going to be a need to win moment here for Aiden. A clutch, but flanked in the distance with FaZe is going to put pressure onto this engagement as you see Virtus Pro officially wiped.
Virtus Pro officially wiped, and Community's trying to make their way on in. Z-Laner going to be able to bring them on down. Fallnet's having something to say with it as well, and Twisted Minds, they would love to bring down Flanked if they could. Just an annoying player playing spoiler, and well, Aiden and Z-Smith, I think they're starting to figure out why VP had to stay in that train car for too long. It just wasn't enough. Nate Dogg sniper in hand takes a nice shot at Blitzy. Armor crack is there. As all of these players just trying to find any amount of space here in zone. Gotta be careful though. Look who's on the other side of this door. It's Believe. I think he hears some of those footsteps. He's gonna go ahead back on up. And 100 Thieves Tiff, they're still alive and kicking. It's a different strategy for them here in game number 5, and whatever they're doing is seemingly working.
I love how Aiden throws a shoulder and gets lit up. Doesn't fall though, because he's able to kind of disengage with the perfect amount of time. The issue is too many teams all surrounding this area. We had 16 squads, now into 15. They just need to hold it together. Z-Smith starts the res, and Aiden's probably gonna go in for the tap, but here we go. We get full scent now.
This is 100 Thieves, drops on down, and it's just a nice, clean work against Twisted Minds. A great map from Twisted Minds. They'll at least be able to walk away with the 1.4 times multiplier. Would have loved to see them get to the 1.6, but a great game to kind of enter them back into the conversation. And a number of our other teams who we needed to have good games, they're still here kicking it. Tiff, AG Global still on this map, 100 Thieves still on this map, Breadman still on this map. A lot of our squads still around here. S8UL, they've been sliding all day long. Another win here would be huge for them to secure their qualification to the global LAN, but it's just too much wide open space for so many people. 100 Thieves dropped in the process.
Delirious taken down Gabe for the final blow and raided. Trying to make sure we can get out of this rotation coming out of Lumber. You've got squads that have already hit that rotation. Future is game, Falnets, Almighty TJ. We talked about them earlier. They set their stakes into that next circle, but here come the Falcons, hoping for better when it comes for their rotation. Into the top 10, quickly about to be top 5.
And just like that, we lose so many teams. S8UL looks like they get eliminated as well. One player from Breadman's team still alive here in the gas. You can see already some people starting to move on forward. Almighty TJ, Future has game. They're holding this high ground, Tiff. They're doing a great job. And look who's still here. It's Optic. But from the top rope, TJ, he's going to try and drop on and down. He's going to be able to find Oakboy, but the Falcons clean it on up. Not only do they find Oakboy, they find Almighty TJ as well. So it's going to be Falnets and Future has game from the top here. See Falnets with the frost line in hand, looking down below, and it's one member from flank, DJ Moss and JTech, as Falnets is going to try and do his best to maybe take down either of these two players who just flew on in. Unfortunately, JTech is already beat you to the punch.
And Juju falls into the final 3. We have FaZe, we have Falcons, we have Falnets. You are so nasty, bro, lining them up for a collab like that?
What did we just see? I cannot wait to go back and watch this again. Tiff, I want to hear all of the comms flowing through this Mr. Irrelevant squad. They win game number 5. It's off the back of a collat on none other than the Falcons. Let's tune into this.
You got zone pull. I got 21 bullets though. I got no AR.
Yeah, bro, we just win this. I got none.
In the air, in the air, in the air, in the air.
Enemy soldier incoming. One lane to the right, one try to lane top.
Cracked.
You're in the top 3, don't let up now.
Got it.
Oh my god!
Yo,
2v1.
Yo, on the tree to the right, tree to the right.
Cracked.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Let's go!
Come on! Come on, baby!
Come on! Come the fuck on! Come the fuck on! Let's win that shit! Let's fucking win it!
Yeah,
Let's go!
God, come on, boys!
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Woo! Okay, Tiff. I mean, we may have missed the money shot on the collat there, but we saw the reaction, and that might be more important for sure. But I cannot believe we just watched that happen. The Falcons, they try and clean up everything down below, but for Falnets and co, it is just such a clean job for them just to hold that high ground and take down all of the other players.
You know, this is a team that we should have checked in with earlier, because as that circle started kind of closing and we're getting into the later stages, they had been here for the longest amount of times. They kind of set their sights on that out of bounds area, taking ultimate high ground, and it cost them having those resources. You can hear it in the comms in that victory mode. They're like, dude, I don't have the ammo, right? We're just barely working with what we've got. And you know what? You said it earlier. Hashtag whatever it takes. And that is it. You hear the crispness of the frost line. You see the kill feed. You see the collat. You see the 34 points.
Yeah, 34 points. We said that is enough to put anybody into the discussion. That game, that collat might have just secured them a spot at Global LAN. And Tiff, a fantastic way to end that. We were mentioning it when we kind of got to the end game of that zone, right? Where there were a number of teams that we were keeping our eyes on to say, hey, these were teams that needed to have good games They wanted to try and be able to kind of leapfrog some of their opposition to be able to get to that global LAN. We saw AG Global, we saw 100 Thieves, we saw Twisted Minds, all have some pretty solid games. Very excited to see how that scoreboard looks. Let's go ahead, let's bring the desk back on in because they are going to do such a great job breaking it on down. First off though, I got to get a quick little desk reaction to the collapse that we just witnessed to, because that might have been top 5 Warzone clip that we've seen yet.
Yeah, Mom, get the camera. We take those on main stage. Come on. That is a highlight reel waiting to happen. Definitely will go down in infamy, Dan. That was a great call and a very, very fun map to watch. Very well done from both of you guys. We will take it from here. And Dream, I've got to go to you first because, yes, the collat was crazy, but a great map from that team. And I love what Dan said. That map by itself might be enough to take them to LAN. What a wild final moment.
Hey, and we called it right before this map number 5. Like, this game, it's going to come down to, like, who's going to come out with a banger map and, like, how many teams are on the bubble. But for future Foulnuts and Almighty Goj, with this zone pulling so far east on that lumber side, like, and then being around prom area, they rotated early, and Spider Tip did make that comment. Like, they were sitting there for a while on the east side in the high ground.
Yeah, they were sitting there for a very long time, and they got kills, which is a huge boon. Obviously, the high ground helped them out, but here's a look at Optic. I mean, Smix, Optic had some troubles early, but Z went crazy in a 1v2 here.
Z made what is quite literally a game-changing play for that team. If it wasn't for that, this team would have been stuck in a blender for the entire game. So he definitely was a game changer.
Yeah, and obviously the Falcons get the better of their opponents here. Those are really the only kills we see from them in this map, though. They kind of get to in-game, they fight for in-game, and then get collatted. So they make top 5 and get a decent multiplier and a decent amount of kills, but nothing crazy. But it was Twisted Minds that we were watching the entire time in the green room just to say, come on, boys, you can do it. I mean, look, folks, they're the top seed. They have a #1 next to their name for a reason. They won upper brackets, and today has not been their day. This map, though, they have a little bit of a better map. They get more kills. They're able to make it to basically mid-end, Dream. Overall, a decent map from them.
Yeah, and some of the biggest problems too over on the hospital side is like who's contesting them. I think we saw Arbiter there, but like there's no one there. But forcing them out of Bank Station, taking those downtown fights, and of course for AG Global, another team that needing to zone out and pick up more kills. But for that final kill and who they did it against, Foulnuts, of course, taking down Hisoka and Shifty, and with that final one there, that was just huge for Foulnuts, Future, and Almighty to take. Yeah. This map, because my gosh, it's so close.
It was a big moment, of course. And Smix, you and I were talking a lot about their final setup, because yes, they got there early, but it was almost a bad decision from one of the teammates, because they lose actually Almighty trying to get super aggro, I think.
Yeah, Almighty almost made what I would call a scammer play. He was playing way too forward in relation to his team, and he ended up getting blooded. And I was like, oh my gosh, they are going to lose. But thankfully, Foulnuts came out swinging with the collat and kind of won them the game.
Yeah, and it was a big take from that duo to be able to win it still, despite being down a player, because you're 100% right. They had the high ground position. They had the perfect spot, and I think they were just getting aggro for some of those kills. Obviously, kills absolutely help when you got a 1.8x multi, but the 2x even better. So we've got to bring in the man, the myth, the legend himself. Foulnuts in the booth. I'm going to steal the obvious question. Bro, how does a collat feel on main against the Falcons? You've got to be smiling ear to ear, man.
Yeah, that felt pretty good. I mean, we had a game plan, get to end game, and we did it, and we just picked up all the stragglers. We had 0 kills going into zone 3, and we picked up, I think, 17. So
that's crazy.
Wow, that's insane, Foulnuts. And like I was literally just about to ask you that, because like I think we found you guys landing around that prom area, and you like did find yourselves set up early on that east side. Like, talk to us about like walking us through those interactions, right? Like, who made that call to get set up early, and for some of us that may not know your squad, give us a little bit of insight.
So a lot of the games that we struggle with, we just don't rotate early enough. So we're just prioritizing that. We got the helicopter all the way at the south side of the map. We flew, took some good routes, and just got posted up.
Yeah, absolutely. So how are we feeling? How are we feeling now? Is the momentum going to switch for you guys?
feeling amazing. That's the first customs map that I've won since I think Al Mazrah. So that's beside the point, but it feels really good to win a game.
Yeah, a big win, man. And I don't know if that's enough for a qual, but it absolutely helps a ton. Dude, I've been casting over your gameplay for I don't even know how long at this point. You've been in the competitive scene for a very long time. One final shout here before we let you focus up on the last game. What does it mean to you to be at this stage, on this stage, competing for a LAN position?
It's awesome, man. I've loved Call of Duty and Warzone for the better part of like 15 years. I've been playing it my whole life, and to hopefully be able to make it to LAN off of that performance just means the world.
Well, finish strong, my man. Any final shout outs for the broadcast before we let you go prepare?
A shout out to Foul Pals, man. We're rolling deep over here. Thank you.
Heck yeah, dude. Shout out to Fallnets. We are going to take a look at the clip one more time because, hey, that one's going to live in infamy for a while. Big shout out to Fallnets for a sick clip. There it is on main. Shifty Hisoka go down with one single bullet. You don't see it often in competitive. The perfect lineup and the perfect finish as well. I love that Fallnets locked back in, by the way, right after he got the collat. Almost freaked out and was like, no, we got to win the game first, and then celebrated. That was very cool. Another great interview there, Dream.
Yeah, I mean, and we were saying that too, kind of just like watching the zone, like, hey, JTech squad coming off the win, this zone looks like it's just gonna be perfect for them. So even just seeing them get to second place and just, of course, being set up moving forward, I'm just curious to see for Fallnets if that's gonna be enough, as we know there's other teams fighting for that in top 15.
Yeah, and Smix, while we've got a moment, oh, just kidding, scores are in. Take me through them, Smixy. Talk to me about what you're seeing. The scores are ready, as of course we know who's at the top by over 50 points, but look at the rest of these.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad to see Breadman Juju Believe in 7th place. I mean, this is a team that I really thought was going to qual. They really thrive on big map, so it's amazing to see them in this position.
Yeah, also, Mr. Irrelevant, now relevant. Good grief. They jump all the way to 4th place. The exact same thing that happened to Team Flank. They jump way up from the bubble all the way up into a top 5 position. That's how close this leaderboard is. And I don't want to get too into the weeds because we got a lot of teams to talk about. But this is what happens when you've got teams that are point sponges at the top. The rest of this leaderboard is so dang tight. It only takes one good game and you might be making LAN. Dream, talk to me about these bubble teams. Holy, look at Optic.
Oh, I was gonna just say that Optic right now, and if you look at that, like, I mean, Goj, what are we like 0.8? So I mean, come on, and AG Global as well, putting up more points. 100 Thieves too. Now all 3 teams 15th through 17th on the bubble, and I mean, OP marked Beam. You know, this is crazy with how many teams are on this second page. Hold on, production, you can't just flip it just yet. I literally have to screenshot it with my eyes because I cannot believe how close this is, Goj.
Yeah, I mean, this really is a cool leaderboard. Also a scary one. Optic, AG Global, 100 Thieves. Right now, if this tournament ended right this second, there is 1 point separating 3 teams on the bubble and only one of those teams making LAN. This is unreal. Here are the rest of the squads as well. The Wolf still down there. Need a pop-off game, folks. It may only take one final map to go, and we've got our casters ready to take it. It feels like winner takes all, Dan. I mean, the stakes couldn't be higher for regional finals right now.
Yeah, I mean, the past couple of years when we've been walking into this regional finals, right, we've normally had our big teams that we know, we love. They're sitting pretty right now, right? And here's the thing, though, Tiff, we're coming on in where there's some very large names on that bubble who may not be qualifying to the global final and may have to fight their way through LAN. Scary for some, but I think an absolute treat for all of us.
My heart is racing, so I can only imagine how those teams are feeling. You can never feel comfortable in a series like this with so many heavy hitters. If you would have asked me before game number 1 what this lobby would have looked like today, I would have hit you with a question mark based on the things that I witnessed just yesterday, right? The Falcons just being incredibly dominant, not being able to kind of replicate what they did yesterday. Instead, it was Virtus Pro hitting us with the back-to-back. But after that point sponge, we saw that it kind of opens the door for someone to just have one good game and to really make that dream alive for them to make global LAN finals. My question for you, Dandro, is who's next?
That's the question. We've seen two different squads. In game 4, it was flanked. In game 5, it was Team Foulnets. An opportunity here for another team to have one banger game to secure their spot at the global LAN final here in the USA. Let's do it, Tiff. It's the final map of NA Regional Finals. Here we go. Household names like Optic, AG Global, and 100 Thieves are potentially on the cusp of not making it to our global LAN, Tiff, and having to play through the LCQ. I think if there's any map for any of these squads to really show they have what it takes to compete with the best of the best, it's here in game number 6.
And as you see, everyone getting Mixi Optic in a contest yet again. Things looking dire for the roster that is situated in 15th with 53.4 points. Do not burn your gulag right now. Preserve everything that you can. But just because you see the initial contest doesn't mean you're safe. Finesse, Yakash, and Classified have rolled right in and are looking to stomp Optic in their tracks.
I mean, yeah, you lose a 1. Looks like it's probably going to be Jowo in that initial engagement. It's just not enough. Thankfully, you make the trade and you get Oakboy back on up. But yeah, this squad 38, Tiff, they are aggressive. Look, they are just full flying at Optic. And you have one player who's trying to make their way back on over towards Big Blue, and you're not alone. Thankfully, Jowo does win his gulag. That is a huge, crucial moment. But Squad 50, they are encircling right now. They are sharks in the water, trying to be able to find Z-Laner here up on the top. It is not enough. Z-Laner taken on down by Anesty. Oakboy, he's here for the trade, though. A great piece of work. Can he manage to stay alive? Can he get on out of here? Has he managed to bait these two teams in together? He has not. Crow jumps up from the top. He's going to be able to bring down one of the members of Optic, and Cash, Class, Finesse, they just move on through and they clean up everybody. It is the last map, Tiff. People are just playing with zero fear.
Zero fear, bro. You heard Flanked in his interview. He was like, look, we were playing scared. Well, it's map number 6. You don't have time to be scared. You have to chow everything and full send it all. Virtus Pro, though, they've had 2 wins. They want 1 more. Why not just kind of keep on moving forward? Maybe test a couple of things. This is the last chance you're really going to get to be in this high caliber of a lobby until you move on to the global LAN finals.
I mean, Tiff, this is Virtus Pro at Quarry. Let's remind everybody, you know who else lands at Quarry? AG Global, who is looking to be able to try and stamp their way on through. I mean, Virtus Pro literally has to land across the map here. This could be a little bit of forward thinking, saying, hey, if we can send AG Global to LCQ, there's a chance we don't have to deal with them on land, and that would be a huge boon. But not too far away is also 100 Thieves, so you have to be very, very careful about how you want to try and take some of these fights if you are either of these two teams. 100 Thieves, I don't think they're going to try and move up here towards the north, but Virtus Pro, they have the possibility. They could play spoiler to some of these teams who need a decent game to get to LAN.
That's scary. Meanwhile, the entirety of that, I saw one member of Optic lose their gulag. Hopefully the regain is going well from their side. But in Quarry, it's kind of that eeriness before you have the storm. Like, it's very silent, not a lot of wind. We feel calm, but you know it's gonna get crazy. And then we jump to Tappa, we jump to Twitty and Sway, and things are not looking there good. So Twitty pops in the LTV, says, I'm out.
Yeah, just trying to get on out of here. Scripta, Hunticity, and Rayskis gonna try and maybe cut Twitty's LTV down, but I think he's just gonna get away a little bit too fast. I mean, I'm just watching this kill feed here, Tiff, and it is just non stop action, including DJ Moss and J-Tech. They're going to find some members of that Realize Arbiter team, and they are going to bring them on down. Breadman going huge in the kill feed as well against that squad. 30. A lot of people looking to get active. Fallness from deep is going to land a very, very good thermite. Love the interview we were able to have with him, and him saying this is the first map I've won in a big custom since Al Mazrah. It's been a long time coming for him, and I'm glad that he finally is getting some recognition.
Well, if you're gonna win one, this is the one you want. And for 100 Thieves in 17th place coming into game 6, getting some needed kills here. And we already see IQ, Shiro, one member of their team trying to hit a regain. But what they've done for themselves is they've won a critical fight up here in Quarry. The issue with a lot of these teams already starting up here is you're not going to have a ton of time to kind of like rotate on out, grab recons, especially with so many teams that are already here. You're kind of stuck with what you've got.
And it's kind of interesting too, because you got to think if Virtus Pro normally land Boneyard, that complete Boneyard storage down area is literally empty right now, Tiff. Normally that'd be Virtus Pro having to play from the bottom. They might make their way, you know, kind of up through airport, through dam side, and maybe clear out a lot of that zone, right? But I think what they're trying to do here is just either A, pretend like it's on match point and maybe figure out how they want to play endgame, or maybe just throw a wrench in the mix because they say, hey, this zone doesn't suit our drop spot anyway. Let's just go ahead and let's just try and do something different here to maybe make it happen. But for Yo Legit over here at the farmland, you still have a couple of fights that are starting to brew. Can you manage to make your way on out of here?
I think that's a good shout, because if you think about what we just saw for Foulnets, they played endgame. They just kind of held tight. They had 0 kills going into Circle 3 and walked away with 17. Play that positioning. You've heard that from a lot of our competitors here today, and Yo Legit goes nasty for a 2-piece. That's better than playing positioning. That's just being better.
That's just winning your ones. To quote an illustrious Spider Tiff not too long ago, win your ones, get good forehead. It might be enough to get the points you need to qualify to global LAN. I don't know if Yo Legit and his squad are close enough to be able to do that, but hey, we've seen crazier things here in Warzone. Being able just to get some nice cleanup kills like that is a strong way to get it started, but the team that's opposite of you is definitely not one to take lightly. Bling, CJ, Solidify, and Sneely. We've watched them play spoiler to so many of our top teams all day long, and we're starting to see them sort of match on up here at the farmlands.
Ooh, Optic. Dare I say trouble. We've got a duo, and look who's moved in, B-Mark and Magoo. This is going to be a dynamic fight that Jowo lives up to. Jowo wins this one. Z wins this one. We just need the fulls, and we need to find the last member who's already dipped on out. Of course, there is Zepti in the distance who's looking to hit that buy station across the way. You see the buyback come through.
On the other side of
oh, Zepti.
Yeah, do they see Zepti around here? Like, this is just 3 ships passing each other in the night. It's a little bit of a Spider-Man meme. And Zepti, he finds Z. Jowo tries to put it to work, is finally going to be able to bring down Zepti. You do not need to lose Z-Laner in that fight. You could have so much more just cash. You don't have to get the buyback on in. Like, I'm a little bit surprised they let Zepti at least find one. Other side for Scripta, Rayskis, and Hunticity. They're still doing a great job of pushing the envelope to some of these teams. And I think they're saying, hey, it's last map. Let's at least go out with a bang. And so far, they are just running down so many of these teams.
Look, sometimes you just have to run it down. We saw a lot of players talking about how they don't want to fight right off the beginning. Take those smart engagements. Okay, well, maybe that isn't your playstyle. Maybe if you go too conservative, you make mistakes. So for some people, they just have to run it down. And flanked DJ Boss J-Tech for FaZe, they've already won a map and it shot them up the leaderboard. But for the other rosters that are trying to stay in the top 15, when you've got this roster rolling up on you and you start disengaging, you're already putting yourself in a bad situation, because I'm hearing UAVs get called in.
Yeah, I mean, an advanced UAV would be absolutely clutch right now to try and take the fight to this team. And I like this flank. It's a little bit of a race to the roof right now. You're looking over across, trying to see, is anybody playing this rooftop of the police station. You're going to overlook DJ as he pushes on through. He's starting to break on out, but we need to come on over here back to the quarry tip, because look who's decided to have a little bit of fun up here, joining Virtus Pro. The Falcons are nearby. 100 Thieves starting to get a little aggro. Gabe overheats. He extends. He's knocked. He's full. Brought on down, and immediately that's going to be the call for Blast and Skullface. They need to back up. They need to get on out of here. But the Falcons, I think they see that that's Gabe, and they say, yo, we're qualling. Guess what? We're going to do everything we can to make sure that you don't. And if it's Shifty and Biffle, I can't think of two worse players to try and take this gunfight against. And Shifty showing why he's some of the best. Blast slides on out, though. He gets the revenge. Does he find Biffle on the stairs? The nade, it's on the top. Can he manage to win this gunfight? You have to do it. Blast is able. He keeps it alive. Falcons white.
But they're not done. Just because you can take down the Falcons, you've got the next big raid boss in the lobby, Virtus Pro, and they're swinging as a two-piece. He drops Doggy. He drops Stage. What is Blast doing?
I don't know. We have been waiting for this version of Blast for years. And when the bright lights are brightest, when the moments are biggest, he comes alive against not only the best team in the game, but then their competitors. It doesn't matter if it's a bird or a bear. He is putting you down. His name is Blast.
One Blast versus, what is it, 100 bears or something?
I can tell you.
Might be a Mr. Beast video. I don't know.
Absolutely crazy.
Noob's in the distance. Noob's cracked. Blast not done, bro.
This is huge. I was worried about this 100 Thieves team, Tiff. We've known that sometimes they can struggle on big map. They've been focusing so much on Rebirth Island lately, and they said they haven't been able to get the reps that they really wanted to on big map. But just like that, listen, maybe you don't have the reps, but what you do have is the gun skill in your back pocket when you need it most. And that's just veteran gunny. That's all that is, Tiff. It's just a man who's been playing Call of Duty than some of these competitors have been alive. And he absolutely puts on a show. Yeah, we need to take a breath after that one.
I can't, like, I'm gonna overheat at this point in time. Well, let's check in with Jackal, Clown, and Don J. We get a moment to breathe, but you've got a team over across the way. Nano, Erickson, they've moved to Hun in. Said the weather's nice over here. We want to gatekeep.
Just trying to get an eye now on where is the rest of the lobby. We see what's going on at Quarry. We're going to keep our eyes on that. That is for certain. But we need to see what else is happening here. I'm watching Nate Dogg get active in the kill feed. That's good. We need to see AG Global. We're starting to see Twisted Minds also get a little active in the kill feed. That's what we like to see. They were sitting pretty okay after that last game, Tiff, but all they need is a pretty much average. We're almost bang on with an 11-point game average. That is what most of these teams who have already qualified, if they can just manage to achieve that, they'll be A-okay. They'll be set.
Well, they're kind of isolated up here in Quarry. Of course, a couple of teams are still trying to make their way in, and we do have some teams that have decided to hedge their bets similar to what we saw from Falnets and Co. and go all the way to that out of bounds line. But this time it's Team Unrational. It's Unrational, Grimy, and Destroy. And they are just so far out in the distance that they're kind of saying, hey, if it comes this way, we're playing the long game.
Scumming. It's found.
Oh, that's not good. At least Rated's looking for them. He's like, okay, well, where did that just come from? Right? Who was able to get that line of sight? Well, it's Team Rob Easy. And think back to game number 1. You know they were in the top 3. And now they're starting to descend from the high north and put pressure at that range?
I mean, this map number 6 is just going to keep delivering, Tiff. Up here towards the tents. It's a track Desmond, Paul X going up against Twisted Minds. You've already found a track. You brought him on down. For Paul and Des, though, you're split right now. Almond, he might be able to push up here to find the timing to split you across. Paul's going to drop out of the top. And I think you just got to try and maybe get on out of here if you can, but it's going to be tough when two members of the Twisted Minds are looking at you through one window. Desmond taken on down. Aiden will clean you on up. Twisted Minds continuing to find their kills here around the map at the edge zone.
See, this is where I was talking about it. Number 9, Team Unrational. And they are so far out there on the right-hand side of things that if it does kind of shore up that way, I think it's a good bet that they go the distance. HRS, Raygun, Hunticity, and Scripta, they're kind of lurking up towards that north. They're saying, hey, this is going to keep pulling north. And if it does, this roster on your screen has the chance to break out of the bubble and secure them spot to land.
It's definitely what you need. And it looks like Smith's gonna find Cash, and I think that one last player is probably just still up in the sky, hanging on out. I'm seeing Blast find another one in the kill feed as well. 100 Thieves, I think this rotation is just going to hold them so beautifully. Just the fact that they are up here. They didn't get aggro early. They didn't need to. And you know the comms after the 1v2 into the 1v3 is just absolutely crazy. But Allman now looking to just clean up this squad. And, well, Breadman and Juju, they're going to have an early exit. That's not great. They were sitting pretty solid on our leaderboard, Tiff, but 7th might be enough. I'd be surprised if they drop full 8 spots, but we've seen crazier things this game already. I'm not leaving it to anything.
Well, this squad, 4th place. AG Global not in the top 15 and looking to get there. I see Optic having issues in the kill feed, but it looks like they're going to double back here and try to hit the buyback. But here it is. Oakboy down. Jowo on 8. We need a multiplayer. We do not need a fight with Twisted Minds.
Whoa. I mean, if they can manage to find the timing, this would be huge. Unfortunately for you, Z is just playing a little bit too back.
Okay.
You swing on up, you find one, but the trades are enabled just like that. Jowo dropped on down, and it's going to be Z-Laner slowly but surely making his way on up. And I think Aiden is going to make sure you do not get on in here. This team needed to have a good game, Tiff. And just like that, Z doesn't have a gas mask. He gets knocked. You do have a self-revive, but Twisted Minds, they are dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They are not going to let you get out of this gas for free, Mr. Z. And they are just holding you out here. And Z is just going to go ahead, tries to deny the point, but it goes to Aiden either way. A heartbreaking way to end game number 6.
Did they do enough? Mind you, Optic was in 15th place. They had double-digit kills, but a 1.2x multiplier. Elsewhere, AG Global contending here with that Foul Nets roster. The collat that lives to see the timeline in AG Global. We have issues, and Rated the General is going to have to answer for him.
Good job. Him being able to do that. Love being able to see that Juju and Bread, they're still able to be alive here, but it's kind of playing on the back foot. They're not going to really have a lot of space up here on the quarry. We've seen so many teams be around this POI all game long. You're basically fighting for scraps. And it's going to be even more difficult when you have two good teams looking on either side of you. You can see Fallen the Future has game above you. You got Rated and Nate Dogg not too far away from you.
Okay, Unrational, the challenge is here. We talked about the fact that they had rotated out and really wanted to play position, but so does Blitzy. Blitzy down, Blitzy fold, and Spirit with the high ground.
Destroy. Nice little lines up. Cuts down Spirit. Another team eliminated. Tiff, we are one squad away from being into our 1.4 times multiplier. And we're going to have to try and keep our eyes on a lot of these teams. We saw Optic get eliminated. So it's only going to be a couple of other squads that are really in the running on this cusp. And well, Rated from AG Global. He's going to be one of them. He's able to get the buyback. He slides on out, but Redman, they understand. There's a buyback that just went off. Can we manage to find them? No, we can't, but through the smoke, Rated, he lines up. Breadman brings down to believe it's just Juju who slides on out, and Rated with his back against the wall. His team needs to have a good game. It's a 1v3 against Breadman, but his opportunity to celebrate is cut short, Tiff, because look who it is. It's the winners of game number 5. They are just playing all of the spoiler.
Look, if there's a high ground in a fight, you're gonna see Foulnets there. You 100% are, but what we do is we get Nate Dogg, we get Scummin back. So we are still alive, we're still wrapping up kills, and we're getting better multipliers. Then for Twisted Minds, we're still trying to hit a rotation here, and we are being gate kept, very similar to what we saw happen to Optic. The issue with them is they're already higher up the leaderboard. They should have done enough to make LAN finals. But we'll have to check in. We'll have to see, because anything can happen. They came in 9th place, but we know those bubble teams are making moves.
Yeah, and this is sort of what we see where this zone is starting to pull to. We've seen this time and time again, Tiff. It's you get into this end game circle where it's just some of it is higher up on these sort of quarry ridge lines. So it's about the team that can play from above and kind of look down below. For 100 Thieves, they've been able to hang on out and kind of just at least be able to stabilize. We saw Blast go crazy earlier. We can see Skullface with 2. Not entirely sure how much Gabe has. Gabe has 3. So you have 5. I don't know how many does Blast have? Is this enough?
A lot.
It's 7.
7.
You're at 12 right now. But look, it's... I don't know if they have tents on sale and a fire sale on Verdansk or something here, Tiff, because Thomas's squad is still up here in the quarry, still just hanging on out, haven't moved in forever.
Okay, but I don't blame them. That roster's in 14th place on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
We're barely holding on to Global LAN Finals. If you want me to camp it out, I'll do it. I'll be making s'mores all day. If it means I get to fly my team to LAN.
Well, I just saw a quick glance at the leaderboard, and as of right now, those are unofficial scores, mind you. I did see 100 Thieves in 11th. Currently right now, but obviously multipliers, things change, end games, people fry out, so doesn't mean anything just yet. You are not settled. For 100 Thieves, they've been able to move on forward. Now we watched Blast 1v3 Virtus Pro not too long ago. Can he do it again? Hopefully he doesn't need to, but they are going to be in your way. They're going to be a thorn in your side while you try and gain positioning.
Okay. I like that we're moving together, right? But this is going to be an inevitable fight. Something is going to happen. One of these two teams will not survive this rotation, because if they don't and they leave this here, you're going to run into all the rest of the teams on that rotate and get picked apart. Virtus Pro is too close for comfort.
Good shots. What is the play here right now if you are 100 Thieves? Blast is the only player with a gas mask because he's starting to move early. He's maybe trying to see if he can find Cynics. Good shots here in the gas. He's able to find 1. Thomas taken on down. You're kind of just looking for Delirious. Blast, no gas mask in hand. Smokes gonna go ahead and get invested. Can he get on out of here? That's the question. No, he gets found on out. He's dropped. Gabe is looking. It's Nate Dogg from deep. Not only do they find Blast, but they also find Delirious. Those are both teams that are looking to try and get into the top 15 that were just around this group of squads that all needed to have good games. A huge moment from deep right there to be able to bring them on down. Almighty TJ here at the top. He's getting wiped by Grimy.
Look, they need to get the wipes. They were in 11th place coming into the final match of the day. And we've seen heartbreaks happen in game 6 where people will fall out of the top 15. It's going to happen. Someone is going to wind up obviously being that 16th place team, losing out by potentially 1 point. So every kill matters. Get your fulls. You're into the top 10. You've got a 1.6x multi. So if we can see Gabe get into the top 5 somehow, make the most out of what we've been able to do, what Blast achieved in those moments.
Yeah, he has to stay alive though. Gets into the top 10. That's good. 1.6 times multiplier. Just trying to stay alive. Gabe finds OP marked. All you need is 3 more teams to drop, but you have a couple squads above you and you do not have zone, and you have a lot of teams looking down at your angle. No smokes in hand for Gabe just yet. Can he manage to do the impossible? Can he manage to get there? No! Rated is gonna get credit for it. AG Global, they're sitting on top of S8UL right now, Tiff. This is going to be a tough rotation.
And S8UL, after their map 1 victory, had just been kind of sliding down the leaderboard. Still in the top 15, hopefully. I believe they were, what, 8th place coming into this? Still not cozy. Community was in the top 5. They're across the way looking for their first win. Oh, okay, Rated.
No. Scumming gets found. Rated. He's come off the top, Tiff. He's had 9 kills right now by himself. I mean, we've seen already a number of 1v3s. Rated's already 1v3'd 1 squad in this game alone, but it's just not enough. Trick gets taken on out, but Brax is there for the trade. And just like that, while all that action is happening down below, look who is snaking their way up top. It's Twisted Minds trying to play from the high ground.
Oh, Gary, I'm living life through the sniper glint. We cut to Trick. You can see, hey, I can't look at this anymore. They've got to go down. Look at the pool, though. We're really favoring Z-Smith and Almond of Twisted Minds, and everyone's going to have to jump on up. But look what Brax does. He grabs the angle onto Almond and forces Z-Smith.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's all ground loot right now. Can Z-Smith do it? He's had some incredible moments this year. He could add this to the list. It is just all fights going on down below. Trick gonna be able to try and find Grimy. He's able to clean them on up. It's just gonna be Raul. It's our top 3 teams. It's a duo and then 2 solos. S8UL, they're trying to clean this one on up. Raul taken on down. It is now just Z-Smith versus Trick and Ryda. He has a ground loot aims 85. He has an SMG in his back pocket. He has the zone pull. He knows exactly where they're going to go ahead, then have to push on up. The heady is there, but Trick is starting to make a gas play. Does Smitty read this? Oh my God.
He grabs Trick. He's 1 HP, and he's trying to peek back onto Ryda. He hits the reload. Health regen coming on in, and he takes him down. Z-Smith in game number 6. Not only that is insane for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds. We were waiting for them to come online all day long, Tiff. They were sitting pretty good on the leaderboard, and they just did everything they needed to stamp their ticket to global land. Let's hear that from Smitty in those final moments.
Oh, get up. A thermite and 2 smokes. They're still fighting. It's
solo, 2v1, solo.
Good place, Colin. Good place. I'm migrating.
You need to try to go up. You have to try and get up, you guys.
They might mantle up too, I think.
Yeah, I'm coming with you.
I smoked again. Pushing up. He's on the ledge. I can't.
You're 1-8, you're literally 1.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go, baby. Holy fuck.
So good.
I can't. We got the broadcast going. I won't say anything too freaky.
Smith is so good. Hey everyone, twitch.tv/ZSmith. Check him out. He's a beast.
I love Aiden, bro.
You love the gas. You love the gas from your teammate. But what's impressed me more about that, Tiff, Smitty had 1 HP and he's still popping up to get the chow as Ryda moves on through. You kind of saw a Trick. He was not ready to be ripped off that heady that quickly.
No, dude, I can't believe Z-Smith re-chowed that. That's a good shout. But then you see the setup, right? Because Trick and Ryda just kind of working in tandem down here, clearing out the low ground. We know they had a ton of kills, but this is where things really start to get interesting. And you already had mentioned it. We see 1 plate, a ground loot aims, and that's got a 45 round mag, iron sight, bro. We are just living our best life at this point. The smoke comes down and you hear Almond in the back and he's calling out kind of what we've got to work with. Because in this moment, it's really hard to focus on all of the variables in an endgame, and having a teammate that can kind of guide you through in the most calm way to let you ice up in a 1v2 like that, that's just different, bro. That's just what Z-Smith can do, though.
There's only 3 things certain in life, Tiff. Death, taxes, and Z-Smith 1v2ing to win a map in Warzone. It's basically his bread and butter at this point. Let's go ahead. Let's get the desk back on in here, Tiff, because Coach, Dream, Smixy, I know we have all watched a lot of Warzone in our days. And I think I can confidently say that might be the best map of Warzone I think I have ever had the opportunity to cast.
You took the words literally right out of my mouth. I was about to congratulate you both on a fantastic cast, but also a fantastic viewpoint from one of the greatest maps we've ever seen. Unreal to see Blast, Raided, VP and Falcons rotating early into those fights to get freaking dunked on by Blast. Twisted Mind, Z-Smith winning a 1v2. What are we even talking about? That map was crazy. Great cast the entire day. Dandro, Tiff, I want to give you guys a moment. We just finished up North America, a lot of scores to be had, a lot of math behind the scenes, but a little final thought here for the broadcast, starting with you, Dan.
Yeah, sure. I mean, dude, 6 maps was absolutely fun all the way through. Sometimes we get into these 6 map sets, right? And it's like, okay, you know, these couple teams are running away with it, and you know, the bubble teams we care, but it's just kind of like, okay, I guess we'll kind of walk on board with it. This was just like came down to the wire. Some of the teams that should not have been there were on the bubble, and it was made for an insane game number 6. We had highlight moments in literally every single map, and I think we are really starting to see where the competition for Warzone is going. Because all I know is that by the time we get to that global LAN, when we mash NA, EMEA, and all of our expansion regions together, these lobbies are going to be tough.
Yeah, it was tough today. Things changed. Tiff, same question to you. You absolutely crushed it today. Any final words for the broadcast since we are done with our games today?
Nah, it's just honestly really insane, and I'm really grateful that we get to cast over such an epic game when you have all of these competitors that are so passionate about locking their tickets in. We've had the pleasure of casting over them for the past 5+ years, and to see new players kind of enter the mix and old players still trying to get back to the top and stay there, it's been a blast, and I just want to see more collats on LAN, okay?
More collats. I am here for it as well. Great cast to the both of you. I will bid you farewell, because Dream and Smix, I've gotta go to you. I mean, they are right. That's gotta be one of my favorite maps I've ever watched in Warzone history. There was just so many insane outplays from an individual level. And at the end of the day, the fact that we were treated to fantastic plays, but also start to finish a really cool map. I mean, Spix, I want to go to you first, actually, because you were the one that called it out almost immediately, going, wait a minute, take a look at VP. They're landing in Quarry for some reason.
I was really shocked to see them land Quarry. I was like, what is going on here? And I thought, oh, maybe they're trying to talk 100 teams and like make sure that they don't quarrel. Obviously, that didn't go quite as planned. If that was planned, so I don't know.
Yeah, it is a good shout, though, changing things up, whether to practice or to grief. Either way, it was a change. And our eyes, Dream, were on this Optic roster because we've got to remember the 3 teams on the bubble, Optic in 15th, AG in 16th, and 100 Thieves in 17th. Optic started out actually pretty hot, finding some kills, Dream.
Yeah, Joe, whoa, being one of those players that 1v2'd Zepti's squad is, well, Zepti's team's right, lower round 2's that first place team that was always around TV station. But for right here, I was freaking out about 100 Thieves in this challenge from Blast Cities, messaging in every single chat like, oh, what just happened? This was insane from him. I mean, 2 top teams that he 1v2'd, top 3 even, and just with a dominant fashion for 100 Thieves. That was just amazing.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. And again, I want to reiterate, it's not just a crazy play. We've seen crazy plays from the top teams. It was a crazy play when they needed him most. The avatar arose from his iceberg. I mean, it was unbelievable how much they needed those kills, and staying in the game that long to get some multipliers really set them up. But I gotta go back to this point as well, because there's too many great plays. We can't just lurk on Blast all day. This was a moment where we thought AG Global Smix may not qual. They were so tight and they had little to no kills, and then Raided said, I guess I'll do it myself. 1v3s this entire team. But not only that, you see him on 5 kills here. He ends, I think, on almost double digits. And of course, this final crazy play, Smix.
Again, it comes down to those game-changing plays, and Raided was that factor for AG Global, because I was like, why are we playing so slow here, boys? And yeah, they came out swinging, and they might have done it.
Yeah, it's going to be so dang close. And then Z Smith, another insane play. He's got a gulag aims, as Dan was calling it, and it gets the two-piece because of great positioning. Didn't need resources, didn't need a loadout weapon. It doesn't matter that it's a green aims. Let's rock and roll and talk to Z Smith after finally winning their first map of the day. Z, my goat. Dude, I have been casting over you for a very long time. And like Dan said on broadcast, I've seen you do some crazy things time and time again. And yet again, you clutch up another fantastic play. Talk me through that final moment and just frankly, your team and what your feeling is at the end of this one.
Honestly, I think we were definitely due for that game. That was the only game we actually had an LTV, and I think that literally changed the entire game. We were talking about it every single map in between. We were just sitting there saying, like, we haven't had an LTV spawn on us, and that was the one game we got it. And right there at the end, we actually got wiped, and then Almond and I flew in from Gulag and saw someone land in the shack, and literally we were just laying in a shack for like probably 5 minutes. And then we saw people jump off the hill and give up height. And then we saw the zone pull and we were like, all right, we're just going to go lay up top.
Wild.
That's awesome. And I mean, you guys obviously, like, you're twisted for that ending, Z Smith. On the day though, like, just with this lobby in such a dominant fashion, and I mean, you've been competing obviously for a while. Talk to us about some of like your frustrations aside from the LTV. Are there any like teams that were just really annoying you guys?
Teams, not really. I think just snipers, and then just getting unlucky with the RNG of like vehicles that we could use. I mean, obviously, like, this just plays so different than everything else. You know, it's always the big tournaments that we sit here, we play these tournaments all the time, and then the big ones, it's like everything's just slowed down. It's literally like playing in half the speed, and just getting sniped was really rough today, but we overcame that.
Yeah, so do you think like the snipers really played that big of a factor? And why didn't you guys kind of take out a sniper a little earlier on then, if you felt like you weren't getting briefed by them, I guess you could say?
I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna say that it was like necessarily bad people sniping us. Like, we were getting sniped by some of the best snipers in the game. I mean, you guys literally saw Foul get a collateral. Me and Aiden got collateraled out of a car earlier in the game, and it was just like, they were great shots every single time. It's just, honestly, it just came to our rotations. We would have like advanced UAVs, and then we would just lose our LTV, and then we're just like trying to smoke tunnel across the open, and then one sniper shot and one shot from a assault rifle. You're just getting knocked every single time.
Yeah, it was a brutal day until it wasn't, man. That last map was a huge finish for you. I know it felt like a probably breath of fresh air, but I want to give you the floor. Any shout outs to anybody out there? Obviously, we heard Aiden shout out to where people could find you on stream, so that was great. But yeah, any final words here in the booth?
No, I mean, shout out to my IGL Ben, and shout out to Aiden for always just gassing me up. You know, this guy Ben is literally just as good of a player if he's not on the map with us and he's just in our ear calming. And I mean, Aiden, he's ready to sit there and scream after every single fight you take. So, you know, you need those two.
Hey man, vibes can win tourneys, and you guys have it all as well. Skill, vibes, and everything in between. Chemistry there as well. Congrats to you guys. I'm sure you've made it to LAN, but I'll let the mathematicians finalize all those numbers. A great finish to a brutal tournament for you guys. Very well done to close things out right.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Yep. Cheers. That's Z Smith, obviously Twisted Minds. But folks, we've got our top 15. They're here. Wait a minute. Oh, 15 of these teams are going to LAN. Holy cow. Dream, walk me through them. Obviously, we knew the teams at the top would be there. I didn't know what order, but Dream, any big surprises? This is wild.
Oh man, I mean, just taking a look at this and look at Mr. Irrelevant, right? Making a huge jump with securing that huge win from Foul Nets. We weren't sure if it was going to be enough, Goj, but it looks like it was, sitting pretty good. And also AG Global, 100 Thieves in Optics, some of those teams that were on the bubble, right? 11th, 12th, and 14th. Oh, for Optic, they have to be like just scathing their teeth because that is just so dang close, especially coming from second second from Uppers.
Yeah, Smix, same question. What do you think? This is crazy. I mean, of course, Optic, it was really close. I mean, you can see that a 4-point margin or so with our top 15.
I am super hyped to see E700's team in this. I'm super proud of those guys. I know that they really, grinded this out. They have so much passion. I am so excited to see them play at Global Finals. Again, yeah, Optic, super happy for them. 100 Thieves, AG Global, like so many good teams that made so many amazing plays this last game to qual.
Yeah, no, I mean, these are really big moments, and I can only imagine the margins there from 15, 16, 17 were still razor thin. Crazy not to see, for instance, ETC Thomas's team, they crushed it at the beginning of the competition today, and in the second half, I think just fell off. But those were your 15 teams making it to global finals. They're going to be on LAN. You're not going to want to miss it October 1st. But for North American regional finals, that's it for us in the booth. So Dream, I want to go to you first. Any final words for the broadcast? A great show today.
A great show. I can't wait for tomorrow. But Dandro said it best with how competitive Warzone is this year, and just like even just the changes in the meta. It's just really, really crazy to see just some of these top teams contesting even Falcons, right? So tomorrow it's going to be crazy. I can't wait for more. And Smixy, it's been fun dancing with you.
Smixy is the GOAT, literally. You absolutely crushed it today. I will say, Dream, by the way, Dream Team, congratulations on a great prediction there. Dream Team absolutely dominated today. But Smixy, again, echoing what Dream said, you absolutely crushed it. Any final words for the broadcast?
Well, thank you guys so much for just having me on here. It was a pleasure working with you guys. You guys are a joy to work with, seriously, the entire team. So thank you guys so much. You guys will not be seeing me tomorrow, but I am just so beyond blessed for this opportunity. This was so much fun, and thank you guys so much for all the love.
Well, you have leveled up our game here in the booth. We appreciate you a ton. And folks, I had a blast as well. It's been really fun to host all of these broadcasts. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. European region, I can only imagine, is just going to be as insane as today was for North America. So tune in tomorrow. And I want to remind you, everybody at home, that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.